bit of the problem too. You know, I get called vague or offensive.
What's happening, folks? Benton here. Our boy Yurt is live at In a Thought Experiment. As folks hopefully roll in here, we'll play a little bit of this.
Social media, and that's essentially the point that I would make to Bex and Benton is that.
Well, there's no Bex and Benton apparently, sir. You're behind in your lore.
All that. We recognize that's the way to grow the channel because it is the thing. Channel? You can't really separate it from there. A couple more and I'm out. I'm choosing my words carefully. Here's RT quoting.
Don't do that.
Choosing my words carefully when trying to fully explain this complicated human dynamic and interaction on the internet by being intentionally vague. Now, it's not intentionally vague. See, RT, that's a bit of the problem too. You know, I get called vague or offensive and all that. It's actually the exact opposite. My opinions are pretty.
Hey, Bex, how are you?
What's the best word to say?
I guess I could drop a link if you want to come up.
Are pretty foundational and are pretty sharp and are pretty cutting edge. The difference is RT is I see it's no great ability to just blabber at the mouth about every fucking opinion I have. And RT, don't we see and don't we watch out here? People change their opinion day to day over and over again. So people might critique me for being a fence rider or whatever and all this, but they contradict themselves 6 times, you know, in the matter of a day. So please, sir, please. Hey, good luck to you, JG, putting in those floorboards.
Nice. Good deal.
Yeah, maybe the secret on mountaintops. That's where I'm going, Dark Glasses, Woody. I'm going back to the mountains, my friend.
Yeah, that's possible, Bex. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah,
ending the stream without telling me is
exactly. And I can't do that, man. It goes against my
Dark Glasses. Woody. Go ahead and say
that's dialectic,
probably
decide and get a color. A discourse. This is not. That's exactly it. Yo, that's what's up, dude. Math illiteracy is a whole subject. I've been talking about it a little bit, but we should really talk about it more. We're so incredibly math illiterate as a people. Oh, Benton's going live again. Yeah, let me refresh and see who's on the live, and I'm out of here. People, thank you all for the humoring. That was scattered. It was disjointed as always, but you know. It's what we do. But Benton's going live here. I'll be listening as I go throughout the day. As always.
All streams in.
Understanding conspiracy fella. Another guy who does pretty well out here. And I'm not exactly.
I thought you were just done with the whole thing.
Then we got this gentleman, fellow Iowa native here. I like his energy.
The lack of communication on my part, perhaps. It's hard to say.
Explaining death to a 10-year-old kid, shaking my fucking head. That's reality. I like that guy a lot. I should have shared the links. I got to go. Final comments. RT out there. What's RT doing today? He said today's a trip to the farm day, off-roading, target shooting, chainsaw, tractor fire, pick up out fresh air.
You said you were
sunshine
about your
they call me loser failure. Shout out to all the loser failures. I get
something about being live at 6 a.m. for 6 people. Something about that.
Sometimes
I don't know. Did I misconstrue those comments?
See, that's the challenge of all this, man. The challenge and the fun, right? We try to bring our true selves.
There you go,
this,
Yeti Life.
And
good to see you, bro.
What's mirrored back to us seems to be a massive distortion of who we see ourselves.
Yeah, Bex, when
ultimately we have to decide that all for.
Yeah, when you're the main broadcast, and I'm restreaming, it ends my stream. I don't get to choose to keep going.
No, I am is what.
So when you're the main one, when you shut down, it ends both of them. So I wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't know that because the only other time we've done this, you had the main keys, and I thought that's what that happened. So I apologize to you and the audience. You know, it was not my intention at all to jump off a stream. That's not my nature at all. So
yeah,
I thought
you were expressing some frustration with what was happening, apparently.
No. I was just pointing out observations, just like you do. I was just saying that's all that was. There was no emotion behind it. It was just statistics.
Hey, friends, I won't be long.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Feeling deflated or something? I didn't actually remember. I didn't actually screenshot it or anything. Something about that. I feel defeated. Was that it? I feel defeated.
No, I was feeling a bit deflated, but that's all right.
Deflated, yeah.
Yeah. Again, just an observation.
Oh, I see. I got it.
Yeah.
Well, but then feeling deflated and then the number of viewers and then ending the live stream. I mean,
No, but that's,
see how that would send a
I'm sorry.
specific
I
message,
honestly
I'll tell you.
mistook, it was 100% miscommunication, just like the day that it happened when we were streaming before. It was a newbie error.
Oh,
And
I
am not someone to walk away clouded in emotion. Even if I'm feeling emotion. So that's just not my nature. So I'm sorry. I hear your frustration, you know, and I can understand why. You had a full room. I didn't understand. I didn't mean to leave, or I didn't mean to end it. You know, it wasn't my intention. I thought that's what you had done, you know, which I know you wouldn't have done so quickly, but that was not my intention. So I apologize to you and the audience.
Well, thank you. Apology accepted. It happens.
It was a newbie error.
Well, those do happen. What's up, Christos? Sorry, we cut you off twice.
No, you're fine. You guys had every right to finish that flow. I was just gonna say I might come back by later if you guys are still alive and could use someone else. But I was just gonna say I'm gonna go back and watch what I missed from either Benton's or Bex's side of the last stream and catch up on some of that. Definitely seems like it's interesting. But yeah, have a great stream, guys, and I'll be back in to catch up.
All right, man. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I really do. I really mean that, though. Like, it was not my intention at all.
Oh, I believe you. Forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I was kicking Dick and Christos off because I thought you wanted to talk about the frustration with what was going on with your channel. I mean, that was what I was perceiving. I mean, so you're not frustrated with the direction of your channel at this point?
No, I'm not frustrated with the direction of my channel. I'm just looking at the timing of things, you know, and the way that, I'm just looking at the timing of things and
yeah, like half of your audience hates me, so that's why your numbers are down.
No,
that's just a fact.
I don't, but Benton, I don't have a problem with the audience that's left, you know. It's just about finding a way to balance how I draw people to my stream so that when we come watch your stream or stream together, I'm building as well, you know, because I know what it's like. I've been in simulcast before where I'm hopping over from my stream to the busy stream. And that's where I like to be as a chatter. So I I encourage anyone, not that anyone needs my permission. I encourage anyone to be in the chat they most desire to be in, you know. I'm just trying to figure out how. That's the nature of the business, or the fun of it all, is just try and figure out how to balance that out. Now, for me, I'm the only one that's been up all night, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's one of the things that, you know, even when I hold my own at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, you know, when I come here and immediately there's a bit of antagonism, understandably so, because it's irritating to be put in that position to suddenly have to wait for your audience to come back. But the same way that I took your first newbie mistake, having the keys to my channel, you know, I took it in stride.
No, that wasn't a newbie mistake. I literally clicked on the wrong thing. It's a mistake.
Oh,
not because I'm new.
I didn't mean it that way. Pardon me.
No, it's okay. No, I literally clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah. Which happens. Everybody does that at times. But,
and so did I.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. But after expressing being.
But I had expressed those things privately. Save for one comment I made to Maggot in my own chat.
Okay.
Right? Which I would have expected you not to put up on the screen, you know, even if I can see it's public for everyone to read, except for the 6 people in my room, right? So essentially everything that you just put out forth on the table, which we might have discussed after, because you said we were going to talk about the numbers and how we can work with that and what I can do to draw to my stream so that, you know, even if they hop over to your stream, that's fine. I'm still, you know, that's not my problem, right? It's about staying up and being up and working towards something that I can move towards, right? If I were to do this every night and not be doing something on my own to support it, I have a feeling that I wouldn't watch my channel grow as fast as I'd like it to grow. So I have to do something to augment that so that I'm bringing people to me that can come watch us, that still may hop over to your channel. But right now I'm just learning about the dynamics of it. Right. And so I understand that the quality of viewer that I'd like to draw, it matches the quality of viewer you'd like to draw. And I feel like we probably would very much balance those viewers between two different rooms where different energies are going on, perhaps. That being said, it's my old chat that didn't like the energy that we were creating together. And that's why they're gone, right?
Sure.
No problem with that, right? It's just about making sure that I'm working hard to stay up late to draw people to my channel as well, right?
Okay.
To figure out how to do that. And if I'm just launching a channel and I know we're only this many days in, I have to figure out whether I start the stream. Do you start the stream? Do I go after? You know what I mean? Do I figure out a different time? Because I appreciate that I'm starting at a time. So I was starting at a time that's a very, very down time for any content, anyone to come in, and that's great for me to practice. But it's also, I don't necessarily need that much practice, So if I'm going live, so that's fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's just that I just want to say that, no, that's good. That's all. I'm good there.
Cool.
It's just, they're just observations, and this is just conversations about how YouTube works, right? So it's about figuring out how to game the game, or how to do the business and do the business right, whatever that is.
What business is that?
Well, I just mean how to grow a channel on YouTube. I mean, we're doing we're doing one broadcast together, and I understand that we do this well. We both grow, period, right?
Yeah.
It's just that I am in, I need to draw people to my channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Cool.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I just need to figure out the right time commitment so that I'm available to do that for myself and be here to do this with you when we so choose.
Well, okay. I guess I'm just, I thought we were doing that, actually.
We are doing it, but then as soon as I make a mistake, suddenly, my private business is aired. My concerns are aired.
What private business?
Well, I don't mean private. I just mean the stuff I'd said in the back, right? It's just, I didn't understand that you meant when this conversation is over, we were going to have that conversation here.
Well, I didn't realize you wanted to continue to listen to what Dick and, no offense, Dick and Christos, if you're listening.
No, I just misunderstood.
Oh,
it's just, I'm neurodivergent, and I saw, we'll talk about this after. I didn't see it as after Christos and Dick, right? I just didn't compute. That's all.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Does that make sense? I mean, I'm not making excuses. I'm being earnest. I'm not someone to walk off emotionally,
Definitely.
And
makes sense.
like I said, I apologize.
Apology accepted. Most definitely. So,
but
what are your ideas for growing your channel?
Well, I just have to pick another time. I have to do some content, which I could do some recorded content, and I've got a few streams I could review. I've got things I can do. I just have to figure out how to balance that with meeting up with you and a regular sleep schedule.
Just my opinion, I think you should take the lead, and I will restream, but you do your broadcast and I will assist you, because I don't think you're comfortable talking to that many people.
Oh, I am. I'm very much comfortable talking to that many people. You can go see me doing that twice today.
Then who cares about 6 people on your channel when we're doing a broadcast to a bunch of people? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's it matter? The 6 kind of doesn't matter at that point. We're going to focus on the 6. Like, what? Why?
No. I understand that.
Yeah. It's like, Pineal, sometimes Pineal Power restreams me and it's like one viewer.
I
what?
just feel like I can't address anything without it looking like I'm being a problem, and
yeah.
I'm
a
not,
problem.
yeah, well, I just want it to be understood that I'm actually having like no emotional attachment to this conversation for anyone who might be listening. I'm just trying to sort out the logistics of having my channel grow, right? So I have some viewable hours for the time I'm putting in,
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Viewable hours, that's right.
yeah. Like, and every subscriber matters to me, right? Just like any startup channel that hadn't been around panel walking, getting their name known, would be having to put a lot more effort in right now. Let alone should they meet someone that they really feel like they can broadcast well with. So I totally thank you, OTW. It doesn't help though when it comes out from Benton's mouth like, oh, I can't handle conversing with 4 people. I was on panels with 8 people today, 6 people today.
Yeah, you ran none of that though.
No, I didn't run it. I didn't run it. I understand that. But I am capable of that.
Well, not with your current level of equipment, you're not.
I understand that.
So we're already speaking theoretically.
We already solved that problem. I've been on the live stream with you since we had the conversation about getting a computer. So I couldn't solve that problem any sooner in the moment since we solved the problem, right? Set the goal.
The point I'm making is that if I'm on a computer with everything I need to broadcast and you're on 2 handheld devices, that at this time that's going to dictate more of what happens than anything else.
Exactly.
I'm hearing things from you like I can't read the comments. So I'm doing
but I fixed that. But I fixed that immediately.
Yeah.
So I am a problem solver. Like I solve my own problems. No problem.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is I will work with you as much as you want me to work with you to grow your channel and your watch hours. So however I can help facilitate that, I will, and we'll get your
I know you will. I know you will.
Yes.
And it's a real pleasure. Sorry, I just wanted to say it's a real pleasure to see your chat. I've been watching mine, and it's nice to be over here just focusing on one thing. So
absolutely. And it's a bit much. Well, it's just a bit much. The whole thing's a bit much.
It's a very steep learning curve. It really is a steep learning curve. And I think I have stepped up to the plate, so.
Absolutely. This is not a failure of,
and I wasn't
of your effort or your skills.
I wasn't solely hosting 4 people. There were 2 hosts and 2 people. And I definitely have no problem. I wasn't having any problem not talking for an hour. I have no problem listening to you guys. I have no problem. I was listening and chatting and just contemplating, how, the best way I can approach doing this with you, get sleep and do other things to draw people to my channel as well, to augment what I'm doing here. So, and you've given me great suggestions. Yeah. And I see OTW giving more great suggestions in the chat. And I understand it's a long game and I will be consistent. I've enjoyed,
But part of being able to get subscribers and get the live viewer numbers up is other channels putting you on, and that's what I'm doing.
Yes, I know that. I appreciate that. And I think I've shown that I understand that.
Yeah, because that's what happened for me.
Yeah.
Other channels pump me up. That's why there's 26 people watching now.
Yeah.
If you were live right now, if you were the only broadcast, there's not 26 in your channel. If nobody else was live, you'd have maybe 15 at the most.
I know that.
So this is the point I'm making.
Yeah.
So until you get to that level, you're not at that level.
I understand that. But I can still make an observation about time versus quantity, right? Just for the middle of the night for me, it's 6:21 a.m. for me, right? And I bring a very centered and rested person to the table tonight, And I feel that even as I've done that with just a slip of the thumb, it's seen as emotional, and it's not. Even if I was saying I was feeling deflated, feelings can be felt, and you can still be centered, and you can still figure things out, So I'm sorry I put that comment in my own public chat. I could have put it in the back chat, probably would have had the same effect, and I appreciate that you were willing to create the space to accommodate having a conversation about it. I'm not sure the conversation would have been any different, so I'm grateful that we're having it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's nothing wrong with stating an emotion, and there's also nothing wrong with stating an observation about statistics, right?
Absolutely.
And without having it flipped on me like don't understand something, or like I'm being emotional, because as can be heard by my voice, I'm okay. I'm just.
Well, I'm like the most emotional person on here, lest we forget. I mean, seriously, I don't think it's I don't think it's a Bex is emotional. Not from my perspective. I don't process it that way. I don't process it that way. Like I'm if anybody's too emotional, it's me, not you, Bex. Come on.
I like this. I like doing this. I like being here and hanging out with you and the people that hang out in your chat and the people that hang out in my chat. Whether there's 50 over here and 2 in my channel, or whether there's 30 over here and 7 in my channel, or whatever the statistics are. Those doesn't matter to me. I'm just investing a lot of time into my channel, like independent of here, like into growing my name, into changing my reputation, let's say, of talking too much. At least I'm trying to.
I don't think you talk too much.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't think you talk too much.
Thank you.
But I also know that I am capable of hosting a conversation with 2 other people.
Absolutely.
And I would say that you can't handle 4 people was a little bit underhanded.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the remark, I think it was I just don't think it was an astute assessment of the scenario. It was a good theory, but I beg to differ.
Oh no, what I said was that running the show when it's that many people in the live is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I've run. Yeah, I decreased my I did decrease my panels to no more than 4. Ideally, it was me and 2 people. That went really well. Sometimes I would add a 3rd person. Usually that meant I kind of backed off. And I feel like what we did there was exactly what I've done many times. And since I had sort of deferred to you as the keeping track of the chat and stuff, because the majority of the people that we're talking to are in your chat, that's you taking the lead, right? Which I like.
Wait a minute. No, I have. You don't have my level of skill yet at doing those things. So
exactly.
That's all it is. It's
for whatever reason, that's why for whatever reason, I'm very content with that. Even if I developed that level of skill, I would perhaps, when we were doing it together, and you're hosting, and we've got 2 people in the room that better than I do, and I like that. It'll take me a while to accumulate those skills as fast as you. And
all I'm doing is clicking buttons, but see, the putting comments on the screen serves 2 purposes. People like to see their comments on the screen, and also it can be placed into the thumbnail, because YouTube on live streams updates the thumbnail, and that draws viewers sometimes based on the comment that's on the screen. Because I'm intentionally doing stuff to increase the possibility of people. Basically, most of what I'm doing with the comments and all of that is to see that number go up.
I see that, and I know that. I understand that. Well, I didn't understand that it updates. I didn't understand that it updates the thumbnail live, and now I do. I pick up on that in the same sentence you just said to me.
Yeah, but
on your live thumbnail, on mine it wouldn't, because I put a thumbnail when I posted the live.
Well,
but I did. Yeah,
I post a thumbnail and I go live, and it still updates the thumbnail. See, this is the problem, I think it's the simulcasting that's causing most of the problems. That's just my opinion. I think if it was just your broadcast and then I was equal to anybody else who could come on, then I think everything would be fine. I think it's the trying to do the simulcast all together. I think that's creating the issues. That's just my opinion. So what I would say is I can support and help you as much as I can, and I can continue to promote your broadcast, and we can still have a show that we schedule, and we can choose where we want to do that, right? If that makes sense. Like, it doesn't have to be a combination of the two channels. My view is that that's what's causing the issues.
I don't think there's no, but I think if that's I thought we
well, let me put it to you this way. Well, I'll put it to you this way.
Please do.
So whenever, well, see, I can't, because I'll just end up mentioning things from the past. So I have experience. That's all I can say is I have experience with everything.
But do you have experience? Do you have experience with me in that aspect? Because from 4 or 5 hours ago, but bear with me, from 3 or 4 hours ago, you went from being excited to working with me to 1 to 2 comments and 1 button mistake of not.
No, I thought you were done with the thing. That's how else could I interpret that?
Fuck no.
Yeah, how else could I interpret that? I don't believe in coincidences. When I see those comments and then the stream ends,
no, I understand that, but
reasonable person, no reasonable person would have taken it any differently than I did.
I understand that, and that's why, as a reasonable person to reasonable person, I've come forth with the same thing that, I could have said that, no reasonable experienced man would have hit the end button the other day when we had a plan to do something different, and yet I understood that it was just a mistake. So now, because I'm a newbie and because I happen to be,
those situations are not analogous.
Well, but allow me.
No, it's a false equivalency, because there's the 2 comments and the ending of the stream. My situation was a misclick.
Mm-hmm.
In a vacuum. Wait a minute. You're comparing a misclick in a vacuum to 2 comments and an ending of a stream. That is not the same thing. Okay.
Well, from my perspective, only because I wasn't emotionally ending the stream, right? It does seem more analogous.
It's not, though.
And
those 2 comments and an ending of a stream is not the same thing as me literally clicking the wrong button in a vacuum.
I know, but I literally clicked the wrong button too. And as Sterling Ray just said,
2 specific comments.
No, I posted 2 comments in the back.
Absolutely.
Okay. I know.
I read 2 comments that I read. If I hadn't read the comments, you would have a point.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I hadn't read the comments.
So, hey. Okay. Can we just, can we hold just one observation for the fact that what had happened prior to all of us change? Anyways, I'm just saying that I'm fine. And I think you're wrong in your reassessment. And
I've realized you made a mistake. At the time, I had no other choice but to conclude. I had no other choice but to reach the conclusion I reached. And now I realize that I was basing that on data that now turns out to not be completely what I thought it was. But to then compare that to what I did the other day, I'm saying
I see.
There's no connection between the 2. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah.
But then what you were saying after that, like I'm not ready or cut out or interested.
Well, that's the not built for this part. Even the I feel deflated. Yeah.
No, come on, Benton.
That's the later on part. That's the part that comes after the thing's over.
Yeah, Benton.
Yeah, we don't do that on the stream. We do that afterwards.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I
do that later. We don't do that during the thing, because all I'm going to do is address it.
All right, perfect. Now I know.
Always address it. Yeah. Exactly. But so,
but even then, those are newbie. Even then, those would be newbie errors.
Yeah, we're running out of hatchets to bury. That's right. I like that. I like that. I don't know. I missed this beginning too, Jimbo. I'm not really sure. Exactly. Choose love. That's right, says Jack. Good to see you, Arpole. Indeed. Yeah, thank you. OTW News is says I'm a better monologuer. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. What's happening? But yeah, I think just my opinion. I'm merely stating my opinions. It doesn't mean I'm right. It's better when I just think it makes more sense when one person is clearly it's their channel, it's their broadcast versus the combination of the joining of the streams, as it were. Right? Never cross the streams. You know, that's a Ghostbusters reference. Yeah, we crossed the streams, and look what's happened, Bex. What now?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and I still think it's mostly that's just my opinion, and I'm not going to change it. I'm pretty sure that it's the combining of the two broadcasts caused the issues. That if it was your show or my show, look how we're actually everything's more or less fine, other than us trying to hash this out. It's one broadcast. There's no pressure on you. The 32 people is,
but also. But to go from being handicapped with no computer to completely renegotiating seems to be
what's being renegotiated?
Well, just that we wouldn't simulcast.
I'm not doing that again. I can assure you that's not going to happen again. What we just went through, I'm not repeating that.
Well, no, but I understand. But it was just an error. It really was, and it was newbie errors.
After 2 specific comments.
I know, Benton, please. Consider me the reasonable woman that has been here talking to you and has been working hard to do this with you by showing you and your audience that I'm capable. And they were newbie errors. They were in the back, right? All I did was make observations. I was making observations that if we weren't live, it probably wouldn't have been seen as inappropriate, and all the comment says was being up till 6 a.m. for 6 viewers. I didn't know if I should do that, right? Not that I was complaining about it. I was just stating,
but the 6 viewers is just not true. That's not the reality.
No, I understand that. I understand that, right? And I would really appreciate it, if you would consider changing your mind.
About what?
About broadcasting together.
We're broadcasting together right now.
I know.
But, EBT says to go to bed. He said go to sleep.
Yeah.
Can always chalk it up to a bad day, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. I'm not sure about that. That's right, Woody. That's right. Woody says we skipped the sex and went straight to the relationship. What a mistake. What kind of crazy people would do that? You're right. You're right. But yeah, I mean, I think it would be important to focus on growing your channel. That doesn't mean we can't.
Yeah, but can you also see how this looks like, given the other things the other conflict that we had,
Oh, I don't care
what it was about.
I don't care how.
I know you don't.
This is content. There's 40 people in the house. They're loving
I get it. The
reality is, Bex, you have an income and I don't. And if I'm going to be here all day, I have to figure out how to make money. That's just the reality of the situation.
Well, and put that way, I mean.
So I don't have the luxury of burning my own content, Bex.
I hear that.
So yeah, you can talk. We can have a meeting about your issues, but it's going to have to be on live more often than not. See, so yeah, I was in the process of addressing what you wanted addressed potentially, but it was going to be on the live stream. That's what you're not. That's what I was perceiving. You're not built for is the.
Well, I'm here.
Private. There is no private. Nothing is private.
Yeah, I understand. Got it.
Privacy's dead, by the way.
Got it.
yet. Like it's just we don't have privacy in our lives anymore.
Got
so
it.
I don't know if you know this. I usually don't even read the private chat. I would prefer everybody just talk to each other in the live chat.
I didn't know that you instigated conversation with that chat.
I understand that because I had chosen to use the private chat, but I don't view that as this is a place where necessarily that the regular audience won't be privy to. I don't view it as we back here keeping secrets.
Yeah, and I know that now.
Yeah.
And I also
because I never agreed to not reveal what was going on in the private chat.
No, I know that. I get that. And so I'm addressing it publicly here with you.
Awesome.
That's what I'm doing, like we would have if I hadn't ended the stream by mistake.
I fully believe you. I believe you. I'm not. Yeah, I know I sound like I don't. I believe that it was a mistake.
Yeah.
If I can, and again, if I can accidentally end the stream, you can also accidentally end the stream. Certainly.
Yes, and I think it does. I mean, if you're so quick to consider that not working for so many reasons without dialogue, even though it has to be had in public, but where you've made your decision.
No, I thought you were done. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm not. I'm not, and I wasn't.
Exactly. I'm not either. That's the whole point.
And honestly,
but now we're into the relationship. Like what?
We're not okay. So independent. Okay.
Gone to the relationship. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but
I will say I do have limited. My desire to do this part of the thing is limited, but I'm willing to do it. It's you will find that it's limited.
Well, and here's what I would say. Okay. If I augmented your broadcast in a good way, right? That brought
absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, that brings not only diverse content, because I don't want to say better in any way. You do just fine on your own. You do probably better on your own. But
I wouldn't say that. But what's going to happen, Bex, is my channel's just going to get bigger, and yours is not going to grow any faster than it would otherwise by us simulcasting. And in fact, what you're saying is that the more time you put into my thing, it's actually potentially going to limit what you can put into yours. But that's the same. Now, here's another reality is, there's other venues for you to go on panels and attract viewers.
Exactly. And
a community than having disagreements with the most dense person on here. Shout out to Croco. May peace be upon him. I used to say to him when he was still alive, I said, God bless, thank God for Croco. Otherwise, I would be the most dense motherfucker on here. Well, he's gone, and I'm now the most dense person on here. And that's a fact. Yerk tries to give me a run for my money, but he's not been able to do so. So what I'm saying is, I want to continue to work with you. I'm going to continue to do my content. You're going to continue to do your content. And I would say it's for you to decide where is your time best spent. And the scheduling is obviously an issue as well. So how does a person resolve all of those things? I can't resolve that for you. I've shown an ability to consistently go live, and my channel has grown over time. So I don't need any help in that regard.
I know that.
You haven't established that yet, but I firmly believe that you're going to.
I know that.
To help you any way I can, but that may not be by you waiting for me to wake up and you're already live, and then whenever I fucking feel like it, I combine the streams, and the next thing you know, it's just shit flying at you from all directions. Like, believe me, I am aware of the dynamics, and in fact, without becoming specific, I've experienced it from what may be similar to the way you're experiencing it. That's all I can say. Maybe, perhaps. I can't say for sure. So, because I see that sometimes I'm reading into things, and even if I'm correct, it's still not appropriate for me to make certain connections, right? With whatever I've done in the past. You're right. It really isn't relevant. However, some of that does represent my experience.
100%.
Which, by the way, I want to go back and reiterate, none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans. I'm solely here for my entertainment. God forbid I make this into a job. And at this point, not based on these interactions, I've already been having these thoughts. I'm more or less ready to just go ahead and live in the streets with nothing again. And I'll just be like a slightly more, I'll just do some version of what JG does, right? but except I'll be doing my own live streams with an audience.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be free to join. I'll be free to collaborate with you. I'll still be able to do everything I'm doing now. So
yeah,
it's just, I'm now putting, it's not even pressure. It's like, I have to figure out how to make money, or I just got to go live with
mm-hmm.
nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, I'm glad you have an income. Believe me, I don't want to see a
Mm-hmm.
world in which Bex is just left to her own devices. That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we do. That's what we do in America, Bex, for the most part, although not across the board. So, and I'm not going to go into this system. See, you're talking about insurance and all of this. That's great, but I want to get as far away from that insurance as I possibly can. Hopefully I'm going to get around to correcting my status, like we've talked about. But now we see I can't even get along with Keith, highly suspect, long enough to make that happen. So, you know,
you will.
That's where I'm at. Well, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I will eventually. Hopefully, he doesn't
Mm-hmm.
overdose on opiates in the meantime, because Lord only knows what he's up to. You know, based on the way he left. But again, Bex, this is to your credit that we get along so well off stream that I've just set on fire a bunch of my own content talking to you, which is I'm happy to do, except I don't have that luxury.
What do you mean you've set on fire?
Most of what we talked about, people would have loved that shit if that had all been live streamed.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
That's content.
But yeah, I know.
So I honestly, so when I come on here and say that privacy is over, you know,
Yeah.
I am the center of my own universe, and I do have some of that narcissism. When I say privacy is over, I mean for me, right? And then I just project that outward to everybody else. Privacy is over for me, meaning if I'm really going to do this, that means that my whole fucking life is my content. And if anything I don't capture or disseminate is it's just a literal waste. It's just being wasted.
Probably though. Yeah, I get it, you know, but that's why we have actually recorded some of those conversations.
Well, absolutely. However, that doesn't necessarily lend itself to being streamed. It's really still always better to live stream it. The live streaming, this is the thing now. It's just that okay. Let me back up a little bit. Just like when panels first started, well, the reality was that Drew had been doing Discord panels. So at a certain point, Drew's channel changed and he started doing the Opie and Anthony radio format. And all they did was make fun of me. 6 months later, I'm just hearing random people say, yeah, this is like Opie and Anthony or Howard Stern. See, the fact is, I recognize the thing for what it is like 6 months before everybody else. So live streaming is the shit across the board right now. It's just that I'm about 6 months ahead because now I'm starting to see people I've been following for years who mostly do prepared videos are starting to do daily live streams. The whole thing's going to blow up in about 6 months. But my mentality is already that live streaming is the thing. So yes, I can go and make a prepared video. I can, I can go in, I can upload everything to StreamYard and do it as a premiere. And guess what? It'll be 25% of the 41 people.
I hear you.
And then here's how many views the thing will get. It'll get 60 views.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
No, I know.
Not interested. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean by burning my content.
Well, and I
was happy to do it. And I did it with Highly Suspect too. I talked to him for 3 hours, and that whole conversation, if it had been on live stream, people would have been losing their minds. It was such a great combo that me and him had. I'm seriously. So
I'm not laughing at you.
Oh, I know. My apologies. All I can do as me and you are talking off a stream is think, man, why are we not live streaming this? That's all I can think. Now, here's why I record it, is just in case I get on some crazy high level rant, at least I can go back and find it. Because I got on some crazy rant with Big L on the phone one day, and he was just like, wow, I can't believe you just broke it down like that. I said, yeah, me either. There's no way I could do that again. So that's the only reason I'm recording. But I would rather just live stream the whole thing. But here's the thing, Beck. I don't have any way of there's no way to most people can't be how they're going to be anyway on a live stream. A lot of folks want that private space to be comfortable, to get to that human relation. I'm just as comfortable with 41 viewing as I'm going to be, with me and you talking. Although I will choose to reveal less, would be potentially more willing to reveal things to you in private. However, I also know, since it's over a computer, you can record it if you want to. So I'm always know in the back of my mind, even as I'm revealing private details that I might not want to share with the public audience, that you could potentially record them and release them. Now, I honestly don't care, and I'm still so everything I've said to you are only things that I would be okay with being disseminated to the public. So you're still kind of talking to me on a live stream. See how crazy this is? And now we're back to
but I think,
well, real quick before you respond. Now we're back to what Yurt was talking about. See, we've come full circle to what he was talking about. Go ahead.
I think, I was just going to say that I think that it's nicer being over here and being able to see your chat and be your guest. I think if there's anything I can do to support, I know you're a big supporter of me. If there's anything I can do to support you, that's what I would do. So,
well, thank you.
And I've never, I've been very content to have those conversations behind the scenes. I don't feel like we interact much different behind the scenes than we do in front of the scenes. I'm not a woman with guile.
Yeah.
Although I am a woman who, I am still a woman who responds to men with high testosterone, right?
Sure, yeah.
Which
well,
is
no, or let's just call it what it is, Bex. Testosterone. Mine isn't even high anymore, but a lot of folks have none. So I'm just
confident
I'm just
men
high compared to them. Yes.
Yeah. I just think going back to the whole voice of a strong man and a strong woman together, and that the community needs it, and that you and I like to do this together. And if it's just that technical issue, whether it's a computer or whether it's just unnecessarily complicated, I would prefer to continue with a plan to broadcast together.
Absolutely.
And to be a guest on your show in any way that supports you. It goes with the organic nature of how people do support. It goes with the organic nature of how people build their channels. And I know it would only benefit me to continue doing this with you in whatever capacity you feel most comfortable.
Thank you. And real quick, sorry to cut you off. Woody says Benton will be the first 24/7 streamer man wearing a halo like he has a broken neck, multiple cameras. I would absolutely do that right now, except I need help. I'm too much of a bozo to know how to do all of it. And I'm not asking people to tell me how to do it, because I can go research it and figure it out. What I'm saying is, if another human being knew how to facilitate that and would just physically install the equipment on me and then just send me off on my merry way, I would absolutely do what Woody's saying here. 100%. Yes.
Yes. Well, and that I'm someone who definitely is a big proponent of hanging out on live streams, and that my goal would not be far off that. Although then we'd be in direct competition all the time, and as much as you seem to think that I was being facetious.
Oh, I was about to say, because that's like me saying I'm competing with Paul Enslaved if I just
I was being facetious.
But
I was saying that
this is important though.
So is what I'm saying.
If you think you're still going to go live at 1 a.m. and if I want to go live at 1 a.m., you'll just do it for a month and see if you have 10 at 1 in the morning or 3 in the morning, don't go a month and see that it's still going to be 10 because I'm live at the same time.
I hear that. So, and that's why I'm saying.
It's actually to your benefit not to work against me. It's not to my benefit.
I know.
If I go live at the same time as you, it doesn't hurt me.
Benton, the completely mutually excuse me. We're talking about a Venn diagram that's a full circle, right? So that's the only reason I made that joke and was facetious. If the whole world if everybody streamed 24/7. So I was just joking because of the endurance joke that Brian O'Shea made about me streaming 38 hours a day, right? So I was just going with the sheer fact that any two parties streaming the same amount of time mutually exclusive time. There's no time in a 24-hour period where you wouldn't be.
No, I reject this out of hand. No, you're wrong. You're just flat wrong.
So what you're saying is that if you stream 24/7 and I streamed 24/7, I'd have 10 people and you'd have 43 people.
What I'm saying is that I'm at my strongest way early in the morning. If you go live at 9 p.m. my time, I'm asleep. You don't have to worry about me. But if you're still live at 3 a.m., I'm going to go live. That's what I'm saying. So people think that I'm culted up when I choose to wrap up when Paul goes live. No, that's not it. Now, part of it is I respect his broadcast. Part of it is I want to tune in. The other part is, why would I want to see 42 go down to 15? Because when I say, oh, we're going to shut down so folks can file over to Paul's, the fact is that 42 will go down to like 30, right?
Yeah.
But it's incremental. So the longer he's live, the less my number's going down. I'm not sitting here and doing a broadcast and watching the numbers go down. See what I'm saying? So the same thing's going to happen to you if you go head to head. Now, initially, you might outdo me and you might just completely take over the time slot. There's also a reason, real quick, there's also a reason why I typically wrap up when Z goes live, because when his numbers peak out, he's usually around 90. What's the point of me going up? It's just pointless. I don't see the point in it. So that's what I'm talking about. If me and you were going to be live in the same time slot, it's better to work together.
The camera's on.
It's better to work together, in my view, than to be at cross purposes. It just makes more. It's pragmatic. It's the pragmatic.
I don't know what I said that made you that implied that I would be going live at the same time you would. It was never my intention. I was only going live at the same time you would if we were doing it together.
Well, I think what's making me think that is that we've been live simultaneously many times. That's probably what makes me think that.
Yeah.
Because I know you like to do long streams.
I did like to do long streams, but no, I've got too much other things to do.
Well, you'll have to forgive me for going by what I've seen and pretty much ignoring what the fuck you're telling me.
Of course.
I'm going to go based on what I've seen up to this point. So
you'll
forgive me for assigning a zero value to your words here. Show me, don't tell me.
Yeah.
So until you act on all that, talk is cheap and it means nothing. It's just like all this gonna quit eating the McDonald's and do all of these things. Yeah, that's great, but until you do it, I don't believe you. Prove it.
Makes sense.
Yep. Pragmatic.
Yep.
Yep.
It is.
Because you get no credit for some shit you say you're gonna do. And by the way, Bex, wait. You know how I know somebody's not gonna do a thing? It's when they tell me they're gonna do a thing.
I get that. I've heard that.
When I dragged my happy ass to the Sally in Austin, Texas, and worked at the airport and went to truck driving school and then went and drove a truck, I told nobody. I just went and fucking did it. And at a certain point, I realized, Bex, that the very saying of the thing that we're going to do, well, when we speak it, that's our creative force. That's an energy form. And we're actually dissipating our energies away from ourselves. And we're making it more likely than not that we're going to we're just not going to do that thing we say we're going to do. And in my entire life, of all the millions of things people said they were going to do, it almost never happened. Yeah. So the fact that you're saying you're going to do these things, I will now bet money that you're not.
Well, I appreciate the motivation of the double psychology, even if that's not what you mean. I also would say that you were saying the exact opposite of me being completely reliable, being quick to communicate, being on it. I have been, I have stepped up to the plate and set goals for myself here in these streams that have taken priority over the last week. Hard to put the other things in as I'm trying to figure out the right kind of schedule, and only time will show you, because I think I've met enough goals this week without slamming myself for the ones that I haven't. And I get that it's very motivational. So But I think that you're contradicting yourself.
Oh, I probably am. But the point I'm making is that I'm basing all this on knowing that you're mostly here to deal with your social isolation.
Actually, Benton, yeah, we're all out here for that. But why I'm specifically here in this room, and why I'm up with you here right now, is because I felt like you were had approached me to work with me, and I'm here showing you that I'd like to do that in whatever capacity works best for both of us. You know, given the fact that obvious adjustments would be made if things weren't working. So.
Yes, but however,
so here we are.
Yes, and so if that's to be done in the context of growing your channel, I'm going to defer to you on that, because lest we forget.
Yeah, and I think it's only fair.
Hang on.
Yeah, okay.
I promote people who won't have anything to do with me at this point.
I know.
Whatever happens with us interpersonally, I'm still going to promote your channel and your work.
I appreciate that, but I'm not here for a relationship, right? I'm here because of what you said, but 3 hours ago, right? Not only are we a good match, right? Not that you said that, but I mean, you said a strong woman's voice and a strong man's voice, you know?
Absolutely.
And the two together, the sum of the parts are greater than whatever. What did you say? I'm sorry. I know EBT is going to be like, go to bed, bitch, right? Because they can't.
Some of their parts.
Exactly. Yeah. You know? And so that, you know, if I can bring value to your content, just like I could to the other two channels, I felt welcomed me and definitely had great dialogue and definitely conveyed that to me in those conversations today, then I would only hope that I can come here and do that with you, you know?
You've done it all day, but let's just call it what it is, Bex. I'm bringing no value to your channel.
No, but you would.
No, I'm not. It's the opposite. They hate my fucking guts over there.
But Benton, I couldn't stand. Like but Benton, I couldn't stand talking to those people any longer.
Okay, that's why I don't want to hear about 6 people on your channel at 6 a.m. Because fuck
Got
them.
Got it.
And I like the 6 that you have left.
Yeah.
But I mean, seriously, I like them, but you know, who cares?
Yeah.
There's 6. But so, my point is, I would rather focus on growing your channel. And by the way, you know, other folks can consult, but whatever I can do, I'll do it. But you're actually right here, right now, pumping up my watch hours. It's 47.
I know, and I like that. Yeah. Right, because whether we were broadcasting, simulcasting, or whether I was here as a guest of yours, on whether it's you having the one-on-one with me, or whether you're doing whatever you're fucking doing while I'm up here, you know, if that's what I like. That's what I've been doing for other people, but I haven't been benefiting myself the way I'd like to, you know?
Yes,
and
exactly.
I had, right. So, and I don't mean that in terms of viewers or subscribers. That's not what I meant. I meant that in terms of just me learning to do better, me sitting next to someone I can have conversations with, someone who wants to have conversations with me, you know? Someone who thinks that I could come in and you could hop off stream, and you know that I could maybe keep the chat here, especially now that I feel like I have shown in the last couple of days. Only time would tell, right? But I've only had the time that I've had to actually step up, and I feel like I didn't step up any more for you or any more for me than I stepped up for the quality of people you have in your chat, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm sorry. I really do apologize for hitting that end of that stream and looking emotional. That's not my nature. But actually, we get back to that position where, you know, everything happens in its own sort of divining out here in the metaverse. And I think what we've come to the conclusion is that if I'm up and you're streaming and you feel like having me up, you'd have me up. Or even if you wanted me to come and be a part of your show for half an hour or an hour, or the end of your show or whatever, we could work that out, right? And you know that I would be reliable and I would work that into my schedule, and that you can count on. I could be there every day for you if you wanted me to be. I would be there. I'd be there 7 fucking days a week until I couldn't be, you know, because that's what I do out here in the metaverse anyway. And this benefits me and you. And we thought together, we could not only bring different content, a variety from what you've done, because you do fine on your own. you know, but obviously you thought that this could work to your advantage as well, you know, and I would like to participate in that. And I think that probably coming in here and being on your channel, I feel better already. I love these people, you know?
Exactly.
So lesson learned, right? Then I can, you know, doesn't mean we couldn't try simulcasting in a few months when I've, you know, when we want to test out how my audience, whether they've come here in the middle of the night to hang with us or whether they're a totally different time zone and they couldn't because they're sleeping. You know, I don't mind going back to my channel. I haven't lost anything. Okay.
Well,
and I'm sure, you know, this could be sound bites for whoever wants to drag me, right? But
yeah, that's better for you if they drag you.
Yeah, I've seen that actually.
Yeah.
You know?
Better.
Yeah. So here we are.
Well, so the thing is, if you do your show, right, and I simulcast your show, and the chats combine in StreamYard, that's your opportunity to get comfortable handling the lit chat. Because when I go to your channel, it's almost like, where's the live chat?
Yeah.
It's
and
just,
my old live chat,
one person has made the last 15 comments.
I know. And 8 people are watching.
My point. This is my point.
Yeah.
If I restream you, now you get to read a lit chat and you get to decide what to do. You get to decide which comments to put up. You get to decide who to stop and address. Like you saw Yurt there. He stopped and he was going to, if I hadn't have interjected, Yurt was going to go in on Smith, right? That's part of the dynamic here, is that a lot of these folks in the live chat are also dealing with their social isolation, and they're having an interaction where, you know, it's almost like a game in a way, and it's facilitating the process. So if you're running the show, then you have access to a lit live chat that you get reps in the Beck's School of Broadcasting, right?
Yeah.
That way it's a way for you to get comfortable in that environment and get your practice reps in. I already know what I'm doing with the chat.
Exactly. So maybe when my computer comes, we could try it again just as we could try it again just as a one-off, right? Not as a committed thing, just to see how it goes.
Well, I mean, this life is a one-off. I might not even be here tomorrow. I mean, seriously, it's like it's all a one-off. What in the world?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I'm still going to get a
life's
computer.
a one-off as far as we know. I mean, nobody can prove otherwise. You can talk about death, you know, being a more or less a psyop, and I will certainly entertain that thought experiment. But the reality is, based on what we can actually demonstrate, this entire life is a one-off.
Yes. I will still get a computer though, and hope that your health is good.
Again,
you know,
show me, don't tell me. You know, what's the first step to getting a computer? What's your first step? Because see, I haven't done shit. I've done nothing to correct my status, but I want to show you this real quick. I'm going to turn my screen on. I know what my first step is. It's written down on this piece of paper. And the fact is, whether you're a visual learner or an auditory learner, if you write something down, you're way more likely to achieve it. So this is everything above this top line. That's what my first step is. See?
Yeah.
So I can't be in la la land where and I'm not saying you're doing this. This is what people do, and this is what I used to do. So that prevents me from being off in la la land, tricking myself into thinking I'm taking action when I haven't done anything. So now I get to look at that notebook and realize, fuck, man, when am I going to do this thing that I really intended to do 6 months ago? But at least it's on a piece of paper now, which I know makes it more likely that I will actually do it at some point. Although I might still blow it off. Who knows? I mean, I do have a lot on my plate right now. And I'll be honest with you, Bex, that's a big part of the friction, is that I'm going through some shit and I'm in a transitional space, and I'm a little fucking freaked out whether I show it or not. See? And I'm not asking for anybody to make me feel better. Please don't solve my problems. But yeah, I'm a little freaked out, but guess what? I've been freaked out before. So I have experience being freaked out. So it's not a problem, but I'm a little fucking freaked out by the whole thing. So I'm doing the best I can, which is certainly a cop out. But yeah, and I appreciate you being willing to communicate. But the thing is, I'm not married to any particular notion. If it's a
No.
Benton and Bex, or if it's a Bex shows up on Benton stream 2 times or 3 times a week, and then maybe I go over there. But it seems like a lot of the folks you attract just whatever it is about you that attracts them, they are immediately repelled by my mere presence. And you can say, "Oh, that's the dead weight." You can say that all you want, but see, here's the thing, Bex. The people who really like you will tolerate me. Doesn't mean they like me. It just means they really fucking like you.
Yeah. Yep.
But the combined audience, which is mostly Mr. Unslaved, although CBO crew never gets their full due. A lot of these folks are CBO crew. Okay.
Yeah.
And some of them are because they loved my podcast. Dark Glasses Woody is one of them. I believe John Wayne also found me through my podcast. There's always Benton podcast fans around. But the reality is, when Paul talks about that it's much of the audience actually is because of his broadcast, he's right. I honor, acknowledge, and respect that, just like I honor, acknowledge, and respect that some portion of the audience is actually coming here from CBO, and I'm persona non grata. So, I mean, look at Yellow Cake Maker. I mean, most of these folks are in EBT EBT never even he's never gotten muted here, right? Nothing has ever happened with EBT ever. So that says nothing about the CBO crew. That says everything about EBT, right? So, there are people who can freely move among all these areas. I'm able to do it. I think you can probably do it, except I'm now persona non grata over at CBO, although I'm sure they'd have me on a panel just to more or less make fun of me. But for me, I have no desire to go over there and get made fun of. And I'm sure they're making fun of me on a Discord somewhere right now. Like I'm almost 100% certain of it. So that's my reality, Bex. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone was making fun of me too.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but when I almost died, I was gone for like a full month. And for like a month, almost all the live streams were at least partially about me. And that's not an exaggeration. So just much like Moose, I do manage to effortlessly become the center of attention much of the time. And I'm aware of it. So,
I see.
Shout out to Smith. I see Smith down there. What's up, man? No, this was in the past. See, Smith has this problem. I'm going to drag Smith a little bit. And I never heard that term. Is that a Canadian term? But don't answer yet. So Smith didn't hear what I said. Smith, I said when I almost died, and now this is my fault for not saying this was a year ago. I said for about a month, all the streams were about me. So when I said for about a month, Smith, that implies that period has now passed. And see, this is where I am, Bex. I'm in a metaverse. It's like, with these people, and not these meaning the audience, meaning people like Smith who can't comprehend basic information. And Kim has this problem too, where he just misses super basic stuff. Why? Because he's never disciplined his mind. Smith, discipline your mind and develop now sometimes I am confusing, but I would say then maybe ask for clarification. But the reality is it just flew over his head what I'm saying. Now, when I say there's people making fun of me, Smith, CBO isn't live right now. It's on a Discord server. Do you need me to explain to you what Discord is? Or could pretty please with sugar on top, can I just assume that you know what Discord is? Or maybe Google it. I don't know. But do you see what just happened here? Like this is the level that we're operating at, and I would say, at the level of community, we can really only operate at that lowest common denominator in some ways, which Smith is personifying here. Thank you, sir, for personifying. I don't know if I want to drop a Paul and Slave loser failure, because I don't view people as loser failures. I really don't. But here's how I interpret this, Smith. I interpret this as you lacking effectiveness in the real world. That's what I interpret it as. Meanwhile, do you think it's a coincidence, Bex, that Yurt just went live and Smith managed to get attention from Daddy Yurt? Now he's over here, and I don't view myself as a daddy, but I do have some of the characteristics, perhaps, that people with daddy issues. And I'm not saying Smith has daddy issues. I don't know his life. I'm not going to speak to his life. But I don't think it's a coincidence that now Smith's over here getting some attention, right? Well, we all love attention. I'm sorry about your luck, Smith. I effortlessly garner people's attention just by being me. whereas you are doing all sorts of whatever this is you do, right? But like, are you intentionally not picking up basic things? See, because how can he make all these connections and have this brilliant part of his mind, but he can't grasp basic things that are coming out of my mouth? Like, it doesn't even make sense. So I have to think that it's actually intentional, right? And thank you, Christos. Benton hitting the flow state. By the way, shout out to Flow State. Best branding since the situation in Jersey Shore. Thank you, Bex, for allowing me to filibuster and have the floor for a moment. And pretty pleased with sugar on top. Would you please respond to that in a verbose manner? Because I'm going to get on my phone and do a couple of things. Thank you. I'll be listening.
I might have tuned out I might have tuned out a little bit of what was being said to.
Just talk. Just talk. Talk.
I was trying to find his comment. I was just trying to figure out if he had hidden me because I couldn't even see him in the chat. Not that it matters. I was trying to find the comment. I was playing detective, friends. I don't know what to talk about. I'm supposed to hold it down.
Well, you don't have to, though. All you have to say is, I can't hold it down right now.
Well, I just don't know where to move from there. Ask me
now,
a question.
And if people, well, see, you know who never says this?
Who? You.
No, Tommy. See, if this was Tommy up here, I could just go to the fucking bathroom and I wouldn't have to worry about it, because he's never just going to sit here and say, what do I talk about? He'll just immediately go into something, right?
Yeah, a loop sometimes.
That's fine.
It's something.
Half these people are listening to your voice, Bex. We see the level of comprehension that Smith is exhibiting. I mean, we have some very sharp folks here. You know what they're going to do? They're going to go do something else for 10 minutes if you don't make sense. Meanwhile, most people, myself included, have a very limited memory and or even give a fuck on some level. Again, we're all mostly dealing with our own social isolation, and then they'll just go do something else potentially and then come back. So please, I know you can do this. I know you can.
I know I can. Social dynamics. I guess the first thing I wanted to say, just to clear the air here, is I don't come on. I've never been on Tinder, friends. I've never been an online dater. I'm not on YouTube looking to find a relationship. I didn't come to Benton and I didn't approach him in any way, shape, or form. The first time I hopped up here thinking, man, I like that guy and I want to date him. That was definitely not my thoughts. Although I did think, man, I like that guy. And I really think his brain operates a lot like mine. I mean, very, very different as well, but there were way more similarities than differences. And I really, really wanted to model my channel after him. Now, I spent hundreds of hours last month just online, talking to people, laughing and having fun, and we were fooling around. And as much as Benton might not have seen it, at times I did have 20, 22 people in the chat, but a lot of those people were just talking to each other, which is fine, you know? But I do like the level of engagement the audience has on Benton's channel, which I was never going to get out of those people. So I don't mean to drag the people that used to watch me in case they end up watching this, you know, it doesn't really matter. But truth be told, I agreed with every observation that Benton had made. So I understand even better my new friend, my new friend, and how the dynamic personality that drew me to watch this channel for the last 3 months, that actually the whole community that I was behind a day always, never capable of being in the live chat, never capable of being in the live chat of anyone except for basically Jack Talcott. That's not quite the case, but I'd been, misinformed about the dynamics of the whole scene. And yet meeting Benton, sitting with OTW today, having a conversation with Paul and crew, I do bring to this table the similar set of values and a way I've operated my life that appeals to that part of this audience. And I have the intellect and capability of bringing similar content and dialogue with Benton to the members of the audience that aren't a part of that crew. So I think I've done a good job here, and I do think that I do think what I mean by doing a good job here is I didn't come here pleading to Benton to take me back, even if that's what that looks like. I came here to try and hash out how we could go from wanting to work together, perhaps, to when it works, and have that conversation. And I understand that Benton could still just move forth, Benton style, like fuck it, right? And you know what Bex would do? She'd move forth too with the same fucking attitude, because I am as independent a person as he is. Yet I do like the fact that we can sit here as a strong woman and a strong man and have these dialogues, and I can bring something different to the table with him and learn from him directly instead of watching behind the scenes. Now, that being said, I probably am so used to being up at the right time of night, I could easily be here just hanging out in the chat and not hopping up, and that's something that Benton will determine on his own how that works for him, given what he is an expert at. And I would trust that, just like I would trust any of the content creators to backstage me no matter what. I'm just saying that I'm not, for someone who's moved very easily by human experience. I think from the moment Snafu Snaps hopped up here and challenged me, but 5 or 6 days ago, I feel like I've modeled the ability to hold my own and not get in my feelers about the important things when I'm broadcasting. Now, that being said, it's not a perfect function. I should have not responded to something that I did, but it felt good to get it off my chest. And if that's the way this metaverse works, then fucking clip away. I don't care if I made someone I don't like I don't care. I don't fucking care. And I'm sorry I didn't know that before the last stream where some of you guys might have been here and we wasted a lot of time on that. So OTW. So yeah. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm even more grateful to display these dynamics. I just don't want anyone to be like, on my Facebook page, I had it written, Facebook is not Tinder. And still I got fucking catfished like crazy. Luckily, no unsolicited dick pics, because that's not my thing. And yet still a lot of people like, I'm a widower with 2 kids looking for a mom, right? I'm an American widower with 2 kids looking for a mom. I would attack these fuckers. Excuse me, sorry about your fake dead wife, fake kids, right? They get so insulted. Actually, I'd start in kinder. I'd be like, why don't you just tell me who you really are, right? And why don't you just tell me who you really are? And they'd be like, no, I'm this American whatever's hanging out on the rigs. I'm a doctor. I'm a whatever. My poor babies, their mama died. Fucking liars. These people making Americans look bad out there fucking, catfishing people. Like, no American would lead with, I'm a widower. My children need fucking a mother. Okay? Like, study your fucking, if you're going to mimic someone, you should at least study their behavior. Right? So I got really fucking rude. Pardon me. I'm trying to hold back on the F word. It really gets you going, though. Yes, I am Canadian, Jimbo. Mm-hmm. There's one upside to your low body weight. I'll give you one guess. Anyone? Anyone guess what's the upside of being slim? No blood to drink. That was a dick pic joke. Got it. You guys are funny. I can't put your comments up because I'm not a co-host. I can't do that. Although I bet you whether somebody joined in on the stream, anyways, doesn't matter. Can't do Canadian, sorry. That's all right. It takes all types. And do is just the voice, or can't do the ethics. I'll tell you this much. Canadians are the smuggest fucking people in the world. They define themselves as better than Americans. Their only patriotism is a sense of a better than American. They're fucking smug fucks. And they think they're so nice. They think they're so nice. They're constantly bumping into walls and apologizing to them. He introduced to one Lubas. I have not had the privilege of being on a stream with Lubas yet, not that I recall. Is Canada a real place? Anyways, if anyone can tell that there was some pretty motivational challenges said, it's true, but you're Quebecois. Quebecois are actually already better than Canadians, aren't they, Patrick? Isn't that the case? Hello.
Hello.
Smith, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How's my phone's at 2%. Oh, it's not too bad. It's beautiful. It's a sunny day.
Nice.
Little delay there. I was just going to say my phone's at 2%, but I think not that anybody wants my opinion, I think you'd make a great co-host for Benton.
Thank you. I think the same too.
It's, you don't want two people that are diametrically opposed or whatever, but yeah, you guys got two kind of separate opinions, but you're both, educated and well-spoken, and I think it'd make for a good stream.
Well, and thank you. And I think surprisingly capable of not taking things personally, which I think balances out well. I know people think of me as a sensitive person, and I am, but I can hold my own. But let's talk about you, Smith, because there's only 2% on your battery.
Oh, there's nothing about me. I just, I'm not here to hate on Benton. If anybody goes back and reads the chat, whatever reason he's mad about today, I didn't say anything bad. I'm not here to hate on anybody. I'm not on YouTube to hate on other people. So I just, wish you the best. I think I have you blocked is why you couldn't read mine. I'm not sure why I got you blocked. I got some, whatever. I block people. Okay. Not because I'm triggered, but it's if they don't care for my whatever, then cool, then don't listen to it. So,
I do like. I don't know. I don't know when I would have given you the impression that I don't like what you have to say.
No, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, so, but just in case if I haven't ever said something that you felt like was dragging on you and you felt the need to,
I might have drank way too much this weekend, and I might have just clicked block. I don't know what happened. But,
well, I've done that before too. When I've been dragged in chat, I've just blocked the person for the day or two because I know I'm going to react. Again, shout out to Carl. Sorry, Carl. That's just I dragged a chat member of Benton's chat, and then he proved to be actually the voice of reason when Benton wasn't here, and it was a lesson. Lessons all over here at Benton's Benton thought he was just a school of broadcasting for himself, but nope, it does overflow.
All right, well, I'm gonna jump off. He's saying it's absurd, but yeah, just to throw it out, I'm not here to hate on you, Benton. So I can see my way to the door, but I just drop in people's streams, not for the hate, just to listen to people talk. I give a fuck what anything that's on mainstream or the radio. I'd rather hear real people talk. So take care.
Nice to see you, Smith. He says you're good. Are you going? Oh, I lost him. Was I being absurd? What's up? What's up? I saw you earlier. Yep, go ahead.
He just said, I've got nothing against you. I've got you blocked is why you couldn't see my comments. Did nobody else notice that I think he's doing material. That's the funniest shit I've heard all week. And he's so good at it. It's like I didn't even notice at first. I'm like, wait a minute. I've got nothing against you, Bex. I've got you blocked is why you couldn't see my comments. I'm not sure why I had you blocked. It's like, what? That's why I said this is absurd. It's just like, this is fucking absurd. Anyway, let me finish eating real quick. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very
Okay.
much for holding
All
it
right.
down.
No problem. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, it is a lot nicer being here just chatting with you guys than worrying about pleasing 6 other people. So lesson learned. And also it's a lot nicer not staring up at the chat here, trying to figure out what's going on up here in live stream. Although when Benton's not here, I feel like I could do a good job of hitting the odd message to show you that I am capable of doing that. But see, I don't need to show you guys that here, you know? You can go without I know Benton's doing it, which is really nice. I really appreciate that. What's up? Thank you, Heidi. Thank you. And that's what I would say about Benton, OTW, and Paul. Very, very relaxed settings for me, you know? And Bex needed to relax. So, lesson learned, friends. Sometimes you can't simulcast in your first week of actually taking your channel seriously. It's too much, right? Only I thought Benton was saying it was too much and he was not interested in working with me anymore. And I thought we all would miss out. So we can play the whole please, please take me back game. I don't mind. But just know, you guys, that I'm not a guiler. So you'll find that I had a reaction to Paul when he was talking that was very legitimate, and he pointed it out. We had really good interactions. If you didn't see Paul's stream yesterday, I think, and you question whether I fit into this community. I know that I had dialogue like I do with Benton. I know it was guided. I get it. Right. And I appreciate being here and I want to be a part of this community. So what better way to do that than to come help do what I've been doing anywhere else, which is get known, get better at what I do, and support. I don't know if that's the right word, but contribute to Benton's content when he'd like me to. And even if it's, like I said, 7 days a week, I'd be here. That being said, I got all the time in the world to figure out how to put something else on my stream at the right time of day. OTW, welcome. Nice to see you.
Mic check.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. Nice to see you too, Bex. I'm just loving this newbie thing that it's adorable. I'm just like, listen to you talk is like, no, it's great. It's refreshing. It feels good to have some new blood that we can suck on. No, I'm just joking. It's refreshing, honestly. It is, and it's fun to see. But honestly, if you want my opinion, you don't need to be really insecure about anything. Just be you. Just do your thing. Don't worry about it. I'm that's my opinion. This is how I function. So I'm just going from where I come from. It's like I just do what I do. And I don't really worry about because if you start worrying about it, you're going down this path that you're not going to enjoy. So you just do what you do, and you're a great monologuer. So I mean, that's perfect. And so I guess all you have to do is practice.
Yeah,
that's my advice. And I'm not saying that as an actually really good broadcaster. I'm actually one of the worst ones, but still, I still have at least about a year now of experience doing this consistently, and it's been a great journey. And I always enjoy meeting new people, especially some people like you, Bex, who have that spontaneity, energy, that talking motor. I love all of that, like Benton, and it's like, so I agree with the audience when they say like you guys make a good team, because it's really, really good. Like the interactions. Yesterday I saw like your interaction with Paul and everything. You're doing good, Bex. Telling you, it's only upwards from here.
It feels good. It feels really good. Like I can't believe the amount. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your feedback, OTW. It does feel so. I know that the audience over here may not have seen me anywhere else that I've been until I appeared where I appeared, but I have been talking fucking not well, sharing knowledge and talking nonsense all of the time, which is why my brain was so confused, which is why I was drawing out, probably why I was drawing out spending so much time with Benton, was because it really was, as much as everyone's like, you got overtired, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, people can do cocaine and be up for 3 days. You know, I can not do cocaine and be up for a couple days. You know, it runs me down. Yeah, it makes me vulnerable, you know, but being uncomfortable is part of growing, you know? So I was here trying to stabilize my brain, friends. Okay. So, and it's helped, you know, it helped. I feel like, I don't know if you've seen me in many places, but remember when you hopped up on Charles' channel and we were decoding that picture under your advisement, OTW, which thank
I was
God for that. Like,
actually anticipating another decode like that with you, like maybe a
yes,
one-on-one where we can
yes.
actually like choose a certain like movie, book, story, whatever, like whatever it is that, you know, a picture, you know, but just like to create some really good content, because that was really interesting and I had a good time there actually, and it was and it's kind of like right down my alley, you know. I love decoding stuff,
Yeah.
and basing these decodes on the things that I've learned in the past 6 years. So yeah,
Well,
so it's always
I would love
interesting.
to do that. I would love to do that. And I would love to come to your channel and do that, because that's how we do these things organically, right? People get to know me, like me, you know, sub to me. I do something different at a different time. They come and check it out. You know, that's how it works.
Yeah, but don't forget,
Yeah.
people will like you and a lot of people will hate you too. But the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that hate you eventually end up liking you, and the ones that love bombed you in the beginning end up breaking bad on you. It's kind of like that energy.
So the pendulum. So, oh, that's hilarious. The pendulum doth swing. Well, I've seen that happen already, OTW. And as much as Benton may think he's the cause of that, I can show him multiple times on my own stream where I was like, turn to a friend who's just lying. Well, Benton was a part of that conversation, but he kind of emboldened me. But, you know, I turned to a friend I've had for a year and a half, 2 years, actually 2.5 years, but we've been out paneling together for the last 6 months. And I turned to him and like called him out straight up on his lie, right? He's telling a guy, oh yeah, I lost all these people to the Rona, you know, so many, everyone's dead. And I was like, dude, I've known you for 2.5 years. You know, we talk almost every day, and you're going to sit on my stream, not dialogue with me. You two are going to pass the torch back and forth on your fucking fear porn or whatever you're doing here, talking about talking about the scamdemic, right? Like it ever stopped, right? And I just tore a strip off him, and yeah, he took off. So but I was okay with that, you know. So am I the psychopath? Am I the sociopath? Right? Or am I just someone who's been sitting beside people who I shouldn't be sitting beside for too long, and in doing that, sabotaging myself, right? By getting all these people away from me, clears my mind to come and sit with people like you guys. I yield.
Yeah, I missed some of what you had just said because I was hopping up, but OTW is spot on, and I think we've been able to see real-time examples of that happen, um, you know, over spans of time on here,
Mm-hmm.
observing different streams and communities and dynamics between content creators that that maybe not rule of thumb and completely black and white. Obviously, I mean, I don't need to say that. We know there's nuance with this stuff, but that there is a pattern that the ones that love bomb you initially, more than not, or usually end up breaking bad on you.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely,
that love
Christos.
bombing from the beginning, like, may not be given. And they might be sly with it and seem genuine, but that's just the fake love. And
It's the
aka
moment you
love
decide
bombing
to
and
do
setting them
something.
up.
I'm sorry, Christos. I
Go
don't want to
ahead.
interrupt
You're on
you,
fire.
but it's because it's the moment you decide to do something that certain supporter doesn't agree with. Like, I'll give you an example. Like me aligning myself with Paul. Well, because I did that, I lost $400 a month because I had a contributor who was giving me $100 a week. And he sent me an email saying, well, look, since you're aligned with Paul, I won't be able to contribute to you anymore because I don't align with that and blah, 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 blah. Much love. Good luck with your channel. And that's it. So, I mean, you're gonna have to expect to have all kinds of different types of reactions from your audience, and people that support you might stop supporting you just for some stupid thing that you did, or not stupid, because I thought it was a beneficial thing for the channel and not a stupid decision that I made. So you can't, and there's another thing is you can't let the audience dictate what your channel is going to be about and what it's going to do and which direction it's going. So you always have to stand your ground and be focused.
Well, and that's the part that I find interesting. Even with the being someone telling me I was far away from home and so far from what I wanted to do. It's the interesting part is we never had any conversations about what I wanted to do. And so I think it was so easy to hop on the idea of simulcasting with Benton because I actually didn't have the kind of focus that I need to know what I want to do. That being said, we know I can talk, right? So we know you can just turn on and monologue. And I feel like I've at least gotten to a point where I can come to the table with a topic, right? And talk like I can for an hour where I'm not just like, let's listen to music and now let's read a book and, and I appreciate being here to see that that's what I'm capable of doing. My brain was clouded with like fucking soup can earth, man. Soup can earth and nouveau satanic panic and trying to stabilize all these people, right? Like wanting to bring to the community like hopeful ideas of how we might have been counter propagandized to not the truth, to not being the truth either, right? And yet nobody wants to hear that, right? And that's fine. I could do it or not do it. Would rather talk to people who don't want to hear, who aren't even on that page in the first place, for the most part, which I feel like Benton has here.
Yeah,
right?
but that still sounds interesting. What you're saying there about the counter propagandize. That's actually a very interesting topic. Could be maybe a little bit delicate, but still interesting.
I see it as like if I understand what you're saying or understand what you're saying correctly, Bex. What I've seen is it's like people, you could say, almost push the envelope too far in the sense of I guess questioning things, and it becomes a sort of cynicism. And this whole, so I might be putting it in a different way, but basically people end up going too far and actually overlooking what could have been some pretty good grounded truth and throw it away for the next thing because there's almost like a conditioning of distrust that even when you've reached something that seems pretty sturdy, you're like, no, there must be something further, and it almost becomes like if there's a rabbit hole, then there's probably a carrot in front of that rabbit before it even went down the hole, and just it becomes a perpetual thing of like the deeper truth or the newest truth. And yes, we're living in real time. There's a certain cutting edge, but I see it as almost like a hipster thing, like truthers trying to be too different or come to an even deeper truth. And that's why I brought up spiritual pissing contests, as I would call it, where it becomes less about getting to some type of objective truth that has utility within it for not only the individual but collective. And rather it becomes this like bizarre like ego complex of like who has the more valuable or better or deeper or more profound truth, and it's less about the tangible utility type truth but more of the prestigious, oh look what I came to, look at these revelations I'm bringing this. And yeah, we're always finding out new things, but it's almost like basically people end up doing the inverse of what was initially set out to do with quote unquote truth. Just to keep it simple with that word, it ends up going backwards and becoming counterproductive and counterintuitive to the point where it's like a postmodern thing where it's becoming more chaotic and disorganized in a way. And what is that baseline of truth now? Because it's always what's the new toilet soup can, eye socket Earth. And that's
Yeah.
all I want to say.
Yeah. What you made me think about was the voters' paradox. In a two-party system, in a solely two-party system, in any two-party voting system, there ends up being the voters' paradox, which essentially states that over time the two sides will switch positions. Period. Now I'm being overly simplistic with it there because I don't actually remember how you get there.
We can't talk politics. We can't talk politics without
But all I was
saying,
just going to say,
no,
oh yeah,
no. They're the
so
same
go ahead.
thing. It's a one-party system. It appears as two parties. It's one party.
Well, then so is this
It's two
information
wings
and
of the same
counter
bird.
information. Yeah,
It
so is the
literally
information
functions as one party.
Yeah, so does the information and counter information, which is what my point I was going to make anyway.
Apologies.
Right? So
yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. So yeah, they'll end up switching sides, right? The people will switch sides, right? And I saw it myself do it in all sorts of politics. Now, I guess with the nouveau satanic panic, right, that's going on, that's one that people are not likely to switch back to the other side from, we think, but maybe over time they would see the absurdity of it all. That being said, talking about a middle point, trying to come to a middle point, that's just like throwing in a third party, like up here in Canada, that just becomes a swing party, right? People are just going to take that information and rebound. It's a little bit different analogy now because I get
like
that that's just
NPD.
votes towards. Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
Do you
exactly.
remember the NPD? I had actually voted for the NPD, and the guy died like a year after of cancer. Do you remember that? What was his name? You remember his name?
No. But you guys in Quebec, you guys run the country, right? So you know so much more about the politicians' names than I would over here in the West. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just throwing quinoa and salad greens on the ground right now, trying to melt ice.
Yeah, well, I guess
so I don't remember
here in
his name.
Quebec, politics is pretty prominent because there's like two governments, right? Like we have our own government here. Plus, we deal with the federal government of Canada, right? So, it's a bunch of freaking paperwork and bunch of nonsense. It's terrible. I'd actually want to get the fuck out of here.
And I do want to point out there's no such thing as a conservative in government. There's not a single conservative holding office in this country or in Canada anywhere. It's the appearance of conservatism. Nothing is being conserved. It's ridiculous. They all serve the same agendas. Different words come out of their mouths. It doesn't matter. It's the one thing they all serve the same thing. Just some of them have different talking points.
Exactly.
But I'm in Arkansas. It's one of the reddest states there is, and we've got this Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She's not a conservative because there's no such thing as conservatives, but she LARPs as if she's going to uphold traditional family values. And what happens in Arkansas is that we have some of the most so-called conservative legislation. They have these bills against, the kids getting converted, by the LGBT. Well, the legislature puts this in. The conservative governor signs off on it, and the Arkansas State Supreme Court says, well, actually, that's not a law. And it's happened repeatedly with many different issues. So it's the appearance of, hey, we've got this conservative governor and this conservative legislature, and then they get to have these articles come out in the news media, and people are like, wow, look at Arkansas. They're standing up to the tyranny and the new fucking LGBT. And listen, I'm not saying, I got my own opinions about the LGBT. I'm not trying to get into that. I'm just saying people have a perception of the trans and all these issues. But meanwhile, every single time the Arkansas State Supreme Court says, well, actually, that's not a law. But all of the agendas that seem to be left leaning, none of that ever gets struck down. So does it matter that Sarah Huckabee Sanders says things that sound conservative and signs bills that seem conservative when by now I know that it has no chance of actually becoming law? Meanwhile, I don't have a state legislature if they can't actually decide for me what legislation to enact, because every single time it's not left-leaning or liberal, and I don't even like those terms, but it always gets struck down, and that's going to continue no matter what. I yield the floor.
So there's a little wordplay I want to go off of, or wordsmithing from what we said there, and do a little bit of an analogy that I've used before. I agree with everything you said, and I would like to put it in the sense of the only thing that's being conserved is the progression of the state. And I actually put it in this like visualization to people that, okay, this is the spear of the state, as we could label it. Hell, you could even make some type of like, I guess, cartoon, and with that like political style or whatever. But anyway, uh, imagine a spear. The spear tip would be what we would quote unquote call the more left Marxist, progressive, whatever as they would label it aspect, and then the staff part, the pole part of the spear is what would be the quote unquote conservative. See, it's holding up and it's conserving that forward pressing, shooting forward spear tip of the state, and that's another reason why there would be this psyop pretty much going on right now. Uh, Counterintelligence type stuff, controlled op of any type of narratives, um, of like the right wing per se, or what they would call conservative, as pushing back in any way. And we all know that it's all one thing working together. It's just that what seems to be in the forefront more, and what we have the Alex Jones types and the people that are still with MAGA and QAnon, they're totally acting as that staff for the spear tip, whether they realize it or not, reinforcing that statism. So yeah, as we know, these things work in tandem, but I like to put it in the terms of like a spear, because when it comes to a spear, what's more deadly and what's more noticeable is that spear tip, right? And that would be, things that people call Marxist progressive agendas, communist or whatever. But those supposed opposers, the conservative, whatever, really just conserving that spear tip moving forward. So this is an analogy I like to visualize it as. They're both important. They both play a part. It's just we see people will say that it's the left that's the problem and the left is doing all the tyranny. Well, that's because we outwardly are going to see the left more than the right, because that's the spear part.
But don't forget the left
of the spear.
The left will still have some kind of like agenda that will attract the people towards like some sort of a truth, because that's how they do it. Each side presents you something with that it would like connect itself directly to your human values, let's say. All right. So on one side, they'll say, like, I'll give you an example. Let's say it's a pretty bad example, but let's say climate change. One of them is all the people that believe that the climate is changing and the things happening are going to go to one side, but the people that agree with that on the other side are going to have to go against it, because they have another agenda, which would be, let's say, transhumanism, or I don't know, like the right to what they're doing with the trans. They're reading books in schools and whatever that agenda is, right? And that, so like, it's the freedom of expression, let's say, that which would connect itself to the human values, and also like constitutional values, whatever. So then they push that agenda, but there's people on the other side who agree with that, but they present so many different shit that the other side doesn't agree with, and both of them end up separating themselves because of different agendas that other people don't agree with. It's all like you said, it's a psyop. It's all built and manufactured in a way to get people to divide. You understand? They invent these narratives for people to to align themselves with, and they use human values to manipulate the people with that. So it doesn't matter if you're conservative, Republican, Democrat, freaking
nobody's
who cares
conservative.
What you are. It does
conservatism does not exist. You can't have conservatism when nobody lives traditional family values. Conservatism is the Amish. We have zero conservatives in secular society, not a one.
It's just
a psyop. It's mind control. It's mind control.
It's an illusion. It's there to make you think that you're, like right now, everybody thinks that they're free. You know,
Yeah, and what
nobody,
better?
everybody
Hey,
thinks that they live in the land of the free and
yes.
you know, the land of opportunity, but no, you just don't really actually realize the situation that we really are in. You know.
Well, and sorry to cut you off. If I may go full doomer, you know, it wouldn't quite be as effective of a hell realm if I was born into it and just said, "Hey, man, you're a slave, so here's your shovel, get digging." They say, "Hey, Benton, not only are you free, you're more free than anybody has ever been, solely based on when and where you were born." While at the same time, now I'm 48 and I'm just now come to the conclusion that, oh, actually, I've more or less been completely enslaved my whole life, at least as far as the system is concerned and the way I interact with the system. Now, you know, I would like to think I've freed my mind at least much of the way, right? There's probably some work to be done, but that is part of the hell, is that these people, as long as in the US, I won't speak to Canada because I don't totally understand what you folks have going on. I should probably look into it. But, you know, in America, these people where I live, they all identify as Republican and right wing. But when we see the state of the country and as all of these things happen, as long as the people here can laugh about it and just blame the Democrats, they're happy. As long as they can just say, well, that's the Democrats. And Americans, we still have Americans who say, yeah, blue cities. I hate to break it to you folks, there's not a red city in this country. All cities are blue cities by definition. People haven't even figured that out. So, of course, they fall for the psyops. And I fell for the psyops. I believe politics was as presented until, you know, maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago or so. Meanwhile, how did I find out? Well, part of how I figured this out was I listened to the Alex Jones show every day for years. So the exact same person who told me about the so-called left-right paradigm is somehow also the same person who is acting like Trump is somehow capable of fixing things, and Elon Musk cares about me as an individual human being, which is literally impossible.
You know, that reminds me of an aspect of the American political thing is the way you say it, like every city is blue, but the way they get it is they get all the farmland all around and all these small towns all over the state, everywhere else, and concentrate their efforts for the red in those areas. So that's why probably like I don't know if it balances itself out. If you're thinking about the number of people that live in those big metropolitan cities and the population that would be living in the outskirts of those cities, whether it be farmland and you know, like small towns, small farm towns and stuff like that. So they get the liberals, I guess would be red, right? In the farm cities, in the farm towns and the things like that, and inside the cities is most likely blue because it resonates more with the city life. But this is only my opinion because I have
I agree with
absolutely
that.
no fundamental knowledge about politics whatsoever because I don't really follow it. But I can tell you one thing about Trudeau. Lately, there's been having issues with India. So he's causing trouble over there.
Well, but but geopolitics it's fake and manufactured. None of that's real. Like the force, it's a global system already. I mean, whatever it is at the top that's pulling the strings, it's just making it appear like Trudeau has beef with India. That's just a narrative. The whatever's running it is making the decisions. Trudeau does nothing, as we know. So it's like, okay, well, there's a war in Ukraine, and there's all these things, but that's just all a dog and pony show as far as I can tell. Now, these are my opinions, and I'm saying them, you know,
I agree with your opinions.
But yes. Oh, thank you, sir. And then real quick, and I'll pass it back to you. B Warrior, shout out to you, sir. He says, we expose the evil, but nothing happens. Yes, that's because as humans, if I see someone is asleep on train tracks and I see a train approaching and these people are not waking up, well, my assumption is, hey, all I need to do is run over there and wake them up and they will get off the train tracks to safety. But what if I go up there and nudge them, they see the train coming and then they just watch it run over them? That's literally, that's make literal again. That's what's happening figuratively as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. It's true. Because you can bring the horse to the water, but you can't force it to drink, man. That's just the way it is. So you can plant seeds, try to spread awareness, but it also fucking got an echo, dude.
Yeah, you know this gentleman, OTW?
Yeah, he shows up on Zetetic Warriors channel.
Hey, what's up, B Warrior? Could you mute your YouTube, please?
His name is Bobby. Say hi
Oh,
to Bobby.
Bobby, thank you.
Right. I got rid of the YouTube, so I'm just on the StreamYard right now. I'm having to, I'm like Bex. I'm having to figure all this shit out, man. It's just I thought I knew something about technology when I learned Word, which took me about 6 months to learn, that software program. I knew how to type, but damn, man, Word is hard. And I even had a tutor. This was back in '96. All this software stuff, man, it takes time to learn it. So yeah, I'm still just learning how to be on the panel, not and be appropriate, except when I'm not. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that reminds me to be a little more patient.
Mute yourself,
Bex.
Bobby.
Mute yourself, Bobby. Mute yourself, Bobby.
Why has he got an echo?
I don't know. He always has audio issues when he goes up on the Zetetic Warriors channel, so I don't know what his thing is.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying, Bex, is that's regardless of whether that's like you, it still reminds me to at least be a little more patient. And I think probably, Bex, that I ascribe a high level of competency to you. That's probably where some of my frustration comes in, which is a me problem, not a you problem.
Well, yeah, and I only feel safe saying that, Bobby. I appreciate the empathy, and I do understand it can be difficult to learn things. And I know what it's like to take on technology that you're new to. I did it back about 25, 30 years ago. I was the last person in my high school to learn typing on a typewriter, and the class right behind me got computers. And by the time we got to university, I was at a disadvantage, But I can honestly tell you that it's rarely taken me 6 months to learn something. And that definitely technology is something it's just one aspect of broadcasting that I needed to learn. But that probably will take me 6 months. So as much as I contradict you, I also understand where you're empathizing with me, because I can see it forecasting into the future being one of my biggest challenges. So,
well, from my perspective, I do believe like Benton and I have certain points in common with technology, right? Because I see he has a lot of gadgets and stuff. So I do believe he's like me, a gadget buff. He likes these little trinkets, and I'm like that. I just fucking adore technology. All right, even though it could be the detriment of the human experience, but I still love it. It's just awesome. Everything we were able to do with it, and it's something that I enjoy so much. And I was brought up watching freaking Star Trek and Star Wars, so it wasn't hard for me to follow. I'm 46, and it was really not hard for me to follow the technological changes and advancements and stuff. So I'm pretty good with any kind of tech. So it's just like I guess it depends. Like for me, it started with gaming. It started with the Super Nintendo. I mean, actually, no, the Atari went up to it started with gaming. Then when I was like older, I went into the computers. When I was 18, I built my first freaking computer myself. I bought all the parts. I bought all the parts separately, and I made it. I read the books, I read everything, and I learned how to build the computer all by myself.
Hey, I got something sorry to cut you off. I got something for Bobby. Hey, Bobby, have you ever listened to like talk radio or sports talk radio, and the people call in and the announcer or the host says, "Turn your radio down"? Have you ever heard that? Like on a radio show, somebody calls in and they're like, "Hey man, turn your radio down." Well, in this case, YouTube is the radio, meaning if you have YouTube open on your computer and then you connect to StreamYard on a panel, YouTube is the radio. So whenever you're on here with YouTube going in the background, then what happens is we can hear ourselves when we talk to you, if that makes sense. So it's like you've called into a talk radio show and we're all telling you to turn your radio off. So until you turn that radio off, it causes problems for the rest of us, just so you know. All right, hang on.
Now you have to unmute yourself to speak.
See, you still got the echo. So, and I know people have already tried this, but this is my first time trying. That's the way the technology works. So here's what I would recommend, Bobby. Next time you want to join a panel, what you're going to want to do is figure out a way to get the link first, and then just completely turn off your YouTube before you even come into StreamYard, if that makes sense. So what you want to do next time you want to join a panel, you're going to make sure you close out the YouTube first and then go to StreamYard. But the problem with that is you're going to have to figure out a way to capture that link first, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, folks, I did used to be tech support in a former life. So imagine the many hours I subjected myself to this just to get a little bit of fiat. Oh yeah, same.
I did that too.
Yes.
And I was
awesome, brother.
Yeah, I was a technical computer technician on the road.
Oh hell yeah!
So, yeah,
hell yeah!
And all because I decided to learn how to build a computer by myself, not going to school and not following a $30,000 course to learn how computers work, because that's how much it costs to go learn that course. And I learned it. I did it all by myself, man. I did all the research, did all the studying, did all the you know, I how many computers did I blow up, Benton? You wouldn't even believe it.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, and
trial and error, man.
Yes, sir. That's right. And real quick, I kicked Bobby, but the thing is, he's either going to be able to take in what I've said and act on it, or he's not. I suspect not, but I would like to have some hope, you know. But,
well, sometimes he's able to fix his audio issues when he goes over onto Z, because it happens over there as well. So
okay.
So, you know, this is nothing new under the sun there.
Yeah, I figured, definitely. And yeah, Bex, the people love you. They're not talking about you, but maybe they will on occasion, and that's okay as far as I'm concerned. Lord knows I get dragged on occasion, if that's what we're calling it. Where does that term originate? I've actually never heard that, the dragging.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Well, yeah, or real quick, Phoenix Joshua Fox says you just have to get in the habit of hitting mute, or you could just click pause on the video. Actually, just click pause. That'll also work. But yeah, there's many ways to get around this.
That's why I use a compressor noise gate. So when I'm not talking, the compressor is doing its thing, right? And as soon as I speak, then the compressor opens up the port for the sound to go through. But as soon as I stop speaking, that's what the compressor does. And it also equalizes my volume. So even if I'm screaming or speaking softly, you'll always hear it at the same volume. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's
I do.
Right now, I could just scream. Ah! You see, it's not any louder.
And that's yeah. Go ahead, Bex.
People would probably appreciate if I got one of those OTW.
And you're doing that through the software, I'm assuming.
Who, me? No, it's actually hardware.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
I have it here. I could hold on.
Yeah, well, I have a digital audio record. Yeah, yeah, show it to me. I'd like to see this thing.
Oh man, I think the wire.
This is because he has a lot of musical equipment too. I'm assuming, right?
Okay, so it's this blue thing. I can't bring my camera.
Yeah, that looks expensive.
Anymore,
OTW,
but this one right here. It's right here.
Yeah, what's that cost?
It's not that expensive. I think it cost me something like $80.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah. I think I got it on Facebook Marketplace or something. Somebody was selling it. It was brand new in the box.
Yeah.
It's like $80. Perfect, exactly what I needed to do broadcasting, and it's also perfect for when you're recording, because when you do like your vocals and stuff like that, you don't get any variance in the volume, so you don't have to do that much editing in the tracks when you're doing the mixing. But that's that's producer stuff. I do that too. I produce all my own music and all my own audio tracks, make my own videos. I do it all by my.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm good. I'm real good.
That's good. Hey, all right, you did it.
How's my audio? Mic check.
Perfect, sir. Well done.
Perfect.
Fuck me, man. I'm good, aren't I? I'm good today.
Yeah, don't touch.
How'd you do it, Bobby? Tell us how you did it.
Oh God.
Okay, I'll try to remember. Okay, I just closed everything out, and then I went back into YouTube, and I still have YouTube open, but I think it was what I needed to do was just close everything out and then go back in.
Cool.
It seems like that was. I did have my my little audio thing going, my amplifier, for my hearing, but I turned it off, so that could have contributed to my problem.
Well, you see
Bex.
that me and OTW are wearing headphones. You might think about headphones also.
Okay.
Yeah, because that way, no matter what, it's not a speaker, so it can't cause a problem, if that makes sense. But one moment, Bobby, we're going to ask Bex a question. Oh, look at the kitty cat. What's the cat's
She
name?
has Pepsi Cat, not Coca-Cola, but Pepsi Cat.
Nice. All right.
Well, thank you.
Hopefully there was no taste test.
Hey, Bex, do you have any glasses?
That's hilarious. Hey, one second, Bobby. 1 second. OTW, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah,
I threw it
Bex,
to
do you
and
have
then
any
I kept
glasses?
talking.
Do you have a pair of glasses lying around, or do you wear glasses? Reading glasses?
I do wear glasses, but I need, but my eyes have aged to needing bifocals, so I don't need them for such a small screen. When I'm working at a
I was just
computer,
gonna
I will
say,
likely,
Put them on, open up the cam, and we'll call ourselves the Four-Eyed Club.
Okay, my glasses are probably dirty though. Just
Like that makes a difference.
Yeah. Well, it does.
just
I've seen
fooling
Jack
around.
Talcott's look really dirty.
Oh, there we
So-
go. Well, here we go. We're 4 people. We're the Four-Eyed Club. We have 16 eyes.
Yeah, 16 eyes. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, dude. I just like to fuck around like that sometimes.
Although I
love it.
I do this.
I love
I'm
it.
a
I do
real
this
clown.
move though. I do this move. I'll show you guys. I'll cam back up for a sec here. Sorry, I'm taking too long. There we go. So I do this move all the time though. When I put my glasses on my head to look at something, and then you just do
Fancy.
back down to your nose thing. Good to go.
Yeah, with the nose that I have, it would just slide right off.
I've been told I have a Roman nose.
I have
Don't
one of
hate
them
people that ever. Yeah.
straight slope
Not
noses.
Yeah.
And a tad crooked. It's a little bit to the right. Well, left. Well, anyway, the camera's inverted, I think. But look at my nose. You guys see it in my face? It's kind of leaning towards the other side. See, it's like going that way a bit. 1 sec. No, it's going that way. Yeah, there we go. Oh shit, man. What? That's not it. See, now look, I'm gonna put it straight. Hold on. See? There. Now it's straight. It's a little bit crooked. I don't know why.
I'm gonna pull a got your nose on you if you keep doing this, OTW.
No, give it back. It's mine.
I never fell for that one, actually. Never fell for that one. I like this cat style, by the way. This cat is awesome. I'm a cat person, but I'll be right back. I'm going to make some coffee. Take it away,
Okay.
Bex and Bobby and OTW.
Okay. So what's your story, Bobby?
Am I still muted?
Nope, you're good.
Well, I guess my story goes way back there. I'll be 75 in
Hold on a
April.
second. Wait a minute, Bobby. You see, Bex, you missed the opportunity for a great joke there.
Yeah.
You should have said, no, we can't hear you, sir.
Speak up. It worked just as well after the fact there. At least Bobby and I got a chuckle out of it.
Well, the thing is, we're like out in the metaverse, and we want to be honest and genuine and, be ourselves, in other words, but at the same time, we don't want to dox ourselves out because we really don't know. Well, we can speculate who all is listening to our broadcast. Not that it makes any difference, in the long run, because we're just here really to try to connect the dots and expose what we can expose and not harm ourselves or other people. But there's a lot of stuff out there that, we do have to let people know about, so they can start to, wake up, I guess. I kind of think maybe everybody that's going to wake up has already woke up, but if that be true, what are we going to do about it? Things are still not running very well for anybody.
Well said, Bobby.
Well, suffering is optional. I'm trying not to, suffer through this thing. I try to maintain my quality of life and have respect for other people. And I may have disrespected, Smith in the past and stuff, and I apologize for that.
You shouldn't.
But he did seem better today, but he came on with his phone, dying out at 2%. And I think he was fucking lying again. So I'm going to call him out on it because he's listening. He just needs to, I think, if he's going to come on here, then he needs to respect the other people too, because if he's not doing that, he's not respecting himself either. But at least he didn't talk about all the numbers and stuff today, which drives me nuts. I may start having a flashback or something if I think about all those numbers and stuff. Like it's some code or something, that I can't figure out. But that's it.
Where did you who schooled you in the terms metaverse and docs? I mean, I know docs is definitely one that might have been learned, but who's your teacher, Bobby? Where did you
I'll answer that one. It's Zetetic
Well,
Warrior.
All my I guess you guys are my teachers now. Yeah, I think you guys are my teachers now, but all of my original, I would say, influencers, they've passed on. I'm like the last of the line. I'm like an old dinosaur.
He's the last of the Mohicans.
Yeah, you know how that turned out,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
Well, I don't know about all this incarnation and stuff, but from what I've seen in my own career and everything, it has to be, there has to be something going on there. But I don't know of any of my past lives, so I might be a first timer, but I don't know if I want to come back and do this again. But, life and being part of God's creation, man, is so wonderful that, if reincarnation is happening, and I think it may be, then who wouldn't want to come back here and experience this and be part of God's creation and go through this soul growth that we're all going through? Well, some people aren't going through it, obviously, not to name names, but I'm trying to just learn my lessons before I check out of here. And they keep bringing me back. I mean, I think I passed on back in December of 2019. I think somebody brought me back, and so my life, really altered after that. So I had to get in touch with, well, why am I really here? I know what I was doing beforehand, but man, I was, I took a real big nosedive with respiratory depression and ended up in the Good Samaritan Hospital up there in Boulder, Colorado, in an emergency room, and then ICU, and then on the floor. And then I had home health care for 2 weeks, and then I was driving. I was driving back to New Mexico. So that was quite a vacation for me.
I was just wondering, sorry to not initially respond, but you've got me all going here, Bobby. And I was just wondering, does Z have a website he goes to find Bobby's? Like, did you know that you are a 2.0?
I don't even know what that is.
Well, I just mean that I'm sure there was another gentleman named Bobby before you came up. Now, maybe you've just youthened yourself a little. Have you been on Z's channel for a few months now?
Yeah, I have.
Did
Yeah.
you drive
Yeah,
to the
he
dollar
dyed his
store?
hair
Did you
and
drive?
his beard now.
Yeah,
Now he's
that's
Yeah.
me.
good,
That's
You
me.
drove
I'm
to
that
the
dollar store
wow,
guy.
Bobby, you're
I'm the
looking
guy that he's
good.
always. Well, that's part of the show that he has to castinate me about simping, and so I've come into this
Are you
simping
simping on
mode.
me? Were you simping on me?
I might have, but that's part of this persona that I've developed here on the metaverse, that I'm a simper, and Z's confronting that issue with me, and then I have to take it seriously. But it's part of the show.
Yeah, I do think. Well, you look. I may have. No, I wasn't up there with you. I don't think. No, I wasn't. I felt like I was up there with you when you got confused on your way to the dollar store to go meet that woman who was, I think, surprisingly quite a bit younger than yourself, right? I didn't mean to get lost.
Yeah.
You took the long route via GPS or whatever,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I got lost that time. Yeah.
Yeah, you got lost, and then you got there, and she wasn't there. She'd moved on. I mean, she hadn't gone the way of the other influencers. Sorry, I cracked
she went
myself
to work for a doctor's office. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, but you didn't go find her as a doctor. You took C's advice.
No.
And was she under 50?
Yeah.
Oh, see, you're doing better then. I mean, again, I'm not here to tell a man, okay, who and how to date, right?
I
but
have
if you did
no
come up
idea
here
what I'm doing. I wake up like a little duck every day. Sorry.
I'm just making this about me, okay? I was just making it about me. Oh, you're a funny guy, Bobby. I'm not surprised you came to work with a funny guy like Z. He's got a good sense of humor.
I am a funny guy. In real life, I'm a funny guy. I joke around all the time, and I am fun. Who I am is fun. Fun. Maybe not right now, but most of the time I like to have fun, and I do make people laugh. And one of the lines I give out is, "Yeah, I'm funny looking." Well, that's
I don't think so. But did you add some color to your beard and such?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna let you guys.
You did a good job, though. That's not faded. That's not faded. You actually streaked it in so that you didn't go too young. You've seen those guys.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. Did you go to a salon for it?
No, I did it myself. I've done it before.
Well done.
Yeah, I figured if I'm going to be on these shows, I better, have a little makeup or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now who's simping on who, Bobby?
Huh?
I said, now who's simping on who? Who's simping on whom?
I don't think anybody's simping on me.
Can women even simp?
I thought they could, but maybe not.
I don't know. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know what being a cuck was. Is that right? A cuck? Or what's a cuckold? I have no idea.
Simping who?
Who's simping who? I think I'm flirting with Bobby, you guys.
Well, I have two intelligent animals. I have my cat and then Pepsi, and then I have my Chihuahua, and her name is Plexa, like plexiglass, Plexa. And she came from a reservation in northern Arizona.
In 2020?
Exactly, yeah.
I knew it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, the name gave it away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, plexiglass everywhere. When else would it have even been in our mind, the whole...
Oh, wow. Isn't that something? I never put that together. You connected a big dot for me. Or maybe two.
Hey, Benton, I'm blocked in chat, and I don't know why. Interesting.
Hey, I'm a little bit behind, so if I'm interrupting somebody, my apologies. I will figure out why you're blocked in chat. So I'm working on it, but I'm listening on my phone, so I'm on the delay.
All right.
Well, thank you for answering me asking me all these questions. So I'm kind of in a space now where I'd like to start writing some type of a script so that when I come on, I can talk about something, but at the same time, I don't have to do that or prepare or anything, but, I am working on my appearance where I'm not trying to look any smarter or any more handsome, I'm just trying to clean my act up.
Yeah.
That's it.
And have you been to other panels other than Zedetic Warrior in here?
I might have showed up on London Man. I'm trying to remember. I might have been on there, but I did. If I did, I didn't really do very much.
Oh, nice.
So this is like my first, really big exposure on a panel. So thank you.
No. Jillian.
Hey, Jackie.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you? Sorry, I didn't realize I popped up already. Hey, hi, Bobby. Nice to meet you. And everyone else at W, Benton, Bex.
Hey,
how
Jackie.
Are you?
Good to see you.
I was
Are
just.
you Jackie?
Jackie.
Oh, Jackie.
Yes.
Good to meet you.
You too. I was just setting up a live stream. Me and Josh are going to do one later, but I'm setting up one now for my tarot cards. But Josh came down and he said he was so excited because he's been in chatting away with you guys about your truther things, and so it caught my eye. So I thought I'd pop up and say hi real quick.
Well, thank you. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to promote that stream. Give me just a moment.
Oh, well, thank you, Benton. Yeah. That wasn't my fault, but thank you.
I know it wasn't, Jackie. I'm doing this of my own free will. Sometimes I mean to do these things and then I forget. So if people remind me, that's my intention anyway. So
yeah, I was
I'll
last night.
Same.
Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you. Last night, yeah, me and Josh have one. I have one scheduled for me and Josh tonight at 9. I think it's at 9:20 tonight. But a couple things we've been hearing. The one for tonight we're doing is go along to get along, and not saying that in a good way. So we're going to talk about about not going along to get along. But the one I was today, I was really feeling it. Hearing really strongly was webs, acorns, and oak. So I'm going to kind of dig into that with my intuition, and Genevieve is going to be joining me too for that. But anyway, see what comes of that, because it's usually really interesting and it's usually not what I expect it to be. So it's kind of fun.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I clicked on the link and I knew I was subscribed, but I hadn't been receiving the bells, but I guess I didn't have you on all bells. So now I do.
Yay.
Yeah. Usually I put people straight to all bells. Now that can be a problem if I follow too many people with all bells on. You can't get all the messages all the time.
Yeah.
That's why some people think they actually are shadow banned on, or YouTube's doing something fishy. It's like, no, you've got 350 people on all bells. The computer just can't keep up.
Right. And then only the most prominent ones, or the ones you watch the most, will even come up anyway. So you lose it there. But I just went and what did I do? I unblued all the wrenches on my channel because I was setting up our stream last night for tonight. And I noticed that it said now that moderators can time up anywhere from the 300 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever it is up to 24 hours. There's and I'm like, well, I don't like that. Like, it's one thing and usually I just wrench people anyway, just so that they could share links. But I'm like, I don't know. I just got like a check in my spirit to just unwrench everyone, just because there's no point to it. The only reason I did it anyway was just so that people could share links. And if people really want to go to people's channels, they could figure it out. They're big girls and boys.
You know that wrenches can delete comments anytime, like on any stream and any live stream at any time.
Yeah, I realize that now. And I'm like,
and then I was when I started my room, I thought of running it more like a. Sorry, Jackie. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, and I felt like too with the wrenches. I was telling Josh this earlier. I feel like it was almost because you used to be able to share channels without wrenches. No big deal. Go to your channel, click it, sub to them. When they took that away, I feel like it was almost a ploy to cause more division. Not just physical division to find people, but also division just to cause angst between either the channel owner and the chat, or between people in the chat. It was just to cause more division and more, I don't know, like a negative energy in it.
Create envy.
I'm like, no, not playing that game.
It would create envy towards the ones that didn't have a wrench. It's like, oh, can I have a wrench, please? Can I have a wrench? You know, it's like,
yeah.
Well, and then everybody has one, and it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
Well,
if you give everybody a wrench.
Yeah, well, it means a lot. It means you're really you could really put yourself in a situation where one person could wreak havoc and you have no idea who they were. Like, I don't know, when I started and I saw these wrench sort of games, not games, I saw how the wrenches affected the strategies of using the wrenches of the content creators, you know, and the emotions that were attached to them. My intention was actually to give only wrenches for people who needed them, right? So I don't have a channel big enough unless some porn bot comes in, I need to give someone a wrench.
Right.
You know, like really, I mean, if anything, it's, yeah.
You just gave me an idea for a show. You just gave me an idea for a show. It's going to call it the Wrench Wars.
Love it.
Yeah, and have everybody, when they come in, okay, everybody's going to get a wrench. If you guys want to go all out, you hate somebody, you want to time them out, you want to do this, do that, go ahead and do all you want, you know. At the end of the show, you remove all the wrenches, it's over. It's like, you call it the Wrench Wars.
Yeah. So
people have fun with the wrenches, you know.
Yeah, I just didn't like whenever I saw that you could time someone out for 24 hours. I'm like, no. I'm like, really?
That would drive some people nuts, I bet you.
I
saw it as just as a caterer and as an event planner. I saw, and as a comedian, I saw the wrenches as like waiters and waitresses, security guards, essentially, right? Like to hire people for the event. To me, it didn't make any sense, especially on such a tiny channel, to worry about it. Now, then I did get exposed. I didn't do my proper letting people up on the stream, and don't be scared, people. I've learned my lesson. But twice I let people up on the screen and was exposed. Was exposed to a scene. But then people were exposed to a bigger scene with my reaction.
Were you porn bomb, Bex?
I was straight up dick bomb, like straight up, yeah.
Oh yeah, that happened to me so many times. You kind of, you can sniff them out though after a while. You know how it works. So it's like that's another part of the experience here on YouTube. It's
well, and I reached,
happens,
oh man, you have no idea how raw I'm not. That's not. With my neural divergence. I mean, I tried to understand that, but it's just not my thing. Like it's just not. Like it's just not. It's just something I've not been very exposed to. So honestly, I was like a 12-year-old. I was like, oh my gosh, my eyeballs just got graped. Like I freaked out. I blamed low sperm count on these fucking epsilon males. I was calling them, you give beta males a bad name. You're fucking epsilon males, fucking decreasing the sperm count for everyone. I was freaking out. Even Tommy and Steve came in and tried to calm me down. And when Tommy's like, you got to cut your stream, Bex, right? You got to get out of here. I went off forever. Anyways, you can tell I'm still charged, but we've actually cut those dicks out of those videos. We lopped them right off like a modern day surgery. And now I have to put them back up, right? It bothers me that they're out of order, but yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I thought I saw you shuffling some cards over there. Are you thinking about pulling a card or two? Do we do that on this channel? I don't know.
I'm just getting ready. I'm just setting up, just kind of clearing the energy on some of my cards here before I go live. I just started doing this I don't know, a month ago. I've always had intuitive ability, so I
Yeah.
I just went on my intuitive ability, but I just thought I just add cards in for fun, and it's been kind of very interesting actually how accurate some of them have been. So yeah, it's just,
Okay,
it's just
people.
something I'm feeling right now.
Okay, people, ladies and gentlemen, please. Okay, take a moment. Royalty has just walked in. Okay, please give a good round of applause for Mr. Brian O'Shea, world famous comedian and now unslaved. So,
Oh, all right.
Hi, Bri.
Hello, everybody.
Good
You
to
know,
see you.
Are you
I
are
don't
you
perform.
working? Are you working?
You sound like my family. As soon as I fucking step in the room,
That's your only value to society. You must produce, Brian.
are you working yet? You bum, and you still
Yeah.
living in your mom's face and sleeping in your car.
Did you get those bunk beds put together?
Oh, she canceled on me. Well, I got to put some of the bunk beds for him. Yeah, those bunk beds, those furniture selling jobs. But I got this other lady canceled the moving job, but I got another moving job. There's work. There's work. People cancel here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moving stuff is the perfect job for me because you get paid to work out. You get out in this heat,
Right.
start going up flights of stairs with boxes. It's just like, oh, fuck it. It's good for everyone.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Keep it moving, Brian. Keep it moving.
Yeah, you guys are talking about wrenches. I got my fancy new wrench.
No, you're so lucky.
no, he
Don't
has
you mess
the
it up,
golden
Brian
wrench.
O'Shea.
Brian
Don't mess
O'Shea
it
has the golden wrench, ladies and gentlemen. He has the highest wrench.
He is
on
the
YouTube.
kingdom wrench.
Well, yeah, there's
Go ahead.
something about flipping the script on everything. Like, a lot of channels, everyone's got a wrench, like you're saying. But,
Yeah.
I'm gonna suck Paul's dick in public, I guess. But yeah, just to be able to flip the script and have it over there where there's one person with a wrench. And it means something, you know what I mean? And but at the same time, it shouldn't really mean anything to me. Like, I should still be doing these things, even if, thing with the cops. If you guys weren't around, if,
Right.
Paul wasn't around, I should still be able to do the same shit, and so.
You're getting there, bro. You're getting there.
Dude, you graduated,
Progression.
man.
It's a progression.
You went from a slave to unslaved, man. It's like, that's it. That's just like you deserve that wrench, in my opinion.
I
That's my
appreciate that,
opinion.
fella.
O'Shea.
It's like a
Did you
trophy.
yesterday? Speaking of interesting moves, Mitch was being quite demanding that his voice be heard, and Paul hid like everyone in the chat to give him like sole voice in the chat. It was a pretty funny move. Funny move.
Yeah, another flip the script thing, right? Keep everyone else out
Yeah,
of chat.
exactly.
That was epic. I found that move was wow. I was laughing my head off. I nearly started.
Yeah.
I was wow, very entertained by that. That was really epic.
People are typing in, "Do me next."
I almost.
And then, yeah, and then those that he didn't get to, then it was just this little quiet little chat where we're like, "Is it gonna happen to me?" But nope. It was fun. Lots of laughs in the last 24 hours I've had anyway.
Yeah, that's
we laughed, we cried. It was wonderful.
Almost cried. Barely almost cried.
I was talking about me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at your tears, Benton.
Well, yeah, the laughing.
Shit. I'm just happy I can cry.
Yeah. That's what I was picking up on.
Many years of not being able to do that. So when the emotion comes up, I just go ahead and let it out, as we've all seen. But yeah, Mr. O'Shea, very with that, I want to resist the urge of just showering the praises upon Brian, but those
go ahead.
who are paying attention, and we're seeing what's happening, certainly.
I appreciate that, guys. I don't know. It's strange. It's like I don't know. I want to say it takes you guys doing that for me to believe in myself, but it shouldn't. It's just another thing. It's another example I'm learning. Like whether you guys are praising me or not, like the whatever that Tao saying is, like the wise man is not moved by praise nor blame.
Yeah.
So it's just another area I got to get to. Like, okay, you guys are praising me. It's probably true. You got to just fuck with me. I got shit to work on, but still. Yeah.
To add a little bit more praise, Brian, when I came into OTW's room yesterday and I saw you, I'm going to exaggerate here, interrogating Dom. I was really impressed with the questions you were asking him. I'd like to say I was impressed with the dialogue, but I was really impressed with the questions you were asking him. You know, I love Dom, Mr. Peabody. Shout out to him. But I do find him to be a riddle talker. And I feel like you really nailed him down as much as he can be nailed down for the little wriggly little wordsmith, not saying much that he can be. But a lovely silent presence to have on panel taught me to actually keep my mouth shut. Surprisingly, not tonight. But yeah, I like the questions you were asking. I thought they were very direct and correct assessment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because sometimes you question yourself. Oh, am I going after this guy too much? But no, you get these little intuitive things. It's like the little child in the room, and there's a big fat person, and he goes, "Wow, you're a big fat person," and then the child gets slapped by someone. It's like, no, he just said the truth. What's the big deal? The big fat person's like getting offended, but it's like, well, just accept it. You're a big fat person. Nothing wrong happened.
Well, I thought I'd torn into Bobby when he first got up here, but we're dating now. Like, so, you know, that's how that can work out.
Yeah,
it's a metaverse romance.
It is. It's a metaversal romance, Bobby.
Bobby, you might end up dying in the bed though with her. You know what I mean? You might get a little excited and just not a bad way to go out though.
At least it'll go
what a
out
way
with
to
a
go.
smile.
Right after I
Smile, man.
right after I said I didn't come on YouTube to date, and then what happens? Voila, hypocrisy in my face. Now I've got a boyfriend.
Well, Bex, you're going to have to give me your number. Hey, that just came out.
It's at the Bex Factor.
Well, I knew that.
You can find me there. I'm like Benton. You know, we have all our conversations in public.
Well, I can do that too.
I know you can.
She's also open to starting an OnlyFans if ever you're interested.
Because I love that kind of media. That's funny.
Were you ever into dating older men, Bex?
The biggest age gap I dated, it was 14 years older than me. I was 38 and he was 52.
That's not too bad.
So yes, but Bobby and I have 25 years between us? But what's age, right? What's age in the metaverse?
Yeah, that's not very much.
Yeah, most people are avatars. Most people are just little avatars. And that picture of me is at least 6 years old. But let's go, since we're doing this metaversely anyway, I'm just going to edit it to 2009. We're going back to 2009 here.
Well, I'm sure that Z is really going to be happy to hear this.
Well, Z will probably be like, what happened to her husband, roommate, boyfriend that was turning in? And you can tell Z when you talk to Z, right? That you just fucking right out of there, right? What's that guy doing? Probably too many drugs and weird music. No, I'm just kidding. I love Dillaroo. Shout out to Dillaroo. But no, I do have a roommate moving in that we were I was romancing on my channel, like, and even getting myself all in fantasy hormonal la la land without the hormones yet. You know what I'm saying? It's not a safe place to be.
Well, I think you're going to pick up a lot of subscribers if you're involved with some type of online metaverse romance with me.
Well, I could chase you around. We could
subs.
plan it. We could plan it actually, Bobby. You could be like, we only meet not on my channel, or we're having a fight and I got to hunt you down on someone else's channel, right?
Oh,
And
man.
run up there. Bobby, I've been trying to talk to you. You know, it could be fun.
Why are you doing this to me? Why are you running away? I thought you loved me.
I got a job at the dollar store and everything just so you would like me.
Yeah, the dollar store. Even that's a lie, because it's not the dollar store anymore. It's the $1.25 store.
I thought you were gonna.
They raised it 25 cents.
Did they put a little?
Well,
did they put a little?
And
Go
they
ahead.
sell things that are just like $5. They have like some of it's just like $5 now.
Yeah, don't go down that aisle.
I don't, believe me, Bobby. I did not go in there to pay $5. I mean, come on, that's Dollar General. That's damn near Dollar General territory.
You know
what? Am I rich?
I'm gonna go all out and start a store, and I'm gonna call it the $100 store. So you ain't getting nothing under $100.
Inflation hits, it's the $1 trillion store.
But
it's
$1 trillion
bills
stuff
somewhere.
that it's all gonna be stuff that you'd usually buy in a dollar store.
And I assume you live on your own, Bobby?
Yeah, I have lots of supervision, believe me.
Oh, I was going to say, well, then I was going to say, compared to these channels you're used to being on, if you came into my room, considering I kind of sent a bunch of people away. I know Benton thinks he did it, but no. It could feel like you were right. It feels like you could feel like you're right at home. You and me could hang out with my six people that show up, and it'd be like we'd be like in a geriatric ward compared to the parties we have here, right?
Yeah, Yeah, be careful. They'll try to put you in one for sure.
Yeah.
Try to get your Social Security from you, huh? Bunch of thieves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna come visit.
All right.
Are you allowed into Canada? Bobby, are you allowed into Canada? Or are you in Canada?
If I need to go to Canada, I'll go to Canada.
Well, I hear the determination in that man's voice.
I think as long as I drive.
But you know what? He'll follow Google, and it'll take him twice as long to get here. It'll be a long drive.
Yeah, I'm going to use the app. Believe me, I learned.
Oh, this is the beauty of watching other people's content.
Make sure to enable that you don't disable ferries. Make sure you don't check the box for no ferries.
Yeah. Unless you reach enlightenment before you get here, and then you might be able to walk across the water yourself.
Nice.
That's pretty easy to, walk on water.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, when it freezes, that's not easy though, Bobby. It's in ice.
Well, if you know where it's easy if you know where the stepping stones are. The stepping stones beneath the water.
Indeed, sir.
Or you can
I'm not that
pour a bucket of
magical.
water on the floor, and there you go. Start walking on it. You're walking on water.
Mm-hmm.
O'Shea, I'm not as funny as you are, O'Shea. I'm sorry, man.
I'm walking on sunshine.
I'm looking at Bex's photo.
I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. Is that how it goes? I feel like it's a little different, but I've been going from my memory. I think I'm off a little bit with the LIG.
I think it sounds.
School me.
I think it sounds great when you sing it when you're happy. Sometimes you sing that song when you're not happy.
Well, that's because I'm attempting to get into that state.
Yeah, but you seem to be more in that state right now. Or am I just misjudging?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it.
I thought so.
No, but when I've done it before, I'm trying to get to there, certainly. So
yeah,
yes, correct.
I feel good. I feel good. It's fucking happening to me.
Serenity now, praise God.
So Bex, you're redheaded. Do you have green eyes, Bex?
No, my eyes are basically the same color as my hair.
Whoa.
They're like a copper brown.
Right. Oh, so you're not redheaded?
How old were you?
No,
on that
no,
picture,
it's
the
my
avatar?
hair's red. It's copper, but my eyes are no. You're not allowed to have red eyes on your driver's license. I tried to put that. I was like, is my hair not the same color as my eyes? And they're like, yes, it is, but we just don't put red eyes as a color on driver's licenses. And I was like, okay, so copper, yeah, they're copper color.
Is that a rare eye color? That reddish copper?
It is. I've only ever seen two. I've only ever met two other people that had my hair color and eye color, and one was from South America.
Yeah, there's something about that red hair and healing. I know the red hair green eye combination is a well-known healing. Like woman healers have that combination. So
Interesting. I didn't know that.
It must be an Irish sort of that region thing, I think.
I think coppery red hair is epigenetically made.
Epigenetic.
Yeah, I think it's an epigenetic triggered color of hair.
Is what does epigenetic mean again?
Well, that's when they can take like two rats, for instance. It would be done in vitro labs, but so I know I'm being like total conspiracy theorist there, and I was just kind of being silly because my hair isn't that wiry copper red, you know. My hair's a really fine red. Other people have that like bright red hair. Anyways, it's yeah, I was just making it. It's okay. We'll just move on.
No, yeah, like it's more man-made. Because I got some of it in my beard,
but
which
epigenetics. I will not. Yeah, I could answer that. Two rats, twin rats. They can trick the genetics, so one comes out blonde and one comes out gray, but they're actually identical twins. So they can pick hair color of rats, anyways. They wouldn't do that to us now, would they? No.
Well, if you come back again, if you get, whatever, this whole thing starts all over again, we may be in this huge loop.
Well, the reason I could see them doing that,
you may have the same genes or hair color or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Like if you were to come out with red hair, green eyes, and then know that you're a healer, and they did something epigenetically so you'd come out with blonde hair to think, and everyone's gonna think, that's not a healer. I could see something like that going on.
I'd never heard of red hair and green eyes as a healer. Sounds like one of those. Sounds like it might just be a lore to me.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think lore is more where it's at. Like, because none of the mainstream books that we have. So if you go to old books, old lore, and kind of piece those things apart, there's something to that.
Well, and red-haired, green-eyed. Red-haired people are born into every culture, every single culture. I don't know about the green eyes, but there are. I don't know. There's even we stereotype even other cultures, right? So we've never been taught about the blonde Afro Africans, right? But there's entire tribes of people with blonde hair, and that's the only difference, But red hair, is in all cultures. Same with albinos in all cultures. In fact, I think they're supposedly related.
Interesting. Yeah, that would. And then blonde hair, black skin.
Dick Gregory, may peace be upon him, said, "I'm trying to figure out where do albinos go after high school." So I was a freshman in college with some albinos. Never saw them again. Where did they go?
Well, the sun is really hard on them. I've only ever seen albinos out at night.
Underground. No, they were in some of my classes in
but they had to, or their parents they get taken away from their parents likely. But once you're free, now you can stay out of the sun.
But they don't have a. It could be a good observation because maybe they are used because they have special qualities. I've heard something about this melanation and.
Well, Brian, real quick, just to point out that Dick Gregory, the late comedian, also went on television in the 70s with Geraldo Rivera to publicize the Zapruder film, that showed the shooting of JFK, and that was the first time the American people were shown it. And Dick Gregory claimed that someone sent it to him. So I would say that him making that comment about albinos might mean something. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and there were documentaries of how at risk the albinos are in different areas of Africa. Now it could be propaganda, but that they were at risk for for being harvested for different kinds of, magic, I guess. And on top of that, the sun is very hard on them, right? So cancer can kill them very quickly in Africa. And yeah, I've only ever met 2 albino people. I don't know how common they are, but it's a good point. Should we start a big campaign? Hashtag, are the albinos safe? Like, is that not funny? That's not funny. I found it
Save
funny.
the albinos.
But then I was going to say, with the whole melanation, lamination, I call it I call myself, if I'm laminated, I'm totally see-through. I like to appeal to my people of pallid pallor, that lamination is no different than melanation. And that's all just something to keep us divided, in my opinion. I know, pallid pallor. That means sickly, sickly pale. Nice. My see-through, sickly, sickly pale friends. I appreciate that you found that funny, Benton, because I've been saving that little bit for the right place. And some big comedian's going to snag that and take off with it, but let them.
No, you just gave it to a big comedian, Brian.
I know. If there is a good audience to use it in, please, Brian. Not to say this isn't a good audience. I'm just going to keep repeating it out here.
Brian is actually my favorite comedian now, and I know I sound sarcastic, but I mean that. You're now my favorite comedian, Brian.
Can you highlight Yeti's comment? It's funny.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, me too. I mean, me too. Brian, I mean, I knew who you were when you came on here, so I mean, I'd heard your name before and that you were a comedian and doing this, moving around, moving things. I knew that about you before you came on.
Oh, nice. My reputation precedes me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this albino thing though, I don't know if they were talking about it on Crow 777. Something to it. This melanation.
Oh, yeah.
Melanation of the skin. I mean, Paul kind of looks like an albino, right? I know it's a joke, but he could potentially have something going on. Or maybe
and I don't know if y'all remember, but when I first started in the YouTube streets, some people tried to get me in trouble, air quotes, because I said Paul looks like a Caucasian albino, but he kind of does. I mean, I'm just calling it like I see it. Feel free to not agree, folks, but that's, I mean, Caucasian albino.
Caucasian albino.
Yeah. Maybe that's
your eyes are dark.
It would have to be, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that have to be a thing? I would assume.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to say beauty is only skin deep. I'm not going to say that, but it seems that Paul's appearance is changing. I'm not saying he's shape shifting or anything like that. It seems that he's getting more character and expression, and I even, God, I don't even want to go there, like humility, but maybe that's starting to develop in him.
Well, I see him as a humble man in various ways, but I do want to say this for the folks that like to make fun of Paul's weight. Can we face the reality that people who get into fitness and weight loss and all of this are fucking insufferable? And the last thing we need is like Paul enslaved, like getting into fitness, and eating right, and goddamn counting calories and macronutrients and trying to motivate everybody. Like that would be awful, man. Let's just appreciate this wonderful man while we have him and keep him like he is, please.
Oh, I'll see. I got to go to the gym. Sorry, I tried to joke. Like that's one thing I don't do is I don't go to the gym, much less make jokes.
Aha.
Yeah, I'm a pretty serious guy, but I am fun.
Well, and that's how I know who's fun is they constantly remind me how fun they are. But you are fun, exactly. Certainly are.
Funny looking.
Well, and I wanted to talk about Bex was addressing your beard earlier, and that reminds me that I have quite a head of gray hair, but I shave my head and then I let it grow out. And before my illness in years past, sometimes some of the younger gals would start looking funny at me. And then I would say, wait a minute, I've just shaved my head and they can't see my gray hair. So thankfully, I now have some in my mustache because they need to know that I'm way too old for them. So certainly I could shave my mustache and shave my head every day, but I ain't out here trying to fool the young gals, that's for sure. And Lord knows I can't talk to a 22-year-old. What would we talk about? Nothing.
You got me.
Exactly.
I taught for around 4.5 years before I hung it up, and I'd have to go up to the dry erase board. There's no such thing as a blackboard, at the front of the room. And I'd go up there and I'd write something in cursive. And that impressed, these younger students that I could write in cursive, because they don't know how to write in cursive. They just write with letters, If that's how much, education has changed, we don't even teach cursive writing anymore. What a lost art. No joke.
I view it as a total waste of time personally, but yeah, I'm glad I'm able to do that. But I print in all caps, like any good like any good person with antisocial personality traits should.
Oh, I print too, believe me.
Yes.
But every now and again, I feel artistic, and I like the beauty of the cursive form of writing.
Mm-hmm. Calligraphy? You ever get into some calligraphy?
Not really. I mean,
No.
I like to look at it, but I've never tried to do much of it.
It's never too late.
We have to get special pens and all that.
Yeah.
It involves more study.
Maybe you could write the founding documents of an entire new nation.
Yeah, when we start everything over again, right? Again.
I wish I could play copyrighted music now, because every time you say that, I think about the Highwaymen, that song with Johnny Cash and who was it? Chris Christopherson, Willie Nelson, and Merle Haggard, Waylon Jennings, rather. Yeah, they have a song on that theme that I really enjoy. But YouTube is certainly not going to allow me to play that here. We'll save that for Bex's channel, I suppose. So she has the luxury of not being monetized just yet. Although I will say this, Bex. What's that? Go ahead, sir.
I suppose you could, like sing some lyrics on your own. I mean, is that copyright infringement?
No, it's not actually.
Or,
That's right.
or just
OTW can perform music.
Or just write.
Yeah.
Just say the lyrics. I mean, because I'm kind of interested in what you're saying.
Well, I think you've just made all of recorded music redundant. Well done. We'll just say the lyrics.
Yeah, just say the lyrics.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Because if you know the tune, we could like do the tune in our head while you're saying the lyrics or something.
Indeed.
For educational purposes only.
Yeah, everyone loses rights to their music in the future, and if you go to look up a song, it could be performed by anyone. It's like, it doesn't have to be performed by the original person. Everyone's inclusive. Anyone can sing. This is what you get.
So you have to search through all the garbage. You
Right,
got like Bex singing in the shower, belting at the top of her lungs.
Right. And if you question it, like, can I have the original? How dare you? Bex expressing herself.
That's funny.
Yeah, I noticed I've got my glasses on. It says Ice Grills.
Yeah,
says
shout out
Bobby
to
is
Ice Grills. Yeah, Bobby is a sharp one. Yes, sir.
Well,
that's why he's my boyfriend.
Ice looks like he's pretty sharp too. I can't wait Bex, I'm really honored. I can't wait for Z to hear about this. Oh man, talk about some new content. Golly, that's going to shatter the metaverse.
Be
My
prepared to
daughter-
be warned, Bobby. Be
My
prepared to be
daughter is-
warned. Okay.
My daughter is always trying to set me up with somebody, and she's not going to believe it that I got one on my own.
How much
That
you want to
likes
bet?
me, for me, yeah.
I think Z's gonna. I mean, I have worked I've worked with Z a couple times, more than a couple times, and I've really enjoyed every time I've interacted with him. I still have a feeling though that he's gonna warn you, Bobby. Okay, he's gonna warn you. Stay away from that one.
Probably because, of his own issue with his own simping. Because if he sees that in himself, that's why he's calling me out on it.
Oh, this is going to be good, Bobby. It's way, way more realistic than the real
Well,
man that was moving into my metaversal realistic.
Yeah, in reality, men like to think that they're the ones that choose the women.
Yeah.
That is so totally untrue because it's the women that choose the men.
Exactly. And by the way, just so you know, I live in Quebec.
I'm going to put that on my itinerary.
I knew you would, so I actually gave you a wrong address, my friend. I was just joking. My new boyfriend already lied to him.
She gave you my address.
I did. I gave you Patrick's address.
Don't come here, man.
I'm just teasing.
Bobby, what are you doing in Quebec? That's the wrong place. Again.
I'm in Nunavut. Have you heard of Nunavut?
Yeah, that's actually in Canada.
Yeti life. Sorry.
Don't tell anybody, but one of my friends, he wanted me to go up to Canada with him. He doesn't live here now, but he lives real close to Canada. But he's in a relationship now for a couple of years.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
And he always wanted me to go up to Canada, to check the women out. He said they were really good, but I didn't tell him that. In my past, I had worked with some Canadian nurses, like maybe one Canadian nurse.
I still want to know where, Bobby, I still want to know where relationship is, because you said he was in Canada and then he was in a relationship. So I want to know where relationship is.
My best friend, he's got a local girl there in Spokane, Washington.
In Spokane? Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Oh my God, guys. Did you just hear that?
Uh-oh, we're very close. I'm like, uh-oh.
Wow.
I'm just teasing, Bobby.
I mean, that's
actually,
in the
it would be a
same
very
town as Jack Talcott.
Is her name Margot?
Is her name Margot?
Well, my friend's name is Mark. I'm not going to dox his last name, but it's a pretty funny name. And anyway, he's my best out-of-state friend. I even have his phone number memorized. But he did finally settle down with a local girl there for a little over 2 years now. We call each other on birthdays. We have the same birthday month. But he used to be my supervisor a number of years ago.
Mark. We used to call that used to be a slang term for like just like a dork or like a nerd, like a mark. That dude's a mark. Like he could get robbed or something. Like he's a mark.
Well, I could tell you a little bit about him. He actually worked Area 51. But everybody got real quiet. But he wouldn't really tell me very much about it other than it was avionics. Not alien, but avionics. But You know, I know some stuff too that I never told him either, and I'm not going to tell you guys either.
Is that right? Is that right?
I'm not an agent. I'm not an agent, by the way, but I know a lot of stuff.
I'm so close to you guys that I feel like I need to do a tour to Spokane, and then I'll come see you, and we'll bomb Z in the same thing, and then I'll go sit on Jack Talcott's armchair. That would be funny.
Well,
it's like, oh, you guys can't
way.
I'll pretend I've been blocked everywhere, and I had to show up.
You know what would be a good idea is we should get Yurt to take his bus and go pick everybody up and go to Jack Talcott's place.
Dude. Hey, OTW, did I ever tell you that I traveled around? You know I lived in the streets and traveled around. The only place I ever got my backpack stolen was Spokane, Washington.
No way.
That place is a fucking meth hole of epic proportions. It was my fault, though. I had a little too much of the
I thought it was
train wreck
Baltimore, honestly.
oil.
I heard that Baltimore was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a different thing, because I don't know if you folks know this, but the East Coast historically has not had any meth. I know that sounds insane, and I'm sure it's there by now, but typically speaking, the Northeast, although Baltimore technically not the Northeast, but right there on the precipice. Generally speaking, the Northeast has not had meth for whatever reason, but apparently it's getting there now. Yeah, I don't know why that is. But yeah, I'm going a little too literal here, but it's fascinating, some of these dynamics. Certainly. Although Baltimore, one of the few cities I never backpacked. I never slept on the streets of Baltimore, I must say.
Well, I went to Baltimore a long, long time ago. I was shocked.
It's because I have a buddy that lives down there. That's why, and he tells me it's terrible.
Oh, I'm sure it is. But that's just about every city in the country at this point. And I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, I tend to believe you.
Yep. But Arkansas,
yeah,
well, real quick, Arkansas is such a shitty state, but the rest of the country's quickly catching up. So this place becomes more appealing because of the relatively low cost of living. And I'm not calling for this, but I would love to see some version of a streamer house in the truth community. And in this area I'm in, which I'm not recommending, most likely I could rent a 3-bedroom house, although it would be fairly shitty and just have one bathroom, for somewhere around $750 a month, maybe less.
That's not bad.
It's not an exaggeration. Yeah, this place is wild, dude. You can buy a house here for like $85,000.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, you get what you pay for, and it's just shitty in general. But
yeah, but
at a certain point, it becomes attractive. What's that?
Yeah, but when you work in construction, you can like buy it cheap like that and make a palace with it,
Yeah, absolutely. And we have internet, and it's actually mainly this place I'm at that has poor internet. So I believe we have fiber available, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not trying to get people to come to Arkansas necessarily, but and I will not organize with people or create any kind of movement, but some version of a streamer house I think would be awesome. Just like if 3 people can't live in a house and make enough to pay the bills from streaming, then what the fuck are we even doing, right?
The way I look at it is like you got all these halfway houses, right? All these sober livings, but you could have something like that tackle everything, and really it'd be more of a like sort of to wake a normie up, whatever, to wake them up, or you could deal with addictions and everything. But Paul's talked about it before. He's like, I want to be able to see you guys 24/7. I want to be able to live with, you don't know of someone till you live with them. But if you had a house where the camera's there all the time, and it'd be like a sober environment, sort of an enlightening environment, and you could have Paul kind of run them remotely or have management like that where disputes come up, because you'd have your weekly meetings where people talk about shit around.
Well, and real quick, when I went into truck driving back in 2018, if I had any idea that I would be, doing a version of Ready Player Benton and trying to live in the metaverse, I would have just bought a house. I just really had no desire to have a home. I prefer the way I've been living. However, if I had any idea, I absolutely could have just bought one of these fixer-uppers like OTW's talking about, no problem. And I still could potentially, but now I would have to go and make the money. But realistically, it wouldn't be difficult to do something like that. It's just, who was going to take the first step, right? And again, I'm never going to try to get people to come to Arkansas. They would have to, they would have to decide to do that for themselves. We lost Bobby. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, it'd be a combination of like Big Brother and then whatever those rehab shows were.
Fish Tank. No, Sam Hyde did it. Fish Tank.
Yeah,
that's
Fish
the new
Tank.
Format. Dude, with a live chat and everything. It's wild how they do that, but go ahead.
Yeah, but just take away all the alcohol and debauchery or some of it. And like, what were those shows where they did the rehab experience?
You can't keep that out. That's going to happen no matter what.
Well, I'm just saying, like, have it a home, like more of a, like an enlightenment, like a sober living, only that just doesn't focus on alcohol. It focuses on leveling up your consciousness. Like so you could have, I'm thinking out loud. It would just really be like a school to level up in general. Like but you don't want the debauchery. I mean, I guess it could be there, but we're not. I don't know. Maybe you got more of an entertainment.
I want to address Yeti Life, if I may. Yeti, my hometown of Pine Bluff is 75% black, and the county is majority black. I grew up in a majority black county and city, one of only about 100 majority black counties in the entire nation. And in fact, when I talk about growing up a Jehovah's Witness, half of our church was black and half was white. So we love our blacks here in Arkansas. Just don't go up to the northern part of the state. That's the racist part, the Ozarks. Northern Arkansas is the racist part. If you get down in the Delta and the southern regions like Little Rock, pretty much everything Little Rock and South, it's a lot of black folks, sir. We love our blacks here in Arkansas, and I know I'm saying that some type of way, but this is just how I grew up. The black people talked about the white people, and the white people talked about the black people. We all got along, so I don't know any other way to talk, sir. But yeah, indeed, just stay out of the northern part, and you're good to go. Yeah, I forget that Miss Blanche is also from my hometown. Shout out to Miss Blanche. Why can't I ever remember that? I'm sure it was it was actually a really good place to live back then. And I do want to point out, Yeti Life, that a lot of these towns are just bombed out and depleted. Like there's a casino in Pine Bluff now, but other than that, the downtown is literally falling apart. That's not an exaggeration. Yes, sir. Delta Blues. Yep. Mississippi River Delta. That's right. Indeed. And actually, historically, the Delta was the most impoverished, backwards part of the country, actually. Even Appalachia couldn't hang with the Delta historically, but I think Appalachia's now moved into the lead. But I found that there's a lot of benefits to an area like that, especially when it comes to creating any sort of art. A lot of these towns are very friendly to artists, right? And I think a lot of folks don't realize that. And in fact, in Arkansas, a lot of the towns now have intentionally. Am I breaking up? Am I breaking up? A lot of these towns have intentionally embraced art, like especially visual art in the downtowns. It's like a new movement. So I'm encouraged by that. As much as I'm full doomer, there is a lot of when the town fails and the buildings crumble, that leaves a lot of space for the locals to sort of reclaim it, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see what the panel thinks about all that.
Christos said, "Oh, go ahead."
No, you do it. Go ahead, man. We're good. We're open panel, so you can do what you want.
I'm just stuck in chat here because Christos is talking about how him and Pineal are going to do a truth or verse road trip, and then Brielle's like, "I want in," and Michelle Moretti. Then Christos says, "Rob Cleveland, I need to do a truth or verse bang bus."
Yeah, I want in. I'm going to join the crew for sure.
This is when we queue up that video of Christos dancing around his fucking apartment. Who played that? That was London, man. That played that on my show. They got a whole fucking.
It's creepy.
Well, and I want to, at the risk of getting a copyright strike, I do want to show a video here, if I may, real quick. And this is the downtown of where I grew up in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. This is literally Main Street downtown. Why are they panning around all crazy? I have no idea, but I haven't previewed this bizarre style of. But you see
that
almost
old brick
nobody.
building?
Say it again.
See that old brick building? See, my eyes always lock on these architecture in these old buildings.
It's all of this is old brick buildings.
Looks like
a
ghost
so this
town.
is all.
I can't watch this though. This is a bizarre style of video. I've never seen this, so I don't know what.
Yeah, but that's glorious, dude. That old brick is awesome. You're gonna find that in all small towns. And then they demolish them and they make them look shitty.
I love brick. I love architecture and brick buildings. I want to say this, O'Shea. When I was living out of a backpack and I went to almost every major city in the country, I love just walking around and looking at buildings. I can have fun all day just walking around and looking at shit. So I'm right there with you, man. I love it.
Yeah, and there's a mystery to be unraveled there too, because it's all these wonderful brick buildings in these tiny little towns with these nice churches and these weird cemeteries with these big obelisks everywhere. So it's just, it's a little, what do they call it? It's like, it's a mystery to be solved, kind of. None of it makes sense. Everyone just overlooks it. Oh, whatever, old buildings, old dilapidated buildings, whatever, small town.
Mm-hmm.
Cool shit. Fucking pisses me off, though, man. I'm trying to control myself over here. Watch you guys be like, yeah, man. Fucking bullshit. These fucking old buildings. It's true, dude. It's fucking crazy. But continue.
Seems to me like you're already having the conversation with yourself.
Well, I know, dude, but I want others to be just as excited. It's like I want everyone to fucking be like, yeah, man. It's fucking crazy. These old buildings, old brick. Like, what the fuck? Makes no sense. But can't get everything you want. It'll happen though. Eventually, people are like, "Yeah, man, it's crazy."
The house that I live in is almost as old as my country.
See, and there's something to that. It's wood and brick.
Yeah, actually, the flooring is made with like slabs of tree trunks or something like that, and actual tree trunks are holding the whole foundation in the basement.
Yeah, it's completely awesome. I don't build like that no more. And that brick, you don't even have to tuck point it or whatever, right? You don't have to really do too much to that shit. Like, it just fucking maintains forever, it seems like.
They had good materials back then, Brian. Now it's all crap. It's all fucking.
But see, it's like back when the fucking pilgrims were here, they didn't have shit. They didn't have anything. Supposedly they had horses and carriages and nothing.
The materials that they had on hand, I mean, when you look at the barn here, wow, it's like they just literally they had like big trees back then because they literally made everything out of wood. And it was all like, and it was massive.
They didn't have shit. It's bullshit, that story. They fucking weren't fucking pilgrims cutting down trees and fucking assembling shit. Look at these brick shit. They didn't the pilgrims didn't build all this brick shit. Look at these buildings. It wasn't by pilgrims. Fuck all you motherfuckers. Fuck you and fuck everyone. Look at that building. It wasn't built the way they told us. This is a small, shitty town. Fuck you.
Thanks, Brian.
Sorry.
It's okay. It is shitty.
Did it.
In fact, it's considered the shittiest place in the entire country. And that's not an example.
Yeah, but it's glorious and wonderful. Every shitty place is supposed to be.
I like it.
Look at the building.
I like it. I like the place.
I like it too. That's the kind. I'd live in that kind of place. Honestly, it looks quiet and fucking.
It's not quiet.
Yeah, but that's how they destroy things. Yeah. Why do you think in Chicago the ghettos are all in these glorious old buildings so they can eventually be dilapidated and destroyed? Fuck all you idiots! All right, sorry, I didn't mean to be like this morning.
It's all good.
Looks a lot like the outskirts of Montreal.
Oh, yeah.
The whole place is the same. Every country, every city got these old buildings. Australia, Europe, America, Pakistan, all the same old buildings. Fuck all you motherfuckers.
I think that there's a replication function in the universe. But I'll leave it at that. I can't expound. but it's a thought I had like 20 years ago. I think the universe sort of, at different points or it continues to replicate out to infinity. I don't know.
A
But I'm just saying
Mandela
that
effect.
I think if we started looking at large structures, large similar structures, ignore the pyramids, but don't ignore the pyramids, because if land was underwater, like it might just be under a lot of pressure that might splay these things apart a little and then erode the sides of them different, so that the ones in one land don't look at all like the ones in the other land. And I know that I'm not talking about the Mayan pyramids or Incan or Aztec or whatever they're attributed to. I'm not talking about Mexico to Africa so much, because that's where they don't want you looking. It's about like the buried ones. So pick bridges. They've done a good job of destroying things so that it doesn't look replicated, because they wanted to take down the big structures, but actually you can't get rid of the evidence of it. And then I would just say it's supported by my theory is supported by the whole land crops up all the time. I know everyone's like, that's a real estate, just a real estate sales line, sell a house. But I don't know. I have a feeling that that's part of why they keep us looking towards the North Pole, towards the center of a spherical mass, because if we did look outside, and I know that's like the whole ice wall thing, but I'm just saying, I think it's more about I just think that land can appear, whether it's growth or just absorbing. And from a scientific perspective, if I had to support it even on round Earth, it would be the fact that water's found everywhere in the universe, and not everywhere, but it has different properties. And I think the Earth could be sucking the water, right, from the whole universe to its spherical shape, and we wouldn't know it was growing, because it would just add water to water, like a drop of water to water, just a thought, just some thoughts. But Rebecca's universal theory of replicity, I'm working on it. I might need boots on the ground looking for similar structures, or people on Google, because I just can't do the research. I just have already confirmation biased myself with my own download.
What kind of structure are you looking for?
Just any similar structures, right? Like similar structures, like similar bridges that they'll be attributed to probably the same architect, the same.
Well, check it out. Our White House has the exact replica in Cuba. Oh, it's only different by like a foot or two. So there you go. There's an example right there. And you'll see these buildings, these glorious old world buildings. Yeah, they're replicated. They're very similar all over the place.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with a universal it has to do with the universal transportation system. So for instance, you'd go to the domed buildings. You go to the domed buildings to like go long distances, right? And within a city, then you're looking for, let's say, we'll call it the Catholic Church, the typical Catholic brick church, which they may have actually spread out amongst a bunch of different, Christian faiths or whatever, but pick a mosque then. Like, I just mean these different buildings that look the same were actually designed to access the different travel systems. So you can travel like up the province or up the state and into little towns off the other ones. And I honestly think the underground is extremely connected. I think that's part of the taxes that they pay in penthouses that we don't know about, because whenever you get to a parkade, there's always further down, right? And so I just think that, I think it would be sensible to not let people know that most of your goods and services are actually shipped underground, because that's just like asking to be bombed. Like, I just think it's an infrastructure. It's a war tactic, right? Allegedly to keep us safe. But I've probably gone on for too long. I did smoke a joint and it's showing. I can hear it.
But the travel, there's something to the travel. I bring this up.
Yeah.
Like, no one should die from travel. Like, it shouldn't be common that we drive past a horrific accident and just kind of like keep going. And like, that's like a setup. That's probably some mind.
We don't keep going. Everybody rubbernecks and there's a goddamn traffic jam. I used to drive a truck.
Yeah, but we should all like stop and get out. I know we don't do it, but it's like it takes the humanity away. Like death from travel shouldn't be a common occurrence. Like, oh, he lost his son in a car accident. The son was perfectly fine human being, and no, that's not okay. Because there's ways to travel. We could have fucking copper tubes with magnets that are perfectly safe. You could have this shit underground, like she's saying. and you could be perfectly safe. It should be unconscionable that one person dies from traveling. You know, this whole travel thing. You know, what's up with this travel shit? This transport. You know, I call it transportation, but I guess it's traveling or moving your property. You know, and yeah, it's all wrapped up. And being on top of this surface thing, like you said, there's probably so much stuff below. Like this is just the roof of like a home or something, like a brick. It's probably the roof of something, and we're just all on the roof. And there's probably just like this is just the tip of the iceberg, as they say, as to what this realm is or whatever.
Yep. I think it even some of the city names are key too. Like there's Victoria's all over the place. You know, there's like city names all over, and they probably have something to do with some other travel. Like there would be different layers of these trains underneath the ground. There might also be a subterranean water, like through the mountains. You could take boats, because there's like Portland on the East Coast and Portland on the West Coast. And what's a port, right? Like I know we think that it's the boats come in and unload, but if you've got Portland and Portland, like, wouldn't you maybe be able to float a boat? I know it may sound abstract, but I'll bet you it's not far off.
Yeah, you could have underwater traveling. Yeah, I could see that. You could travel by boat somehow within the earth, or because travel. Yeah, we're just all so rudimentary out here, and it's like they want to act like we're rudimentary though. But there's so much evidence that we weren't in the near past. It wasn't so rudimentary. Like we have these crazy bridges. Like there's this crazy bridge on the East Coast. I've seen it in person, boots on the ground. This ginormous stone bridge with these crazy, beautiful arches. And I looked it up and like, yeah, it was built in 1 year in like 1850. And it's like, suck my dick, fuck yourself. You can't, like, this bridge goes through like crazy terrain and just it's so long. It's like just suck a dick, dude. Like I don't know how this shit was done, but you can't. It's almost like cymatics and shit. Like kind of like you're saying, like a certain sound frequency can create a geometric pattern. So if you're gonna have replicated things, if it only takes frequency to maybe build some of this shit, I don't know, like whatever that game is that uses bricks. I don't know. I think there's something in what you're saying though, because even
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
No, it just seems like things are self-assembling, or the way a lot of these old school buildings, if you look at the top of them, the way the brick is, the similarities, the arches, and there's something to what you're saying. Like,
did anyone here ever watch Stargate Universe?
No, it sounds familiar.
Did you watch any of the Stargate series?
No, is it kind of like a Star Trek-y kind of thing on TV or something?
It is, but it involves portals. So it involves stepping through a gate to get to another land. Looks a lot like NJ Jeep Girl's avatar right there on screen. Like you could just step through it,
Kind of like little wormhole type thing.
But so they had tons of series of those on TVs, and it was really just about stepping from this land into another land, right? But Stargate Universe took it to the next level, where it had actually, once you got into the series, it was just one season, but the technology was self-seating. So they had seating ships. So just like railroads actually just basically needed a couple people to walk beside the railroads to lay the railroads. I know they show us pictures of others, but we can see how the trains work now, right? So it's like literally the train lays the track, the special train that lays the track, and then people, there's obviously preparation to the ground and stuff to be done. But in Stargate Universe, they had a lot of technology that moved ahead of the ancients, even after the ancients were gone, continuing to seed the universe and the metaverse and the omniverse, or whatever terms they use. It was pretty fucking wild stuff. So
yeah, these TV shows leaving clues like that show Westworld. Like, why do they have these glorious buildings, and then you have little horse and cart buggy cowboy people, and you have this show Westworld? I don't know. Yeah, just kind of diverging. There's something about. but specifically your show and everything. I don't know. Portholes. Beam me up, Scotty.
Well, that's one of my goals on my show was to do the Bex Files, right? Next level X Files, right? You think
How's that
you're
song go?
what?
How's the
I don't
X
know.
Files music go?
I can't remember. I wish I could though now. Yeah, something like that though. Like next level conspiracy.
Oh, did OTW leave? Oh, we lost OTW.
Damn, we lost everyone since
I wanted to show him this house. I was looking at some houses. Yeah, $28,000. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, fixer upper. Well, I guess again, I had no idea I would potentially need a place to live. I should have. I could have bought something like this, right? 28 grand. It's not too shitty. I mean, it's shitty, but not too shitty.
Yeah, but all
That's
those
what I'm talking about.
materials.
Streamer house, bro. This really doesn't even need anything done to it. As far as, I mean, somebody redid it. They just did it real on the cheap, I'm assuming. They probably bought this place for like $5 grand and just fixed it up themselves, I'm assuming. Wow.
Fight Club house.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I've been talking about that for years now. A Truth or Fight Club house. I'm not even kidding. I would love to do that. But again,
The actual
be the
fighting and
change you
shit?
want to see in the world. I guess it was up to me to do it, and now that I'm not able to work, I guess that ship sailed. But who knows? Maybe I'll go buy some scratchers. I mean, yeah,
one of the
nice.
most powerful elements
Glenn.
in that movie was when all the workers were kind of in on it. Like you just show up anywhere.
Yep.
Like if we could get something like that going to where that's some power when you got like insiders everywhere.
That's the thing is it doesn't happen until people do it. No, I don't, I haven't done anything, by the way. Nobody else has. And I'm not talking about organizing and overthrowing anything. I'm just talking about, having a location to go and make content. I want to be specific with my language here. That that's in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, which is, I think was just named the 8th most dangerous city in the country. But I think that's thinks he's a people. I believe he's familiar with high crime areas as well. If a person knows how to conduct themselves in a high crime area, it's actually not bad at all. And it's mostly just drug dealers killing each other. I mean, that's most.
Yeah, and it's all
manufactured. Although, hey, real quick, they steal everything though. You got to make sure you don't leave your valuables in your car, type of shit. Just like Chicago type of shit, basically. Go ahead.
Yeah, all these shitty areas, these ghettos, it's all manufactured. It's like, to me, it's like it has to do with the architecture. Oh, we want to destroy this old, beautiful architecture that's leaving clues. Oh, we'll just make it a quote unquote ghetto. We won't take care of it. We'll, basically promote, we'll encourage, we'll bring the drugs in, we'll drop bags of guns off. And now it's the worst area in the world with abandoned buildings and shit. It's like, no. Detroit? No, I mean, any ghetto. Like
all of them. Yeah.
Sure. Anytime you get to any sort of foundation, any sort of legacy, any sort of history and roots, oh, we're going to turn it upside down and have people move. That's what's going on right now is the great moving. Everyone's moving everywhere from everywhere. Everyone's moving from LA to here. Everyone's moving from here to wherever the fuck. But no one's staying put, setting up roots.
Well, if you want to be specific, they're moving to Dallas, Fort Worth. That place is blowing the fuck up more than anywhere in the country.
Yeah, and then what's going to happen a few years from now? They're going to move from there to somewhere else.
Yeah, they're going to leave. You're right. You're right, Brian. You're absolutely right.
So where the fuck are the roots and the history and the legacies and the tradition? It takes it 1 generation or 2 to fuck everything up. 1 or 2 generations. That's 40 fucking years or whatever. Fuck the grandchildren up.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just go move back to my hometown and say, fuck it. This is where I came in. I'll just go out here. Just go there and stay.
They say there's something to that. Wherever you grew up and the water you drank, you have some sort of connection to other people that grew up in a similar area and drank similar water.
Interesting.
But see, the water we got was poison. But back in the day, water was a certain thing. Like if you grew up drinking certain type of water, and you ran into a person that grew up drinking that water, you guys had some sort of kinship. Waters were a little different around the world, but now it's all poison. But Bex was laughing. I felt she was laughing at me. I don't know. She's like, no, I wasn't laughing at you, Brian. You know, the silence is, yes, I was. I was just laughing directly at you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Take the L on that one.
I was laughing at myself, okay? Because I'd put the comment in, Yeti changed his picture. And Yeti, if you ever see me call him Yeti 100, Yeti was my 100th subscriber, and he has a wrench for life. So he changed his picture. And since I'd been flirting with Bobby and Bobby ghosted me, like, I think that's my theory. Like, Bobby just fucking out of here. He's probably going to go. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It's over. I thought I'd say, made a comment, Bex is simping on two different men with a 50-year age gap in one night. Hypocrisy is her best teacher. Didn't come to Metaverse to date, huh? Not Tinder, huh? You know? Shout out, Carl. Anyways.
These people leaving and not saying anything.
That's okay. That's within the bounds, certainly.
Did you hear, though, that when Carl brought up some sort of riot going on in Canada, like quite a while back? Did you see that? He said there's some crap going down. Stuff's going down. Some sort of major rioting up here.
Yeah, but even the rioting and all that, the protesting, it's all manufactured. Like, like, you know what I mean?
Still,
it's like,
we should do a comparison of how Canadians riot versus how Americans riot. I could just see it now. I checked this out. I did check this out.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I love this guy's live streams.
Yeah. Oh, and he's live. Nice.
oh, this guy, does he really eat snakes?
No. I believe that refers to snakes eating gigantic meals and then not eating for extended periods of time.
Oh.
Yep. He's big into, this is the piss drinker, Brian. This guy hard fasts on piss, meaning he'll do a fast where all he does is cycle his pee.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him on here before. He gets pretty passionate.
Yeah, he's
like
so
that
fired
guy.
up.
Fatty! Fatty! Today we're going to talk about liquid calories and how they get you fat as a whale. Let's begin! Now,
he's like, I guess my kid.
People think that some of these people that are morbidly obese, when you get up to even 300 pounds, but 4, 5, 6, 700 pounds, their BMR, when you get that heavy, you got to be consistent in the wrong way to get that fat, all right? Like, consistent. Because
I love his Canadian accent.
The heavier you get,
yeah, this guy's
your
awesome.
BMR is going to climb because now you're bigger. You got more size to heat up. So you got to continuously eat more. For example, let's use me for the example. So right now, I'm 185 pounds. Now I'd have to have an environmental change to say get up to 250. So say I'm maintaining weight 185 at 3,000 calorie diet. Now, if I start eating 3,500, that's going to bring me up to a weight where eventually I'll plateau. Maybe that 3,500 gets me to 250. Okay, if I stick to it long enough, maybe 3,500 calories will get me up to 250 pounds. Then, if I eat the 3,500, I'm stuck at 250. Assuming the activity level is the same. Okay, then I got to eat 4,000 to get to like 350. Okay, and let's say that I eat 4,000 calories consistently, because you got to be consistent, you fat pig. You don't just get up to 700 pounds with consistency. Now do you, fat motherfucker? So 4,000 calories.
Well, and I used to be significantly overweight, right? For the record. So even though I'm thin, I always reserve the right to think about and talk about this topic.
Every day, 4,000 every day minimum.
I got pictures of me fat as fuck.
Works. But now 4,000 calories of real food, even if it's dirty, like pizza and shit, you know how much eating that is? Okay, so now we're at, say, 350 pounds. I know for a fact I would never be able to get to that weight eating 4,000 a day. Never. Not at my size. Okay, I'd have a tough time. I would probably chip up to 250 if I ate 4,000 calories for the next 10 years. Okay, how much fucking calories do these fat pigs have to eat to get that big? Do you have any fucking clue? There is
8,000
no
a day.
way they would ever get that fucking heavy without fucking drinking fucking liquid calories. Pop and juice, motherfucker. That's the only way. And a lot of them are so blind to it, they think that it's their diet. Yeah. Okay, it's the food too, you fuckers. It's obviously, but to get to 500 pounds, there's not a woman on the planet that weighs 500 pounds that's eating enough fucking food, like chewing food, to log that kind of a fucking food volume on the day to get that big. They're drinking a pile of pop, a pile of juice, a pile of fluid. Okay, it's complete fucking neglect. Complete fucking neglect. Like they're over consuming to the point where if I gave them fucking chicken and rice, chicken thighs even, and rice, and I told them eat as many carbs as you want via pasta, rice, I don't give a shit. As long as it's low fat and they're eating a bunch of meat, I don't even give a shit if the meat's got a bit of fat, okay? There's no fucking way they can eat enough fucking food to get up to 500 fucking pounds if they're eating actual food. Do you get it?
This dude's my spirit animal. Yeah, that's motivating me to go back and yell about these buildings. I did that before. I had the Grand Canyon video on it. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers! Don't you see the blocks and lines, you piece of shit?
I had just glanced over the titles of the videos of the channel today and subscribed.
Fucking 300. That's how a regular fat guy, a regular fat guy, like say like me, if I was just an average fat guy, like at 220, 230, that's how I go from 230 to fucking 400. That's how I go from that's how you get guys like this other guy I'm helping right now. It's 5'10", 600. At 5'10", I got another guy I'm helping, old Mad Manny, that's 6'8". Okay, he was almost 700. Okay, Snake Diet Fat Man Matthew was almost 600, but these guys are like 6'5", 6'6", 6'8", 5'10". Fuck! You have to be drinking a ton of fucking fluid with a fucking pile. And the fluid happens to be mostly sugar. Now, ice cream. That is liquid fucking calories. Okay? Now that's a lot higher in fat. Okay? Sugar and fat. Okay? The truth is, as well, as when you're talking about now just the food and not drinking the calories, fat makes you fat. Okay? Fat does actually make you fat. Because if you're doing fat in the absence of fucking sugar or too much protein, it'll be impossible to get fat on that diet. That's when we're talking low protein keto. But fat in the presence of fucking a pile of sugar or a pile of fucking protein, which fucking can turn into sugar, that's how you also get fat. But you'll only get so fat eating fucking food. Okay, and you could technically say that a pile of fat on the food's liquid calories. Example. If you were eating a big dish of pasta, you fat fuck, and you're putting sausages in it and drenching it in oil and olive oil versus, say, having the pasta with a bunch of chicken in it, okay, and like no added fat, okay, that's how you get in more calories. This is a tactic that bodybuilders use to bulk. Well, of course it's making you fat, you fuck. Okay, that's a tactic. Drinking chocolate milk was a tactic back in the 1960s and 70s to fucking gain weight. Because you can get the calories in like fuck all. Okay, after you've ate your fill in real food, you can still knock back another, like, it's a joke to get in another 2,000 calories. It's a fucking joke. Okay, you think I couldn't eat a fucking pile of food in the day that's clean, like a chicken and rice diet that's low fat? You're only gonna get how the fuck are you gonna get morbidly obese eating chicken and rice? I don't give a fuck if there's a pile of carbs from the rice. You can't. It's a bitch to fucking eat that much food clean. Okay, but now if you fucking ate that all day and then you drank fucking 2 liters of chocolate milk, that's what's gonna get you fat, you fucking idiot, because it's a joke to get it in. If you're drinking a pile of juice or a pile of fucking iced tea, okay, no fucking people will buy that iced tea and they'll fucking drink it all fucking day. Fat people don't drink water. Okay? Fat people don't drink fucking water. They're always washing their fucking food down to more fucking food. It's like, let's wash this 2,000 calorie meal down with another 2,000 calories. Idiot. See, that's how they're getting so fucking fat. Drinking
I don't do this bit.
Okay, well, they should be
I am
drinking
this guy.
water. Fuck.
We yell the same way.
You can only get so fucking fat. You can only get so fat eating. You get it? It's fucking too much fucking work to even eat for these fat pigs. God forbid you have to chew a couple times, you fat motherfucker. Fuck, that's too much cardio for you, idiot. God forbid you have to fucking chew. Fuck. Maybe when you want to eat like a pig, maybe try chewing up a pound of carrots. Fucking jump. Sure you can't even move your fucking mouth. Okay? So that's why the food addiction is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Because the thing is, most of these people that are morbid obese, okay, morbid. So if you're a man and you're like fucking 300 pounds plus, unless you're a big fucking motherfucker, you're morbid as fuck. You're going to be morbid at 300, okay? Unless you're a monster of a man, probably on steroids if you're fucking a bodybuilder or some shit. But if you're that fucking heavy, you can never, ever get up. You can never get up to fucking 300.
I ate 5,500 a day for almost 4 years to go from about 145 to 195. So yeah, he's right.
Impossible. Okay? You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. That's why the food addiction, like I said, is bullshit, because people that are that fat, they don't even have to be hungry ever to lose weight. That's the whole point. People that are that fucking fat don't even have to feel hunger once in the fucking day to lose weight. Not fucking once. If they were cutting fucking body fat on a fucking diet that was low fat, fucking protein and starch, fuck, God forbid, carbs. I'm using that example because that's like the fucking black sheep diet. It's always the carbs, right? But if you fucking ate a clean diet, like your regular bodybuilding diet, that was just chicken fucking breasts and hot sauce and salt and some fucking rice and vegetables, that fat pig can eat that all fucking day. There's no fucking way they're gonna be fucking hungry. Shut the fuck up, food addiction. My fucking ass. It's straight choice on what you're putting in your body, you fat fuck. It's straight up choice. Okay, it's your choice that you're not hungry. You're not hungry, and it's your choice to go drink another 1,000 calories with a fucking fluid, you fat motherfucker. That is how you get fat. It's all you fuckers going to your fucking stupid Starbucks and shit, putting all the fucking sugar and the fucking cream in your drinks. Okay, that's not gonna get you morbid just doing that once a day. That's gonna get you fucking fat. But you see the title of this video? How fat people get morbidly obese. Okay, we're talking. We want to get at least down to just being fat. Okay, we want to get from dying, from fucking imminent death, to just being fat. Okay, it's so neglectful that when you're drinking all those calories and you're not even hungry, okay, you trying to kill yourself, you fat fuck? Are you trying to kill yourself? Then just go fucking jump off the fucking Golden Gate Bridge, you fat motherfucker. Hey, are you trying to actually kill yourself? Then go grab a gun and blow your fucking head off. Okay, stop being a bitch. Fucking do it. Fucking idiot. Hey, it's like this fucking slow, weak version of suicide. You're gonna kill yourself, do it. Don't blame your fucking food addiction when you know damn well if anytime you're hungry, if you ate a fucking clean diet, there's no fucking way you'd be hungry all day and you can still lose weight. There's not a 500-pound woman on the planet that fucking wouldn't get to a lot better body weight. She might not still be fat if she fucking ate lean protein sources and starch. Okay, now you get fucking hardcore with the diet, start cutting the carbs, then that's when you'll get down to a really good body weight. But you can still get to a decent body weight with fucking chicken and fucking rice, chicken and fucking pasta. Okay? It's the fucking choice that you fucking drink all that pop. See, and a lot of these fat people, they're so fucking numb in the mind from their fucking goddamn eating because they're always getting that little dopamine hit. They don't stop and think. They got no fucking self-awareness. They don't stop and fucking think about
There's
nothing.
a woman with a $9.99
so
super chat.
See it. That it's the pop
Presumably,
and the
I mean,
juice is
female
why
icon.
they're grossly obese. It's not the fucking food, even though the food looks like shit. Okay? It's not just the food. The food, you got to go next level on the calories to hold a fucking 600-pound or 500-pound body. If you're a big dude, you know how much you got to eat to maintain fucking 500 or 600 pounds? Like, you'd have to be eating 6,000-7,000 calories a fucking day.
Yep. That's what I said earlier.
How in the fuck you gonna get that in with clean food? I know guys that were fucking trying to bulk.
That's me.
On drugs.
No, I wasn't on drugs.
For bodybuilding shows, like real bodybuilders trying to bulk, and they're fucking trying to eat 5,000 calories a day of chicken and rice.
I ate 5,500. It was miserable.
They're gaining weight.
Miserable.
But that clean diet, that's hard for them to get in.
Shit sucks.
Because it's clean. Okay, there's not a bunch of liquid calories. And that's why I say fat does make you fat. Because if you look at every fucking, now if you take the fucking blatant liquids out of it, like the juices, pops, the milk, all that shit, your beer, okay, guzzling a 6-pack, guzzling a fucking case of beer, fucking, some of them beers are equivalent to 200-300 calories for one fucking beer. Fuck. Okay? But people that you can see right away if they're drinking all them fucking calories, there's just no way they can get up to that calorie count. It's fucking impossible. It's impossible for them to get up to that fucking calorie count. Okay? Now, like the junk food now, like I said, if you're adding a pile of fat to it, that's the only way you're going to get high calories on the food, but you still got to eat it. It still takes some work to fucking even eat that much. It's very easy to eat chips. Like I said, fat makes you fat because if you look at all the foods that really make you fat, unless you're on a ketogenic diet, all the foods that make you fat are high in fat, usually both.
No, fat and sugar.
Chips.
Yep, fat and
Easy
sugar.
to wolf those down all fucking night.
Yeah, you can eat all the fat you want as long as you don't combine it with sugar or a lot of carbs, in my experience.
Yeah, that carnivore diet.
There's all that fat and
what?
sugar.
Carnivore?
The carnivore diet with the ribeyes, you could eat fat like a motherfucker, dude. You will not gain weight. You could eat until complete satiation. Ribeyes as fat as you fucking want them, and just eat fat and more fat and drink that grease off the pan and make burgers and drink all that grease and get it in you, and you will not gain weight. In fact, you will be lean. I'm vegetarian right now, so I'm just pointing something out. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
he points out though that if you eat carnivore, that all that protein your body actually converts. As far as your body's concerned, that ends up being sugar. The way the body processes it, because of all the protein. At a certain point, the body uses it for carbs. I don't totally understand it, but he says carnivore is kind of bullshit in a way. He says just regular keto, which is like 80% fat and 20% protein, is the way to go. But I'm not an expert in this, so let me get back to
it. Yeah, because it seems like he's shitting on fat, but maybe not.
No, he does keto. He does actual keto, which is 80% fat, 20% protein, and no carb.
Okay, he likes that. Okay, that's good.
But he will carb up sometimes too. And I think there's demons in your mic, O'Shea. I'm not exactly sure, but let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, I might be able to fix it. Yeah, I fixed it. It took me forever. Finally, somebody told me to just turn off the echo and then turn it back on. Fixes it. I never knew that.
If somebody was like sitting on the couch as a fat pig and they're going to eat that chocolate bar, and I'm sitting here like, fuck you, you fat fucking pig. Instead of that chocolate bar, I threw a bowl of rice at him and a fucking chicken breast. Are you hungry, fat pig?
Hell
Here's
no.
some food.
Yeah, you won't be hungry after that.
Food with about a third of the calorie count, and it's actually going to keep you full for fucking way longer. Okay, the problem is the fucking liquid calories is how you go from fat to grossly fat. Liquid fucking calories. As soon as you cut that out, then you drop a level. So you weigh 500 pounds, 300 pounds. That's
when I'm going to say this with my health issues, I've had effectively no junk food for an entire year. I mean, the closest I come to processed food is this canned tuna, and I don't want to hear about mercury. I'm ill enough that I'm not worried about the mercury. But then it's funny how people will go to fast food and smoke cigarettes, but then as soon as I say canned tuna, it's like, oh my God, the mercury. I don't want to hear it necessarily, but then I'm eating these fucking hard-boiled eggs in a package from Walmart. That's certainly processed, and I'm going to start making my own hard-boiled eggs pretty soon. I've just been procrastinating, but it's effectively a whole year with zero junk food. I've drank nothing but coffee and water, and in some way, I've never felt better. Like outside of my illness, I feel fucking fantastic because I'm not putting any bullshit in my body, right? Because
and then if you do
bullshit makes me sick. What? Go ahead.
Yeah. And if you do introduce new things, you'll kind of know. Like that's what's cool about what you're doing and what about these certain type diets. It's just, get rid of everything, and then as you introduce it. But that's the hardest thing is staying what's the word, like diligent or
discipline. That's what this guy talks about. Discipline.
Yeah. So that affects all areas of your life.
Yeah, and because of my illness, I've been able to apply that discipline because I'm so freaked out. So what's going to happen is, even if I do recover to some extent, I'm never going to eat processed food and I'm never going to drink sodas ever again because I can connect that in my brain to how sick I was. You see what I'm saying? Now, eventually that effect will wear off, but I can always, try to find a new way, or I can always find a new way to stay off of those foods. So the reality is, people just eat a bunch of bullshit and think they're healthy. I used to eat a bunch of bullshit and thought I was being healthy because we can always convince ourselves that we're doing the right thing, right? But the reality is, even I, trying to live healthy, although I was living a lifestyle where I was pretty much had no choice but to eat junk food at various times. But I was also focusing on getting proper nutrition. But if a person cuts out the bullshit, forget about the way I look, forget about my weight. I feel fucking fantastic when I'm not ill. And I'm just, I'm ill, I'm fatigued, sometimes I'm nauseous. But outside of that, in some ways, I've never felt better. And when I do tell a random person how sick I am, they don't believe me because they always say, but you look great. I'm like, yeah, that's my liver. And I'm not eating a bunch of bullshit. So my skin looks great, right? I look healthy for some, other than my low body weight. It's because I'm not eating all this bullshit.
And what do all these mothers shopping in these stores, all this processed shit, goldfish, these snackables, Lunchables?
If it comes in a box or a bag, it's bad for you across the fucking board. And I include my hard-boiled eggs in that. If it's in a box or a bag, it's bad.
Right. And then even if we do stick with the produce section, even if we did just stick with the produce section, nothing unprocessed, we're still getting poisoned or fucked over somehow. Like, doesn't have all the nutrients in it. It's got some sort of pesticide. Like, organic, is it really organic? Like, that's what they say. That's what Crow 777 is harping on. It's like, it's hard to get real quality food. And even if you do go to like a Whole Foods, like that's so expensive. Most people can't afford that. Like, even if you could get something that was all organic and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, his theory is that like these other people, the elites, I know Bex loves the day, but they're eating different than us. They have different gardens. Like, they're drinking different water, blah, 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 blah. Standard truther fucking shit. Which I don't even like going down those roads. But.
Did Truther Cop get timed out? Now I'm seeing in the chat that Truther Cop got timed out. Did I see that? Can we confirm that? Can somebody confirm that for me, please? Anybody?
You'd be able to see it, right?
Well, no, I can't see it. I'm on StreamYard.
Or, I mean, if you went to YouTube, yeah.
Where do I go on YouTube? Where on YouTube?
Like, if you just look through, if you go to YouTube and start scrolling through the comments, like eventually it'll show you, like, hey, this comment was timed out. Do you want to view the comment?
Can I read the comment for you here? It says, "Hey, Sterling Ray, you time out Destroyer and Truther Cop the way you did yesterday at Talcott's, and Benton will handle you in the ways that Talcott cannot, I assure you."
Got it. I was just confirming. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to know. So. Because my mods are good. My mods have been good, but every once in a while I hear a rumor that certain people are getting timed out. So I just want to make sure that's not happening. So thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry about that, Brian. You were on a roll and had to do some business.
No. I think if I was on a roll, I kind of lost it.
Yeah.
But I was just going to bring up, what if you did the single mod? As I bring back I'm just trying to bring up my single modness, but you don't really need to. I guess you're saying you got good mods.
I like to be able to drop link. I like people to be able to drop links too, because I'm not always able to do the links and do everything I'm doing and drop the links. So yeah.
What would be the minimal amount of mods you think you'd be okay with having?
Kind of the one thing about having so many mods is that not everybody's here at the same time, right? So the one thing about Paul's broadcast is it's so popular that pretty much everybody's there, right? Versus this thing, it's like people are in and out. So, I'm going live at different times, although Paul is too, right? But then he's probably more adept at moderating it himself too, I would imagine. I know he times people out himself. Like I hardly ever time people out when I'm doing a live. Like almost ever. Gary, I've never had a problem with Gary. It's just the main thing is there's certain folks that I don't want to be moderated. And it's typically people have channels like Truth or Cop. Who else was getting timed out? OTW's never been timed out. But overall, it's mainly just a tribe. There's certain folks I don't want to be fucked with. And if they really fuck up, I'll mod them myself, right? Wizard, certain people that I want left alone. Other than that, I've never had a problem with the mods here ever. And in fact, it wasn't that long ago that people were whining about the moderation. I told them to hit the bricks. I said, those are my mods. If you don't like what they're doing, hit the fucking bricks. Don't come back. So overall, I'm very happy with what's happening. I just want to make sure there's certain people I don't want to see moderated under any circumstances. Other than that, they're doing fine, it seems like. But I really don't want to use the 24-hour timeout. I'd rather stick to the 5 minutes, personally. But yeah, that's just me. But it's been working so far, man. We really haven't had to have meetings or, we haven't had to discuss it. So as long as nobody gets crazy, then we'll just leave it like it is, right?
I'd love to view one of those mod meetings.
There's never been one. Yeah, that would be. We'd probably just do it live, right? Probably just do it on live.
Today's order of business. Got the Secretary Robert's Rules of Order. We got you familiar with Robert's Rules of Order?
I've heard of it. I'm not familiar, no.
Isn't that a way that you sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Beth.
No, you say someone's rules of orders. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I learned it from like AA meetings, like when you have the monthly AA meeting and everyone's got to like sort of vote on things and Robert's Rules of Order helps you have like a structure for like a formal sort of professional group sort of working out things that, Robert's Rules of Order is what most like the political things would use, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're filibustering, like, it's just a standard thing people use for meetings, discussion, where they decide
parliamentary procedure, they call it.
Yeah, like at your local PTA meeting or school board meeting, they're all going to use like Robert's Rules of Order basically to conduct their business, Yeah,
Robert's Rules of Order is the book on parliamentary procedure, yet those not well versed in that comprehensive manual can find themselves lost. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So apparently it's a website, robertsrules.com, if anybody wants to check it out.
So you could have
good catch. Go ahead.
You could have an unlisted or private video stream that you set up with just your mods and send the YouTube link to your mods.
Sure, yeah.
And
more fun to do it on live though. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be.
It's true.
I would just do it on live personally.
Yeah.
I'm just not down with this idea of doing stuff off. I would rather just do it all on live personally.
Yeah, I hear you. I've seen that.
Yeah, I know. I know. Might have caused some problems, but we'll figure it out. I feel like we'll figure it out. And half of this, I do think a lot of it is just me being sick and cranky and not getting sleep. So, although I pretty much meant everything I said, but the way in which I delivered some of those messages certainly.
Well, I've put it behind me. So.
Oh, I know. I appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. So much appreciated. It is part of the lore now, though, Bex. So we will be referencing it at various times.
Oh, I know. It's inspired me to actually continue writing the lore that I wrote on my first two streams, right? Like there's the metaversal lore that Bex was writing, describing each video. So it's, it'll be good.
Well, and I'll give my 12-step experience was I had the really good friend, Henry Hopper, who's probably passed away by now, I'm assuming. But every time I went to Santa Barbara, that's the first thing I would do is find my buddy Henry, rather. And one of the times I said, "Hey, man, I want to see you. Where can I find you?" And he was having trouble, because he lived he's an intravenous drug user of both meth and heroin. That's why I say he's probably passed away by now. But he said, "Yeah, I go to these AA meetings, most mornings at whatever time." He told me where to go, and I started going so I could see my friend, right? And then I'm like, "Hey, I'm here. Of course, I'm going to share and participate. Like I'm not going to go down there and not, participate in the process." Although it did cause a problem at a certain point where a trans person sort of took to my personality, and I was delivering some pretty good shares, right? And that person assumed that I was sober. And after one of the meetings referred to me as, "How do you stay sober?" or whatever. I said, "I never said I was sober. Like, what are you talking about? I'm having a beer after this," which it was like kind of shocking. But, I didn't agree to not drink. I'm at AA meetings, and back then I was drinking more, like a 24 ounce and maybe smoking a joint or a blunt or whatever. It's not like I was getting hammered every day. It's like, no, I never said I wasn't going to drink. Good Lord. Which I could see why that would be a mixed message, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I guess they could try to exclude you from the meeting, like, "Oh, you're not an alcoholic. This meeting's only for alcoholics."
Well, but
there's open meetings.
I did identify as an alcoholic at the time because I would always binge drink at various times, and that is a type of alcoholism.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's like, I could drink, maybe a 24 ounce in the early day, and then a 24 ounce. But again, it's with cannabis. And it's interesting, but then sometimes I would binge drink, but that was hard to do living in the streets because it's so dangerous. But it's interesting that only after I went into truck driving, where I was not able to smoke cannabis most of the time, that I actually became a daily drinker. Because I just alcohol's never been my thing. I like to get fucked up. So now going into truck driving, I wasn't able to smoke cannabis. However, I went my first entire year of truck driving and only drank a few times. So I've had periods of like a year and a half, 2 years where I drank almost not at all. So, it's not, people might have a perception of me as a drunk. It's like, well, I was for several months, but I'm not a drunk like over a period of years because my organs can't handle it. I'm one of those people that the alcohol will just kill me very quickly if I try to drink every day, which is what was happening. I did almost die. Like, I don't know. I still don't think people realize how close I got to actually leaving this place. It was bad, man. Real bad. Bad, bad, bad. Very, very bad. But I'm here now, and things are much better for me.
I bet it just wasn't your time, because there's a lot of people, dude, like in these conversations. Like, yeah. It's like, just wasn't part of the timeline. I don't know how it works. Like, if it's not part of the timeline, how, like, say you directly, like, you're about to die, but it's like, nope, not part of the timeline. I don't know if God directly intervenes or an angel, and they just kind of somehow protect you. I don't know. Fools and babes, children. God protects fools and children.
Well, and, so what I've talked about with alcohol is that, once I ruined my organs, at least temporarily, and I don't know that my pancreas is ever going to be able to fully recover, but certainly my kidneys have recovered to some extent. My liver was the first thing to come back. I definitely had the fatty liver. There's no doubt about that, but the liver's good. So something got unlocked in my brain, O'Shea. Now, when I in my worst moments, I think about drinking, but on a normal day, I don't even think about alcohol. And part of it is I figured out why I drink. Overconsumption of alcohol is obliteration. It obliterates everything. It obliterates the things I don't like. It obliterates the feelings I don't want to experience. It obliterates when I play poker, the things internally that I've never mastered to be a great poker player. Well, I could get fucking shit-faced and just run the table over. right? So I know my brain understands the game, right? It's just that when I play sober, there's something that I haven't mastered within myself. Well, alcohol, and I'm blocking myself. Well, alcohol destroys all those blockages, right? It's amazing how that works, because I have studied, the game to some extent, and the people I was playing with weren't any good, but I'm not going to try to, just my body can't. I wouldn't want to drink every day just to play poker anyway. I mean, fucking, you want to talk about a miserable life? Good God. But yeah, overconsumption of alcohol is obliteration. That's what that is. And folks just don't seem to realize that. That's the reason for drinking, is to just completely obliterate whatever it is the person isn't wanting to experience.
Yeah, and it's sad that, like, oh, you could get a drug test for weed, so a lot of people like go to these other things. They'll start drinking. But they would, there's probably a lot of people that work certain jobs that would just rather smoke weed, but instead they don't have that option, so they'll drink, or they'll take some sort of prescription pill, maybe. Like, you could probably take prescription oxy fucking cotton, and it'd be fine on your drug test and everything. But I don't know how that works with the medical marijuana. I don't know how that works with truckers, but I don't know if a trucker could be on oxycodone.
Of course not. Absolutely not. That's the thing people don't realize. Like, I've been accused of being crazy or whatever, but the reality is, if I had any sort of mental health diagnosis, I would not be allowed to drive a truck. There's no version of benzos, Xanax, all of this antipsychotics. None of that is permitted, and people have to. Like, even people with diabetes have to get they have to go to a doctor like every 6 months and get reassessed. And they have to get the doctor has to sign off on the person driving a truck if they have some sort of medical condition. Whereas me, since I don't technically have any medical conditions if I lie to the person doing the, the exam, because the reality is, if I just told the truth, next time my medical card has to be renewed, then they wouldn't even give me one at all. But I always get the 2-year card, which is the maximum that you can get, because I don't have diabetes, and I'm not, I don't have sleep apnea or anything like that, and I'm not on any medications. But yeah, people don't realize how strictly regulated truck driving is in this country. What's up, Mitchell? Good to see you, brother. I missed you in the chat, but I see somebody referencing you. Is that him, El Pistolero? Which one's a Mitchell?
Mitch Levin.
I'm not seeing his comments, though, unless I'm behind. I might be behind in the chat.
It's right below my metaversal lore. Bex, who claimed not to be online to date, got dumped by Benton. She begged him to take her back in. She proceeded to marry Bobby. We all knew he would. Bobby ghosted Bex, and then Bex simped on Yeti. And now Mitch Levin's got a bone to pick with Bex. I'm like, I don't know. I'm simping on everyone here. Might not be a good time. Might be the best time.
Shout out to Awesome G with the $100 super chat on Snake Diet.
He wrote all that you just talked about, Bex?
No, I wrote
broke
that.
It down like that? Oh, my
No,
bad.
that was my metaversal lore, and then it just happened he come right in after with "I've got a bone to pick with you, Bex," and then I was like, "Okay, good to see you."
I like the way you broke that down. It was like soap opera-ish, like all the.
Well, that's how I was writing my metaversal lore before, so that's what shall continue.
Mitch must have me blocked, or I've got him blocked, because I don't see his comments. So.
What you could click to, Benton, is you might have it on all comments, and if you hit that live comments or whatever, chat, it got
it. Well, the stream, it'll still show on the StreamYard no matter what, and he's not even showing on StreamYard.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
thank you for reminding me. Oh, that's a good reminder. But let me go.
Can someone?
What's up?
Can someone tell Thinks 101 what simping is exactly?
That's, by the way, that's he was on my podcast, Thinks 101. He was on my podcast. My old Nightmare Dystopia. So I haven't not met him in real life, but
well, simping would be like, say you're hitting on a girl, instead of being yourself, you might simp to what you think she wants, instead of just being an unapologetic, authentic male, and just do what males do whatever you want. See, if she has a problem with it, like, she's either probably gonna want to fight you or fuck you. So either way, if you're being you and she wants to fight you, she's showing you emotion. She probably wants to fuck you, but she's just fighting it. She's fighting herself. She's not really fighting you. So if you're simping, you're going to cater to that to try to get laid. And even if you get laid, no one's really fucking their authentic self, so it doesn't really work out. That'd be what my initial thought on simping would be. Like, you're not being your authentic self. Even with a cop, you could simp to a cop. You stand up for yourself and be your authentic self, or you could simp.
So it is perfect. It is totally appropriate.
No, it's not appropriate to simp. It's like it's a bitch
No, but
move.
it's appropriate for me because I wasn't actually simping. Like, you know what I mean? I was just playing.
Oh, if someone accused you of being a simp, like.
No, I just described myself as a simper on Bobby and Yeti.
Simping means to let females walk all over you. That's what it means. It's a man who allows women to treat him like a doormat. So simp is to allow oneself. No, it's to allow oneself to be treated like a doormat by women. And I was on the message board sosuave.net when the term most likely originated, because I used to. Hang on. Everybody stop. Stop, Brian. Shut up, everybody. Benton used to do a podcast about dating and relationships, and I used to write on a message board about the topic. And I used to write on two different message boards on this topic. So the reality is, when I say that I invented a portion of MGTOW, that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, but that name's sosuave.net, dude. It's so suave.
It's a message board. Net. It's a message board.
Relationships. What the fuck were you guys talking about on there? So suave.
How to get women. How to not be a simp. A lot of men need to be taught how not to be a simp, Brian. And believe it or not, I used to do coaching calls with men who paid me money to teach them how not to be a simp. I'm not even kidding.
But was any of it like that mystery game pickup artist shit?
Stop talking. I know everything about this topic, sir. Everything. I was in this before Mystery came on the scene. I was here before his TV show. I was there before Neil Strauss wrote The Game. You can't sit here and talk about this. Say it again.
Did you peacock?
Well, I effortlessly become the center of attention, so I didn't have to.
Oh, your peacock is just your natural effervescence.
I'm naturally cocky and funny, so I just turn it up. But I'm not into this anymore. But this is literally how I met my second wife. Yeah.
By negging her.
No, not by negging her, but yeah, that was part of it, was negging. See, here's the problem is when that TV show came out, The Pickup Artist, and whenever that book came out, women said, "Oh, wait a minute, we know we're playing games, but now they know that we're playing games, and they've started playing their own games," and it fucked it up for everybody. Because before that, it was just like mating rituals and dating rituals, right?
Subconscious psychology.
It's been taken to the next level. Yeah. And I thank God I got out before texting, because I'm not texting somebody in the context of a romance. It's not going to happen. But yeah, back in my day, listen, hang on, Brian. Back in my day, we handed her a pad of paper and a pen and said, "Write your number down." I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. They're pushing women now to just have drive-through sex. Like, women could just literally treat all these dating apps just like to have a dude come over, fuck them, or no, they'll go over to the dude's house, fuck them, and then just leave, and they think it's cool. Like, oh, I just got me some. I just got my. But see, it's making them masculine, like, right? It's taking. They think, oh, it's like flipping the script, because they're like, oh, I don't want to be in a relationship. I just want some dick.
Well, but let's go. Can we face the reality that men are susceptible to societal programming? Women are slightly more susceptible. So the reality is, it's people under mind control doing what they've been programmed to do. They've been programmed to go to these apps, and they've also been programmed. And I think Bex might want to jump in on this, because I can feel like I can tell I've taken over the conversation. But women have been programmed to mimic male sexual behavior, going out and seeking conquest and all of these things. And it's very, very harmful in my view. And I wanted to see if Bex had anything to say. And I won't yell at you, Bex. I just get locked in sometimes and I'm not mad at you, Brian. It's just I know so much about this topic. I can't just let that weak shit fly. But go ahead.
Sorry, I just saw a comment coming in at Mitch. I got distracted.
No worries.
Yeah, I can. Fine. Yeah.
I can talk about this for hours, but go ahead.
Yeah. So about women behaving like men,
Sexually.
or sexually. Yeah, I would say, yeah, at least the message I got as a young woman was that, we were equal, go get a job. Like if I had more money, I'd pay for dinner, no problem, that definitely sex was something that men wanted. And that if you wanted a man, you gave him the sex. And then you get experience at picking people up, and you don't get experience at having relationships, and then you're not seen as a woman who's worthy of a relationship, and nor do you have the skills to have one. And then you end up likely behaving like a beta male, if I were to put it in the framework, like, yeah. I mean, in terms of, and I don't mean that alpha males don't do that too. I just mean I mean it more in terms of like not choosing good breeding partners, right? Like I think in a most powerful sense, a man who knows his place is also being very careful with that, and not necessarily in terms of, it manifests in all sorts of ways, but I would just say technically they know the value of the spirit that they carry in their seed, right? So that's what I posed on Paul's channel the other day, or yesterday, I should say. And that maybe the men carry the seed and the women make the flesh, and that's how it balances out that way, So I just think that, yeah, it makes women behave like they're not in it for procreation. And that being said, I mean, lots of women aren't, lots of men aren't, but it was just sort of, there was no social structure. We didn't have any internet, not that that would have helped. It would have just escalated things sooner, but there really was no place to meet to marry. Like there was only really places to meet to fuck, unless you were probably going to church, or I guess people would do some things, but really we didn't have the internet. And when it came in, we were a little behind, not Benton, not some people. But yeah, I think it did make, it reduced women, we reduced ourselves to sex first, even the best of us.
Yes. So what I focused on, Brian, on my, well said. Thank you, Bex. Brian, what I focused on with this website, this is from the Wayback Machine. This is my old website that I made myself. And it was upperhanddating.com. It's get the upper hand, your relationship on your terms, not hers. Now, what this is based on is that someone's always in charge. And if he's not in charge, she's in charge. And a man ain't a man got a woman for a boss. So this is only directed towards actual men, but who find themselves, in a series of relationships, where the woman is in charge. Or even worse, most of the men who paid me money for coaching calls had a house of their own, a nice car. They were white collar. They were in their 20s and they had good jobs. And then they would go to the grocery store, and there'd be some piece of shit alcoholic loser in a wife beater tank top with a decent looking woman. And he's standing there blaming the woman for this. And so I would get on the phone with him and say, hey, buddy, she'd rather be with you instead of him. But because you can't get over yourself enough to just treat her like a human being instead of putting her up on a pedestal. Well, this guy treats her like a person, meaning on some level, she knows she ain't shit. You're treating her like she's some kind of queen from day one, which doesn't make sense from her perspective. So she would rather be with you, except you can't get over yourself enough to actually grab your fucking nuts and treat her like she's just a person. And I've always just treated women like they were a person. And that's probably why I've pretty much had women in my life, my whole life, until me and second wife split up. And I met her right before texting. Well, we're going to read some of my dating articles, EBT, because my old website, none of my podcasts are online, and I had an old hard drive, but I don't have it anymore. So here's one: no dinner till she sleeps with you. Okay, but what are we supposed to do on our dates, you ask? It's a sad reality that for most men, dinner is the default date activity. It is very easy and comfortable to take your date to dinner. After all, everyone eats, do they not? I can't take away your main option without giving you an alternative. This was one of my biggest struggles when I was working towards improving my success with women. And remember, I was a completely different person earlier when I did this. So this is going to sound fucking corny. So I would never think this way or write this way now. This was 2011. So please cut me some slack. This was one of my biggest struggles when I was working towards improving my success with women. And what I mean is I never had trouble meeting women. I had trouble meeting women who weren't, I basically just picked from whichever one I was attracted to the most out of the ones that made it known that they liked me, because I could always tell when a woman liked me, right? This was one of my biggest struggles. I met girls and I got their phone numbers. I knew that the next step was to formulate a date plan, and I knew dinner was out of the question. What then? Action dates. What is an action date? It's any activity that you enjoy. Perhaps you spend your free time browsing the internet or playing video games at your place of residence. If you don't regularly leave your house for entertainment other than dinner and movies, you're going to have to spend some. And this shows you how the climate has changed, because now you could invite a woman over and just view your computer with her or whatever, right? But back then it was not an option. It would have been viewed as creepy and weird. But so this is very dated material, but this will give you an idea of where I was at. If you don't regularly leave your house for entertainment other than dinner and movies, you're going to have to spend some time figuring out what activities you enjoy. Have you ever been bowling? When was the last time you played mini golf? How about a walk in an interesting part of your city or town? Some of you may be willing to go along with the rule, no dinner till she sleeps with you, but you want to know why. I'm one of those people who loves to know how things work and the logic and reasoning behind actions, so I'm more than willing to explain the reasoning for the rule. Let's start with them. Oh, and by the way, things have come full circle, and there's women on YouTube I've seen who are dating coaches, and they're teaching men things like the 3-date rule, which is something else that I helped pioneer, although I'm not the one that invented it. It basically means if she hasn't fucked you by the end of the 3rd date, then don't ever see her again. Let's start with the most basic reason you're interested in dating women. I understand that psychologically you may have some resistance to this idea, but it doesn't make it any less true. The fact of the matter is that the main reason men are interested in spending time with women is to have sex with them. That's it, and that's all. Romance, companionship, feeding your ego by having a hottie on your arm, and any other reason you can think of are besides the point. They are side issues. The number one main reason you want to date women is because you are a male human who has a sex drive that causes him to desire to penetrate and inseminate women in order to get them pregnant. The disconnect comes from our biology arguably being behind our social progress and development. For our purposes, it is only necessary for you to accept that you are focused on and want to get near women in order to insert your penis into them. And remember, this is for men, right? And these guys need to hear this. It is not because she's so cool and funky and has a nice smile. It's because she's got tits and an ass and legs, and those things make your dick hard when you think of them. Studies that I read about on the internet and have no interest in citing here have shown that when a man scans a crowd of people, he notices the attractive women first. The reason for that is that women are so annoying to be around and such a pain in the ass to deal with that as male humans, we have to have a powerful sexual desire for women and naturally focus on them. Otherwise, the species would have died out long ago. I've actually told that to women in response to them making fun of men for thinking about sex all the time. Of course, we think about sex all the time. We have to. Otherwise, the world as we know it wouldn't even exist. All of humanity depends upon men's preoccupation with having sex with women for the purpose of inseminating them. We can agree that as men, our purpose in dating women is to have sex with them. Does meeting a woman, getting her phone number, then taking her to a restaurant where you will sit across from each other and likely have an awkward and forced interview-style conversation sound like something that would result in your penis entering her vagina? Now, again, this was the old days. Now you can just order them up on Tinder, apparently. My assertion is that it won't. Sitting around and talking in a restaurant with someone you don't even know yet is boring. Causing her to feel boredom is only going to move you further away from your goal of having sex with her. It's important to look at all of this from her point of view. Since we are men, we have no experience thinking like women. It sounds obvious, but it's something many of us do not realize. I've seen countless problems caused by men interacting with women and expecting her to think and react like a woman would. That's nonsense. She is a woman, therefore she thinks and reacts like a woman. This is a basic change you must make in your thinking. Let's assume that when this woman met you, she felt attracted to you. She was pleased when you requested her phone number. Again, the old days. This is all over with as far as phone numbers. She looked forward to your call. Who calls people anymore, right? And when you called and invited her out to dinner, she accepted enthusiastically. Later, I will show that this is an incorrect assumption, but for purposes of this example, we're going to assume that she has a high level of interest in you, and she is excited by the prospect of spending time with you. The day of the date, she becomes even more excited when thinking of you and the date. She tells her girlfriends that she has a date, and they excitedly discuss you and how you met, how you asked for her number, how you called to invite her on the date. Every little detail they discuss is building the anticipation more and more. And when you meet her at the restaurant or pick her up for the dinner, she is beaming with enthusiasm. Then you sit her down at a dinner table and have a forced and boring interview-style conversation. Now the dinner is over, and the excitement she previously felt about going on a date with you is extinguished. Her excitement was based on potential. She's felt it before with other guys she's gone out with. Those other guys got her excited too. Then they also took her to a restaurant and sat her down for a boring and forced interview-style conversation. Do you see where I'm going with this? Dinner is played, son. It's expected and it's fucking boring. The fact that it's the first thing that pops into every man's head is reason enough to avoid it. Most of the guys you know are not doing well with women, and almost all of those guys always take their dates to dinner, do they not? This is where you've got to check your ego. Do you really think you are so special and charming and interesting that you can succeed with dinner dates where almost everyone else is failing? Your ego may answer yes, but reality will most likely prove your ego wrong. Another important reason why dinner dates are to be avoided is that it sends the wrong message. It sends her the message that you feel like in order to spend time with her, you need to provide her with something more valuable than your time and attention. Isn't the pleasure of your company enough? In addition, who doesn't love free food? Everyone loves free food. It's a common occurrence for women to allow a man she is not interested in to take her out for a free meal. Do you want to be used for free entertainment? I don't. Hopefully you don't either. Taking women out and providing them with free entertainment is not going to increase the chances of you inserting your penis into her vagina. You are still going to have to make a move, and that move is less likely to be successful after you bored the shit out of her at a dinner. Too bad boring her at dinner doesn't generally lead to you boring into her with your penis. The end.
And what do you think about dinner dates nowadays? Do you still agree with a lot of that?
I can do whatever I want because I know all of this and I'm interesting. But see, most guys are not. See, I'm writing this for your regular bozo. It's not written for me, right? I mastered all of this before I wrote any of this. This was not fake it till you make it. I was doing this. I was with my second wife when I wrote all this. And I spent $0 on her for the first 6 months that we were together. $0. If we went out, if it involved money, she paid her half every single time. And I did not give one flying fuck what she thought about that. Now, because when a woman this is the olden days, remember, this is completely changed. But in the olden days, when a woman really liked a man for a relationship, she would typically hold out the sex as long as possible. I basically had to tell her that, hey, if you don't make with the sex pretty soon, then you're never going to see me again. Because she was playing hard to get, as they all do. She's trying to show me that she doesn't just give it up to anybody. Meanwhile, if she just met some guy that she wanted to fuck and she did not see him as relationship material, he gets it the first night. Well, I've got to wait around. Fuck that. I basically just had to straight up tell her that. No, not a cheap ass, Miss Blanche. In order to meet my second wife, I took many different women on dates. Why the fuck would I spend hundreds of dollars in order to eventually marry a woman? That's crazy. Why would I do that when I can get it for free? Think about it.
Well, and
she's the one that survived. So I was going to marry somebody. See, she's the one who made it through all the tests. And yes, the women test the men, but I also test the women.
Well, and I think given all that you just read, I really feel like that the behavior of women, if there's a good portion of men that feel that way, I would think that the sexual behavior of women is a natural reflex then. And even though it may not seem that way, since it is way more liberal than it once was, as much as people want a monogamous relationship, they're just going to have to sift further and adopt, obviously, more of those philosophies. And ergo, you'll just have more of all variety of women to meet all variety of men. It's just harder for those that want monogamy. Because I think that right there, you just said, if the men were holding back on breeding, because that's not why they want to have sex, then the women have to compensate for that somehow, right? Just in order for the species to survive. So they'll just adapt and randomly get pregnant and do all that. And while the alpha males are either doing their part and whether they want a bunch of partners or whether they want one, right?
Well,
just a thought.
Sorry to cut. I have to clarify something. My apologies. I am not a proponent of these ideas now. I was a proponent of these ideas then.
Yeah,
Hang on, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe much of any of this now. I am not. So I want the audience to understand. I'm not saying this is the way to go. I'm saying this is the material we're talking about when we talk about simping and we talk about all of this other things. These are the dynamics. I am not in favor of any of this now. But go ahead, Ms. Bex.
I would just say that since you probably wrote that around the time that I was talking about, how dating was for me, which was a very long time ago. That sort of that angst, that energy, actually, if it is about attempting to procreate as a species, and the energy is like, no, we ain't going to take it, right? And the species needs to survive, then I think that the looser women, quote unquote, women becoming looser or sexually empowered, may as yeah, I just think it would have been a somewhat natural response to that angst, right? And then you've got women who are
what
like,
is the angst?
well, the angst that I sensed that there was some economic structure and some models that were being torn down, so men could fuck when they want to.
Well, but wait a
right?
minute. But hang on,
Yeah.
I'm coming only from the male perspective. The guys I'm talking to specifically can't get women because they're too nice to them. And being nice to a woman back then was the absolute kiss of death. It's probably different now.
Mm.
I
was juxtaposing.
The specific reason why these men I was talking to were unsuccessful with women is because they were too nice to them. They were simping. But simping had not been invented yet. It was not a common phrase yet. I'm talking to the simps here. I'm not talking to people like me that I've always been able to get dates my whole life. This didn't need to be written for me. This is for men who are successful in every area of their life, except they cannot be successful with women in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
So they needed some bozo like me to program their mind into being able to treat her just poorly enough to get into a relationship. Because many women require a minimum level of abuse. Now, this is where Paul would say, yeah, those women ain't shit. And, so this is what I'm saying. I no longer believe these ideas. I'm more attempting to align with what Paul Enslaved would say. Unless up until I meet a woman who can, I need to make me the best version of me first. And until I meet a woman who can match me on that level, I'm not going to be with nobody. But I didn't think that way in 2011. And I had a very different view because I was less evolved. So everything I'm reading to you is Benton minus 12 years of evolution. So I am not a proponent of these ideas now, but I was then. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the next article is called Don't Wait for Sex, the 3-Date Rule. And I now see women on YouTube trying to teach the 3-date rule to men. Like, I was just way ahead of the curve. But again, this is not my life. I don't live this way. I don't advise any of this, but I'm pointing out to O'Shea that I was around for the founding ideas of whatever this has become. That's ultimately my only point. But I will say this with my second wife, and you can blame the woman all you want. With my second wife, anytime she really started tripping on me was after I had been too nice to her. Because on some level, she knew she wasn't shit. Why am I treating her so good? It's not matching what she's feeling inside. And it causes tension and a schism. Again, now I see the error of my ways. What I need to do is make the best version of me and then hold out for a woman on my level. See, I was looking at it wrong. So if Paul was in here, he would absolutely correct me on all of this bullshit. See? But meanwhile, I think about it more like he does now. But I'm still stuck in the old way of thinking to some extent, if that makes sense. But I was the worst kind of fella. I had no trouble attracting women, right? But then my relationships would end up going awry eventually. It's because I was too fucking nice. Because we want to be nice to our women. The reality is, if I improve myself enough and I'm able to attract a woman on my level, then I will be able to treat her properly without her freaking the fuck out. What do you think, O'Shea?
I appreciate the conversation. I think you're making a lot of sense. Being the best version of yourself. It's pretty profound to say that you can treat her properly and she won't freak out.
Unless she's on some bullshit and then she knows she ain't shit. So why the hell is he being so nice to me? What's he hiding? See what I'm saying? It doesn't compute. Something must be wrong. Now she feels insecure. Now she starts giving me problems. But I don't want to have to be mean to my woman. I hate that shit. But that's with number 2. I had a fucking strong pimp hand. But I don't want to do that. At a certain point, I was basically her fucking manager. Like, it was like I was managing her affairs, right? I was putting 25% of my mental energies into fucking, pimp gaming this broad, right? I considered being a white pimp. I'm not even joking, but I realized I didn't want to get involved in prostitution. Like I absolutely could have met some strippers back then and just fucking took their money and fucking. Have you ever met a stripper, by the way, in your personal life? I've never met a stripper that wasn't trying to get an apartment. Meanwhile, they all made $1,000 a night. They need a fucking manager. Every single stripper I've ever personally known makes between $500 and $1,000 a night and is working on getting an apartment that they can never manage to rent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They need a fucking manager. I considered being their manager at a certain point. That's all I'm saying.
Smart.
Well, it's smart that I did not do it. What a miserable experience that would have been, Bex. And you want to talk about karma. I ain't never done nothing to anybody I wasn't married to. I'll let you fill in your imagination there, but I'm not out here hurting people. And and you know, the ones I was married to, I left number 2 way better than I found her. Number 1, I guess you'd have to ask her, but I'm not in contact with either one of them now, so that probably says something. But yeah, we don't talk about these things in society. We don't talk about. That's why Paul talks about the beta boys, and the reality is almost every one of these males, their woman runs the show. Well, what was modeled to me is the man's in charge. That's what was modeled to me. And I would never have a relationship where I wasn't in charge, because somebody's always in charge. They say, oh, it's equal. No, it's not. It's never equal between a man and a woman. Somebody holds the veto no matter what. And that has to be me, because in order to maintain my status as a man, I can't have a woman in charge of me. It's not an option. But many guys are happy that they finally met a woman, and then they're happy to let her run the show. Meanwhile, they're fucking miserable because now they've got a mommy.
Well, and women are acting out in a role that they're not meant for, right? So they're actually asserting themselves even more in that role then to compensate. And then, yeah, just fucks up. Yeah. Because if I was trying to take charge of you, right? Then like how dominant would I have to act? Like I know this is an impossible equation because we know who you are, but you see what I'm saying? Like, so if you have a lower level energy like that, then yeah, that's why that person is being like a mommy, you know, like it's because she doesn't understand that voice is more powerful for a reason.
Any thoughts, O'Shea?
Yeah, I was just looking through chat and they were agreeing, or they were, I think, it's just, you're onto something. And I'm thinking about women in my limited, short-term relationships I've had, like if you ask them, or if I think about it, were they better off after being with you? I don't know. I can't definitively say yes. I'm trying to come up with examples. And would they definitively say that they either were neutral or worse off, but not better or something? Like, so I don't know. I'm just exploring that. And then I'm also trying to reverse engineer it as to how I could start. If I'm with a woman, how could she be better off after being with me? You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure this stuff out.
Yeah. Hey, I got to eat real quick. If y'all, you think you two can handle it for about 10 minutes?
For sure. Yeah. And then I'm going to head off to bed.
Awesome. Yeah. You've been a trooper, Bex. Thank you. So let me scarf this. I'm going to scarf this down. And then,
take your time. Take your time. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll have at least 4 more cigarettes while you're gone.
I love that. I mean, I don't, but yeah. Okay.
I know.
All right. Be right back.
Okay.
So those are actual cigarettes?
I roll my own. So a cigarette of mine is about half the tobacco of a regular cigarette because I use slim filters. And but still, I chain smoke. It's still a fact. Well, I haven't had a cigarette in a while, but I smoke too much.
Like a natural tobacco?
I do. Well, it's not like American Spirit or anything, but it's Canadian Classic. I guess it is our rendition of it. It's not touted as organic, but not being packed into the TaylorMades, they say it has less chemicals or something. It's just cheaper, lasts longer.
You smoke weed too?
I do, but I've only smoked. I usually chronically smoke it, alternating between it and cigarettes. Not 1 for 1, but not that matters. I've only had a joint a day for the last 3 days.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I smoked a joint about an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago. I know I ended the last stream saying I needed a joint, but it took me about, a couple of 2.5 hours in to be like, oh, chill, smoke a joint, chill out with you guys.
Like you could actually get high. Like some people are so saturated they don't really get high. They just kind of get normal. If you're doing it one a day and taking a tolerance break, the THC levels are going to drop way down. So you're going to actually get high. That could probably be intense to people that, you know what I mean? Because they're like, holy shit. That's when they'll get anxiety. They'll be like getting high for the first time and shit.
Yeah, although I would say I smoke a pretty high percentage weed. So the break was, it'd be better to go 3 days no joint at all, and it would really kick me in the butt. The weed I smoke is guaranteed to be over 20%, and these ones are 27. Yeah, both of them are 27, 28%. I usually have a sativa and an indica around. I like to alternate. But it's nice. It's nice to have the interruption.
Yeah, the interruption. That's what these men and women are doing now. They're just interrupting each other. Where's the flow? So what was the fuck was I gonna say? I was gonna try to get back into this female dynamics. I was gonna say and the thing of like leaving a woman better off, or basically a woman being better off just for being involved with you. You know what I mean? It's like that's what we're trying.
Well, that'd be a beautiful goal of both people. I know a friend of mine my friend Philip said that a healthy relationship should be a healthy competition of generosity. So you're not really competing, you're not trying to one up each other, but it just kind of feels like that, It's not actually a competition. It should feel like it though. Like it's just reciprocity, but that sneaky, I'm going to surprise him, So with no expectation of reciprocity, but that, it just would be a feedback loop.
Yeah. Sort of, pushing the free energy mechanism. A competition of generosity. Yeah, that generosity. Service. Generosity. Prosperity, abundance. I don't know. This relationship shit. When's the last time you've been in a relationship?
Is that Mitch is calling me an actor? It's funny. I just want to address something that I said earlier on my first stream that Benton joined. It'd be in the first hour and a half of my last stream, Mitch. First 2 hours. I spoke on abortions. I spoke on abortion being originally proposed as something that was for solution to some pretty horrendous positions women were put in, right? I didn't talk about genetic deficiencies. I just talked about the decision to have an abortion based on some sort of assault. I'm just trying to use the right words, right? Rape, or some sort of relationship with a family member. And I said that that had been leveraged as a big voice for it, so that it would be easily used as an economic tool. And I don't think I used the word PSYOP, although government organization and government agendas could be seen that way. So, but yeah, somehow someone's probably clipped something out, and Mitch is pulling a snaps on me here. So
speaking of snafu, is anyone?
I welcome and await the conversation as best I can, Mitch. I've given you all the help I can. But yeah, Snappy Snaps. I hope he's okay. Has anyone heard from him? Did he update anyone today?
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. Unless he's just kind of fucking with us, laying low. Like, is anyone gonna see if I'm alright? Or he could just be recovering and just kind of out of it. Maybe they did something on his head.
Yeah. Benton, if you're listening, Rob Cleveland's asking for the link. If not, Rob, Benton will be back shortly.
There's a bunch of mods down there. Rob needs a link. Oh, there it is. Relationship talk with Rob Cleveland and Bex. Ping ponging it back and forth. So
I was just going to say that if I'm not interested, I'm happy to have this conversation with Mitch Levin as soon as I've had a chance to go back and listen to what I've said, but I'm not going to address it tonight or today. So, but I really look forward to either correcting myself or addressing, or at least showing that I didn't say what I said I'd say. I just know Benton just dropped the link, so I'm gonna wait till Rob's here. Nice. I'm gonna say hello and good night, Rob, and see you in the chat. Just because I was headed off anyway, not because you've arrived.
Hey,
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, if you don't see me tomorrow, I'm resting and getting some paperwork done the next day, ordering a computer and getting on some things. So,
well, if you need my assistance in those endeavors, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you. I will. And I will be in touch. And I look forward to seeing you all the next time. I've had a wonderful day and evening. And thanks very much for having me, Benton.
Right.
And please let Rob know it's not personal. I had said I was leaving at least 20 minutes ago.
She already announced she was leaving, Rob.
Yeah. It's not him at all.
Back.
Okay.
She was leaving.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bye for now.
Later, Bex. Damn, Rob left too.
Yeah, I think he might have thought it had something to do with him. I can't speak for Rob. I guess
so
I'm
now
back,
I think you don't want to be up there. His leaving had something to do with me. We're all fucking thinking.
Who knows? I was looking up for a strain. People were talking about sativas and energy, and I'm trying to find a strain on here that I'm pretty sure I know the name of it, but I haven't. I wanted to double check. But there's so many fucking strains. It's taking forever to find this thing.
Trying to find the one that gave you anxiety?
No. No, I've always with the school of thought with cannabis is just keep smoking the fuck out of it until you're used to the anxiety and the paranoia. That's how I dealt with it. Yeah, I'm just used to it. It's no problem now. You know, I just know I just say, oh well, there's that anxiety and fucking paranoia from the cannabis, and I just know how to deal with it. I've smoked a lot of fucking reefer, man, in my time. I mean, a lot. I've had multiple people say you smoke more than anybody I've ever seen. It's probably the autism, actually.
Yeah, that's how I get when there's unlimited amounts around.
Mm-hmm.
When you're like on a weed
I
farm,
remember when I first saw you, man, you were all like fucking trying to quit smoking pot, and you were all cranky and agitated. It was kind of funny.
Man, it's
that's why I gave you credit for coming a long way, man. You're like way more fucking calm. You're handling your shit way better.
Yeah.
It shows, man. Is Paul going live yet? I see NJ's talking about the Willing Few down there, it looks like. Or is Will Few here?
Oh, the Willing Few channel? Is he streaming off there today?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Or maybe somebody just wanted to subscribe, maybe. Yeah. No, he's not. Yeah, he's live over there with the pre. Oh, he's streaming us. Cool, man. Yeah. Oh, his channel got stricken. Hey, Paul can come over here if he wants. Oh shit. Hey man, whatever you need to do over here, brother. I'm sorry to hear about that, man.
Damn.
My apologies. You're more. Hey, this is Mikasa Sukasa. I'm happy to have you. Anything you need to do over here today, please feel free, sir.
I'm trying to figure out, man, that cop thing must have probably hit some shit. I'm trying to think what they could possibly strike it for.
It's fucked up. Yeah, man, for real.
Weird timing.
I'll play the background. I'm happy to have Paul run the show. In fact, I've been streaming for 5 hours, and we went like 6 hours on the stream before this. So I'm ready to wrap up for the day anyway. It's already 1 o'clock my time. I'm going to be asleep in 4 hours. So yeah, Benton calling unslaved. If you need it, this is completely open for whatever you need to do here. Full trust, man. I'm not worried about I'm not worried about getting in trouble.
Yeah, that's good shit, man. I just
Oh, I
find the
love it,
time and
man.
interest.
I'll
I don't know
help
if we should
anybody I
save
can
it.
help, man. I'll
Yeah,
help anybody
it's a
I
good
can
thing
help.
It's a good thing to think about in that moment. So I don't know if I should say this commentary for his channel or whatever, but I just find the timing interesting. Like we had that nice moment with the officer and everyone in the audience and Paul, myself, and now things get stricken after kind of like a powerful moment like that. I don't know if there's a connection, but it's just interesting timing. I just want to know what the fuck the reason was. I guess I should probably, maybe I'll get over there and oh, I'm feeding back. Fuck. All right, let me drop out. Maybe I'll head over to the Willing Few or something. I'm not feeding back over there.
All right, I'm going to stay live here just to help facilitate. But I think I'm now restreaming myself at this point, so I don't really know how that works. But, I'm not really sure how that works exactly, but I'm going to tip. Yeah. And I was already subscribed to the Willing Few, folks. He's only got 441 subscribers. I would say to folks, please, if you regularly view Mr. Unslaved and he says, hey, man, let's all go subscribe to this channel, please do it. Because I subscribed probably 2 months ago, right? So I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to tell people what to do, but I'm just saying perhaps you folks. Oh, is it me? Hang on. It might be me. Hang on, let me see if I can fix this. Give me a second. It's probably because I shared myself and it's screwing up the audio. So let me fix it here. Hang on.
All right, I feel like I want to head over there. I'm interested to know what the fuck they struck him for, what the reason was. So, yeah, I'm gonna head over there, Benton. I'll see you later. All right, later. what was the one with the waterfalls or something? One innocuous thing you used to use? Fucking, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, so I'm pretty much focused on now getting these people on the line as always. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, usually it's a copyright warning or whatever else. It's never taken down and then stricken. Focused on now getting these. Yeah, man. I mean, we're due for it, right? It's been a while, so we'll see how it plays out.
I just find the timing of it interesting. Like after the powerful moment the other day, like with that officer and shit. I don't know. But who the fuck knows? Could be a combination of things.
I think it was interesting. Interesting timing with the CIA makes a comment down there. Probably Big Gas Man and Cynthia and all them. But who knows?
Or Gas Man turned
Yeah.
out to be. Well, he's new, but go ahead, Paul. You were saying something.
No, I'm just kind of doing. I'm looking over this, email, trying to find the email. Now I got to start going back and forth with these people.
The Russian mob, dude. Like who the fuck? Third party content.
No, they did it just now for live streaming just now. For that rap, because I was streaming a freestyle rap battle. All of a sudden, I can't do that. Because I guess it's me. They think it's me. I'm saying it's my content according to them. I'm not doing it. This is why, again, a lot of the time I can't do much on here outside of certain things because they try to strike. On this one,
to be filed.
Mm. Hey, Bobby. Bobby, are
Yeah.
you there? Hey,
Yeah, I'm
man,
here.
we're over on Paul and Slave's channel.
Oh, okay.
It's called his channel's got struck though. Hey, his channel's
Yeah.
got struck, so we're on the Willing Few. If you type the Willing Few channel into the search bar, you should be able to find it, or the link is in the chat. It's
Yeah, I'll
this
find
link
it.
here. It's my third post up. If you click on that, it'll go
Okay.
to Paul and Slave.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you over
Thanks.
there, okay? All right, man.
All
Talk to you
right.
later. Yep.
All right.
I don't know if anybody's actually here or not, but we're over on at Willfew. That's Paul and Slave's backup channel. You folks are more than welcome to hang out here. I'm assuming the 11 here are bots, perhaps. Not exactly sure how that goes, but anybody popping in, anybody that's popping in, please be aware that Mr. Unslaved's proper instruction motivates people, as well as the Paul Enslaved channel, have both been stricken, hopefully only temporarily. And that the Paul is broadcasting right now, as he regularly does, generally this time of day. We've got how many in the house? 83 in the house over there on at Willfew. The channel's called The Willing Few. So that's where to go if you folks are wondering where to find Mr. Unslaved today. And certainly you're going to want to subscribe as well. What is up with highly suspect? I tell the guy what to do. I say, hey man, I tell him to go over. I send him over to the Willing Few. I believe he's on there, and I said, hey man, scroll up for the link. It might not be there anymore though, but it should be. The chat's not going very fast, but yeah, it's probably not on there anyway. Okay, good. There he is. Interesting. Interesting.
How much you can pay him? Because there's going to be no arguing around it. It's going to be clear, concise evidence and information about what they're up to. They want it. They really love this. They want it. They're begging me. They're going to get it. And I'm going to be better for it. Hashtag trust me.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man? It's Keith, highly suspect.
Go out, sir.
No, man, appreciate you having me on. Just want to say, hey, man, everybody, and appreciate you. Great content. It's super badass, man, for me. And I'm glad, like, men are waking up and realizing that this entire system is like corrupt to the fucking core. It is.